that if you are in the audience and you want to come up, like Benjamin is going to do right now, I think he's raised his hand like 10 times.
Yeah, he couldn't hold it.
He's raised his hand like 10 times in the past 10 minutes, I guess. Okay, Benjamin, I assume you want a fresh five. Please feel free to take it.
Yeah, I want to respond because the rules were violated. So, Benjamin, thanks. Benjamin, I'm going to put a stop to this right now. So, stop your meta. Just focus on your 5 minutes that Steve's giving you to talk, and that's it. Topic,
talk about the, I was going to say, good thing you just talk about the issues. Are you interrupting me? Are you really interrupting me? Okay, thank you. Talk about the issues. Please don't talk about rules being violated. It's on replays. You've got your atheist house that you can go back right after this show or tomorrow or anytime, and you can talk about how unfair the room is treating you if that's what you choose to do. I'm giving you a fresh five to talk about the issues if you want. It's up to you.
So we'll go back to this text. This text dates back 50 years ago. It was said on a Saturday morning broadcast of the rabbi, the television address, etc. But it represents the evolution of a tradition. Right? This is not 1,500 years ago. This is 15 years ago. This is where the tradition has evolved to. Now, I think prior speaker, by the way, good morning, prior speaker, one of my I deeply respect, even though we often disagree, is always respect. I would offer that, contrary to what has been said by one of your mods, Steve, there's no anti-Semitism calling out the rabbi for the despicable words that he said. In fact, many rabbis around the world, including in this country and in other countries and in Israel, have called out this man's words as despicable. So if calling out this man's words, that this phrase, the boy only exists in the world to serve the Jews, saying that is despicable, is anti-Semitic. We have a lot of anti-Semitic rabbis, including probably this prior speaker and other rabbis that are here with us in this room. So I don't know how to make sense of this notion that it's anti-Semitic.
I know exactly how we're going to make sense of it since you ask. I'm going to continue doing this show exactly the way I've been doing it for the past 4 years. Let me finish. Are you really interrupting me? You asked a question. I'm giving you an answer. You said you don't know how we're going to make sense of this. I said I know exactly. I'm going to keep doing this show exactly the way I've been doing it for the past 4 years. And that is everybody and anybody, with the exception of one person who came on the show a year and a half ago and threatened to kill somebody, is welcome to come on stage, talk about anything they want, as long as they have a take and don't suck. Benjamin, I'll give you 60 seconds to finish up.
I appreciate that.
And by the way, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I humbly apologize. Benjamin, if you have any criticisms objectively, how you think the show could be better, or anybody else, we welcome those too. We welcome those during the show. We welcome them in a back channel. Anybody can back channel me. Like the show, don't like the show. Give me suggestions on how to make it better. I'll read and respond to all of them. Yes, Benjamin, even you. Take 60 seconds.
But here's what I would request of you.
Yes.
Because you're an honorable person.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Value your integrity. I want you to know that one of your mods called me anti-Semitic on this show or criticizing.
I already responded to that. Please
don't. I would like you to rescind and suspend
No, it's not going to happen. No, I'll reinforce the rules. I'm not going to rescind and suspend anything. No, I won't do
Well,
that.
I'm going to call on your integrity to remove mods from your mod squad that do such a thing.
No, my mods.
It's
Okay.
inappropriate.
Yeah, hang on a second. I don't know what you do in the atheist house. That's been open for less than a month. It's very popular. I give you major props. Congratulations on your success. One thing that we've been practicing here in the atheism house on Ask the Atheist for 4 years is we do our best not to air our dirty laundry in public. We deal with that stuff off the air. The situation that you described will be discussed and dealt with off the air, but we don't air our dirty laundry here on Ask the Atheist in public. Benjamin, thank you very much. The show is better with you than without you. First class escort to the VIP. Let's go to Legalist. Legalist, would you like to say goodbye or any closing thoughts? Burning desires. Legalist, going once.
Desires.
Yes.
Yeah, so I got just only two things. So y'all wash y'all clothes on this app, but you don't want people to see y'all dirty clothes.
No, I didn't say that, but you're allowed to comment, but that's not what I said.
Yeah, you said that y'all don't.
No. Since obviously you weren't listening, let me repeat what I said. We don't air our dirty laundry in public. Now, if you want to quote me, repeat me, I encourage you, go to multiple houses, including apes. Well, please, I'm serious. I'm not kidding. I'm dead serious. Go into the apes, go into any house you want and say, Uncle Steve said, quote, we do not air our dirty laundry in public, close quote. Now, just to make sure you got it right, can you repeat what I just said?
Yeah, you said we don't air our dirty laundry
In public.
Yeah.
Yes, it's an old cliche.
And we're not talking about business on the air. We have private discussions about show
Yes.
dynamics.
Violet, thank you. It is a cliche. It is a metaphor. It means that us mods and me don't criticize the show during the show. We do it behind closed doors when the show. It's a metaphor. Yes, but you can repeat that. I encourage you to repeat that. And also, don't forget.
You know what's funny about his show? It's not an actual show.
Go ahead.
Is it recorded? Is this one recorded?
So
Let me see.
do y'all get paid by the
Oh, it is recorded. Okay.
The answer is no. I do not get paid for running my Saturday and Sunday show. However, I do get paid for running the Progressive radio show every Wednesday, which is we record in Clubhouse and then it goes on 4 terrestrial radio stations in Southern California. I do get paid for that, but no, I don't get paid for the weekend shows.
How much are they paying you, Steve?
free?
A lot of guilt, baby. Legalist, anything else you want to talk about?
So you're saying that you're working for free? Like, I mean, isn't that against the law? Like to have you open these shows on?
Is there anything else you want to talk about? And I'll answer that question.
Volunteering is not illegal.
Yeah, is there anything else you want to talk about? And I'll answer that question.
Well, that was it.
That was it. Thank you. First class escort to the VIP. Yeah, no, as was just said, volunteering is not illegal. Me, Alfonso, JCC, Richard, Violet, we all volunteer our time to come in on the weekends. However, the Workers' Rights Radio Show, because it goes on, it's recorded here on Clubhouse, my suggestion, and then it's transferred to Odyssey, which is a national. I don't know if it's worldwide, but Odyssey is definitely a nationwide
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, hey.
I think Legalist believes that
Yes.
Clubhouse is compelling you to do this. That it was their initiate or making you do it, and that's why he's asking.
Yeah, let me respond to that. And I do realize I'm gonna be as generous as possible, and I mean this sincerely with no disrespect. I know that there's a learning curve. At least I think there's a learning curve, and I'm being extremely respectful. A learning curve with legalists. So it's okay. Yeah, no, I do this. I volunteer my time. I expect nothing in return. I am not compelled to do this. Just like Richard and Violet, we all do this because we enjoy it. We like getting together on the weekends.
It's the Clown World Gang. Welcome back, everybody, to another exciting episode of Clown World, where Clown World people will put on a Clown World show for your entertainment and delight. I give you Clown World!
So no, we do this out of the goodness of our hearts. We do this because we enjoy doing it, and maybe most importantly, maybe not, and I haven't discussed this with the Mod Squad, maybe we feel in some small way that we can make a difference. I know I do. I do this because I enjoy it. I feel like I can make a difference, and also it's something I want to be remembered by. I don't know if Alfonso, JCC, Richard, and Violet have thought about that. This is why, although some people imitate me, some people make fun of me, I'm very careful with the words that I choose, the words that I use. And when I'm made aware that I am wrong, I immediately admit that I'm wrong and apologize. That's why I take full responsibility for my behavior and my words. I do not regret a single thing that I have said on Clubhouse because I admit when I'm wrong immediately when it's been brought to my attention. Ahmad, Ahmad, my glasses aren't on. Yes, Ahmad, yeah, thank you. Ahmad, would you like to say goodbye? Closing thoughts, Ahmad. Does that mean no?
Ahmad, you're given the mic for a few minutes to close your thoughts.
You want to ask a question? So,
Yes, you can ask a question. Go ahead, ask me a question. Go ahead.
if you can answer. So first I will say some facts.
Go ahead, say your facts. Go ahead, say your facts.
As you know, from every four local.
Okay, you're going in and out. You're going in and out, sir. Your connection is bad.
There is a big delay. 1 second delay, I think.
Go ahead, you were saying about 4 Nobel Prize something.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. We're going to give you more. We're going to give you
As you
more
know,
food.
from every four Nobel Prize, one is a Jewish. So when Jewish people are this intelligent, how can they fix the problem of anti-Semitism?
Are you finished? Yes.
Yes, he is. That's a good question.
Yeah, I'll answer it. First class escort to the VIP. I don't think the Jewish people can fix anti-Semitism. I believe it has to be the non-Jews that can fix anti-Semitism. The Jewish population around the world is 0.5%. The Jewish population in America is 2.5%. I think it's unrealistic to think that 0.5% of the population is going to fix 99.5%. I think it's up to to the 99.5%. But you know what? Even that being said,
I'm getting requests to go stream different rooms.
Because I'm Jewish.
Is he the Jewish Messiah?
No.
No? He's not the Jewish Messiah.
Jesus, you're so annoying, bro. Stop interrupting.
Hey, Jason, no, bro, if I gotta start talking like this, the last time we talked like this, how it became. So just.
Okay, I think it's weird that you letting him interrupt so much megaphone and you're not saying
Jason, just let it get the whole thing out. Go ahead, Marie.
Okay, so if you talk to Muslims, yes, we do believe that Jesus is the Messiah. But if we're doing internal critique of the Bible, then Jesus doesn't fulfill any prophecy in the Old Testament about being the Messiah. That's our point. But we're not saying that we're rejecting him because the Jews are rejecting him.
But I needed, this week I offered somebody a full-time job, and we're still negotiating it. That's all I can tell you. She told me, she said it takes an hour to get there from Brooklyn. It takes her an hour to get an hour each way. And so she was trying to get like 1 day a week remote. Because she sees I have a full-time remote person. And I told her, honestly, that's not why I'm hiring you. My office is a mess. I need someone to come in here every day and help me clean up. And frankly, I thrive on
Consistency?
no, I thrive on human contact.
Collaboration. Yeah.
Human contact. I call it vitamin P. That's why I'm on the app all the time.
Vitamin pussy. Vitamin pussy. He needs a pussy to smell every day in his
If I'm
office.
out of town for work, for business, or vacation, you can work remotely. But otherwise, this is the job. And we're still, she wants to leave early Friday. It's a lot of tweaking. And a part of me is wondering how I can afford it all. And will I be able to afford another salary, $55,000 a year, plus some benefits? And I'm really on the fence. I may just tell her, look, we just don't seem to be able to come to terms. I want to hire her.
This could be a good room.
It's the super one-hit wonder.
Yeah. You should write in doing the accent. That would be really cool to see, actually.
Right,
Give those fans like a face, we've never seen them.
Right, and you could hire them for like $85.
100%. It would be the cheapest super.
Okay, I asked the AI for the mega one-hit wonders of the 2000s, and it says, "Who Let the Dogs Out?" Dragoseed in Tea, I don't know what that is. Crazy by Gnarls Barkley. Somebody That I Used to Know. Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, God, that's not. That's like late 2000s.
This Is Why I'm Hot. Lean Back. Party Like a Rock Star. Crank That. I Believe in a Thing Called Love. Bad Day. You're Beautiful by James Blunt. Okay. Then it says, fun fact, many one-hit wonders are actually huge in their home countries. For instance, Ozone was massive in Romania, and The Darkness made a cult following in the UK after their US fame had faded.
Oh, I got another one. Anytime somebody says damn, I go, 2 weeks to give it to me. They're naked ladies.
Oh, they had a bunch of hits. Are you kidding?
I don't know, that's the one everybody seems to. Maybe they have one. What about Shaggy, Angel, Busy? You don't know how the songs work, but
It wasn't me.
I'm sure the rest of them because you know they have a camera.
It wasn't me.
I'm a man on the tool box.
It wasn't me. As young kids would say, I love that song. It's so funny. Because it's like, it keeps escalating, I even got your own camera.
No, honestly, if you listen to like Jamaican music and like West Indian music, it all kind of builds up in that drama. Like it's crazy.
There was a Casey and JoJo song too. I just can't think of it. What up, fella?
Oh my god. What y'all talking about?
Well, you know, just music. Super Bowl halftime show.
Yeah, the Super Bowl is today, right?
Yeah.
All of my life, it was the one like you.
That's what it is.
Like, how y'all even know about that? That's crazy.
We're black. Well, at least I am, but I can't speak for the rest.
I'm like, well, I just got the card.
Yeah.
Teresa, maybe Nick's, and Nick is definitely black from the waist down.
So how do you even know that?
Thanks, Obama.
So, yeah.
You're welcome, Biscuit. Throw me a banana later.
I had ice in my orange today, and I thought about you.
Really?
Yep.
Really? Oh my god. I'm looking at
What rooms are you going to? Where are you on Clubhouse now?
No, I just went and ventured through some rooms and they all.
I was just in a room with Bruce last night.
Yeah,
Was Monty there?
No, it wasn't just for.
Oh, what?
Okay, do you guys want to hear the 90s AI collected one hit wonders?
Yes.
Dude, let me tell Bruce one quick thing. Bruce, you're gonna have to go get some ice and beers.
I'm here because these deciding Jews who's getting kicked out of everywhere they went.
เขาก็เลือกส่งไงผมก็เลยมองว่าเนี่ยมันจะอยู่ที่คนอยู่ดีอ่ะ
เพราะฉะนั้นไม่ได้มีผลไงแต่ที่ผมพูด
Both sides, atheists and theists, are going to say these are good things, right? I'm saying that those things are going to be more prevalent among the intrinsically religious versus those that are of no faith at all. At least that's the historical understanding that I've had. Now, you can say that you don't think these things are good, but I don't think that's what you want to say. And I don't think they're going to be.
Every week in a row about killing babies, but we're not going to mention his name, yes.
He professes some.
Who started his own house after my house and imitates me. I'll stop, John, I'll stop. Yeah.
Isn't it funny that Steve thinks people are like copying him? Like he's doing something original. Steve really is a very narcissistic, self-centered, egotistical person. I mean, you know, my life ain't so great, but like, he left his wife to do the lifestyle, to date men or trans, and so basically, Herman is like, what I'm saying is, I would rather be remembered because of the books I read. Steve wants to be remembered because of the conversations he had on Clubhouse. And this is John Mallinckrodt, who's got horrible Trump derangement syndrome. You got bad TDS too, Hermes. You got to live your best life. You can't live your life like these people. They ruin their life. They don't have any personal responsibility. They don't take ownership for their very existence. They think their lives are dependent upon the existence of Trump's presidency. It's too much, Hermes. That's not your true nature. Your true nature is divine. And that's why these atheists don't get the big joke.
Atheism house.
No, in the atheism house, yes, I do. Sorry, oh boy.
It's atheism or athe-ish. Which one?
I opened a room in my house, and then I opened one in the atheist house,
Atheist.
and I opened one in the atheism house.
You spread yourself around. Yeah.
That's right, but none of them were very well attended. It was set 1, set 2, set 3.
I don't have the option, Joe. I don't have the option to open a room in the atheist house. I haven't been made a leader, but I'm sure they have their reasons. You know what I mean?
Anyway,
And with that, I'll say goodbye.
John, thank you very much. First class escort down the VI red carpet to the VIP. Paul, would you like to say goodbye, Paul?
Yes, I'd just like to say 3 things.
Yeah.
One is Brett Favre says politics should not be in the Olympics or sports. So at Super Bowl, I'd like to see somebody kneel down at the Star Spangled Banner and see what that happens.
Yeah.
And also, congratulate you. It's Circle of Life, like the
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. First class escort to the VIP. Also, Brett Favre likes to send dick pics to cheerleaders, but we won't talk about that. Hey. Violet, one half of Batman and Robin. Ooh, I like that. Would you like to say goodbye?
Holy heavy lifting, Batman.
Holy heavy lifting, Batman! By the way, do you know that Robin had to tape down his junk?
Hey, whoa.
I'm stating a fact.
Well,
Violet, did you know that Robin had to tape down his junk during the filming? Did you know that, or did you not know that?
No, I did not know that as a fact, but it does not surprise me. Fortunately, I would not have that problem if I wore the costume. JCC, that conversational melee broke out. You were totally in the front of the fight. I feel like I just tripped one of the bad guys as they ran away. So kudos to you. Steve,
We need like a laugh track of Steve Appel's laughing. Then it gets scary.
But kudos to you too, because I know how tough this can be. So great show today.
Thank you.
I love being here. Hope everybody has a great week, and I'll see you next weekend.
And before we move on to the guys, let me just say this. I suspect, I could be wrong, but I suspect the rough waters were waiting for me to take a break and for the two of you to take over, and purposely made it a lot more difficult. So you guys did a great job. Richard, would you like to say goodbye? Richard?
I just want one last time congratulate Grandpa.
Thank you.
And I want to call your attention to the day. I want you to pay attention to the day that little girl.
Super Bowl.
No, I'm talking about the future. When that little girl teaches you something you didn't know. That little granddaughter.
Thank you.
Someday in the future, she'll show up in your mind something you didn't realize. I'm envying you that day.
Thank you. I will remember, Richard, that you said that. In fact, you have my word. I will remember that you said that for the rest of my life, because no one has said that to me.
Wow.
JC.
I bet you though Steve Appel never learns anything.
Of course.
That's his job. Oh my God. He's gonna remember that the guy said it, but that bitch, he's never gonna learn nothing from that granddaughter. Because he's a fucking stupid atheist.
Anytime we have the opportunity, you are awesome, Cobot. And yeah, we were in some troubled waters, but we did a great job and it was fun. I do hope Cora, takes a deep breath and realizes that Steve, you weren't trying to put her to the...
Is she here?
No. Just for the sake of replays, and hopefully we can talk about this in our own little discussion.
Yeah.
And settle these things and hopefully move on. So I hope there's no hard feeling.
And for those of you that are curious, that's what the cliche means. We do our best not to air our dirty laundry in public. It doesn't mean washing our own clothes.
Right.
But I understand that there is a learning curve there, and I take that with all seriousness. Last but not least, Alfonso, are you there?
And I want to say goodbye to everybody. Have a great rest of your Sunday and happy trails to you.
Anybody else? Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye? Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye? He's probably busy once, twice, 3 times. We're done. It's been a hell of a great show. I mean, I ran out of cigarettes. Almost didn't get my hour number 3 mimosa. I am now a proud papa, or, well,
It's like the end of a Springsteen show or something, you know? Nobody can let it go. They they can't get off the stage. Everybody wants to go home.
Take care, everybody, and as always, be careful on the clubhouse streets.
That's the Steve Appel Clubhouse show. He calls it Atheism House. Ask the Atheists with Reverend Scott and the Mod Squad. I love how he puts Reverend Scott in there. He's basically using Scott, who calls himself a reverend, or he claims he has a master's in divinity. He claims. Now, the guy is living in a YMCA sober living facility. Doesn't work. It looks like he's dating some black chick now, which is good.
The eternity is gone. The order, it doesn't work. The Father is God, the Son is God, the Spirit is God,
And I like Scott. I don't think he's that bad, but, you know, I don't really trust him. I don't think he trusts me. And there was this whole thing about him and Steve and this young kid Christian on here.
the same side of God.
And none of that matters. I only bring it up because there's dirt on everybody on here. If they wanted to have a debate and all I wanted to do was dish dirt, well, I could just keep shoveling and shoveling and shoveling.
The Son is God, the Spirit is God, and the Trinity is God. You heard that?
And the Trinity, are you saying that like it's something distinct from the Father, the Son, and the Spirit?
Yeah.
So no, I don't believe that.
So you don't. Which promise you gonna reject? So the Trinity is not God.
I don't believe the Trinity is something other than the Father, the Son, and the Spirit.
Yeah, you all understand. The Trinity is not God. To extract something else.
The Trinity is not God.
Hello?
Okay, good.
I don't know what you mean.
They just people don't trust relationships much these days. People are
I
very
believe the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are fully God.
institution of marriage
That's it.
because of the
Yeah. So what he's doing is he likes to switch the term, right? So he goes from ontology to identity.
Let me finish. Are those three God when they gotta be three and united?
Are you using God as an identity, or are you using God as an ontology?
As you wish, you can do both. That doesn't matter.
You know, it does matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter here. Well, you can say it's about identity. That's fine. So do you hold to that?
Do you have a question?
Yeah. I was asking that question all the time, but I'm not talking.
Of Esau, not only is it the word of Allah, but he's the source from Allah
Oh, yeah, okay.
through the angel Gabriel.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, do you gonna answer the questions, Jason?
Yeah, the Father, the Son, and the Spirit are the one God. Yep.
Yeah, so the Trinity is God, right?
Define the Trinity.
Yeah, the three hypostases.
Yep, the three hypostases are the one God.
Okay, it's both of them, or the three of them are God.
The three hypostases are the one God. Yes.
Is each of them?
Hi, point of order, moderator. If you could put me in the queue, I hate to interrupt you, gentlemen. Also, I just wanted to comment.
Why you did that, nigga? Alright, do you got answer?
When you're saying God, are you saying ontologically, or are you saying like the identity, like an identity?
Let's equate it. It's alright. Or we can use both.
Okay, so ask the question again.
Oh no, bro. I'm not talking.
What's it? Yeah, ask your question again.
I gotta answer. I said, do you still hold that the Father is God, the Son is God, the Spirit is God, and the Trinity is God?
Not the way you're wording it.
All right, so which promise you reject?
Yeah, the Father, the Son, and the Spirit are distinct from.
Yeah, it's like it was just the weirdest stuff.
I used to talk to Tina about the ships and mountains. They would pop in the skyline.
The reason why I gave you a gun color is so you can shoot somebody. But allow me to explain it. Shall? Let me show you how to shoot somebody. They go through there and they behave in the same way. The only
All right, peace out, guys.
all right, close. You call him Cub Scout? That's crazy.
I said, peace out, Cub Scout.
Were you a Cub Scout before?
No,
Oh,
it's just an expression.
no, it's actual like a fraternity. I mean,
Yes, I know that, but it's like, see you later, alligator. Peace out, Cub Scout. That's a
oh, okay. Thank you for teaching me.
That's what I'm teaching my grandson. That. See you later, alligator.
After a while, crack it down.
see you in a while, crocodile.
We say after a while, crack it down.
Oh, okay.
See you later, alligator. After a while, crack it down.
Crocodiles?
See you later, Forkinator.
Oh, that's a new one. What was that, honey?
See you later, Forkinator.
Forking hater?
No, she already said it on Sunday. She said fucking hate on Sunday. Now she want to change it.
Nay. I never heard her say that before. You better get your eyes right.
Yeah, we got honey ass. She said, see you later, fucking hater. And then she remembered Sunday. Now she said forking hater.
It's not Sunday, it's Saturday. Yo.
Oh, I'm ready already for Sunday. Yo, it's what?
Saturday. It's Saturday.
No, it's not Saturday. It is Sunday.
No, it's Saturday. Be quiet.
Oh, it's not.
I was messing with liquid, that's all.
Oh, okay.
Is that your story? Yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't let me get away from nothing. I don't get to get away from nothing. I got fucking
Doc crashed last night, yo. Like, you know when you left, when we were freestyling and Doc was freestyling? He fucking crashed.
fell asleep.
No, what I mean by crash is like he
Crashed out.
Yeah, he crashed out like he did the Doc thing again. And I was wondering, I was like, yo, stop telling your business about you and Tina and shit. And fuck you fucking this and that and this. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. And that's what happened. Tina, Bobina, Banana Fana, Nina, the Nina, Momina, Tina.
Was he talking about me when I was in the house?
Well, let's say it this way. The way he was talking about you was not in a bad way. It was more or less like, yeah, the whole time I thought I was dead. I was in communication with Tina and stuff like that. And then he made like, innuendos about something. You're like, what?
Okay.
So I told him to stop. Then he got mad at me. We went from rapping to like just, well, you know how he does. He started yelling and screaming. But he didn't say nothing negative about you.
Okay.
But like what he said, Tina, like we already knew that because you were always saying like, I'll check up on him. I'll check up on him. We're like, where the hell is Doc? So he didn't say nothing that we didn't know.
Yeah. I do. I call him and make sure he's all right. When I don't see him on him for a good minute, I call him.
I don't believe that people be like worried about him and shit.
So you didn't have thoughts to have sex with him, right?
Oh shit, here we go.
Oh shit, it's CM. Welcome to the show, CM.
I just wanted to make sure.
Just want to come and listen in. Listen in what I'm listening in on, eh?
Don't give people passes because they
Not the Dalai Lama.
Lord, G.
Hello? CM, there's something you want to say?
I think it's Lord Creation in his case.
Hello?
Hey, Norma, what's up? Who'd you vote for in the last election? I don't usually talk about it. Yeah, I wouldn't talk about it either. I wouldn't talk about it either, Norma. You don't have. You mean if you were me, like you'd like to be concrete? If I had your same concerns, I wouldn't talk about it either. What concerns do you think I have, concrete? Embarrassment. Why would I be embarrassed, concrete? Or being ridiculed. I mean, embarrassed. How could you be ridiculed or embarrassed no matter who you voted for? The country literally went 50-50. You got to answer that question because you're the one talking about it. I beg your pardon? I say you got to answer that question because you're the one in the closet about it. I'm not in the closet. Most people maintain privacy about who they vote for. And I certainly am not in any closet, nor do I have to do anything except stay Jewish, pay my taxes, and die. That's pretty well, no, you did say you didn't vote for him, and there are other times when you said I haven't said anything about it. Oh, you answered me last night. You talked a little bit on the move. You called me, you said I was full of shit when I said you voted for Trump. Yes, you're full of shit, that's correct. Oh, okay, all right. Yes, wait, did you forget that I said that? Oh, no. Oh, okay. Yeah, just one second.
So breaking, the Epstein survivors are...
Hold on one second, Reform. Real quick. I said I was full of shit. Hey, Reform, you're full of shit. What if you said I said you were full of shit. If I told you I voted for him or did not, that's what I'm saying before. I never said I voted for him. Okay. I've been waiting for you to say that. God damn, you're a goddamn liar. What did you say? You sure you didn't? Why did you say that? I can't give you a date. Give me a time. You tell me when you were talking to John Kitover. We were talking in a private room. Okay, so when was that? When was that? I don't know. When was that? When was that? When was it? So you answer the question. When? I have no idea when it was. Okay. Approximately then is what you said. Approximately then is what you said. Tell me what I said. You heard the recording? You're full of shit. You're a liar. Piece of shit. You're a liar. Okay. Next clip. One minute, bro. Stop bullying that guy. Just like last night, he ran away when I questioned him. Hey, Tracy, hold that motherfucker up. Unfortunate. Damn, I even... Let me play it for y'all real quick when I find it. But, yeah, I told him to sit tight. He said he was going to, too. Then he ran off. y'all can carry on for a second. I'll let you know when I pull it up again. This shit didn't sound
Hey, Devon, I have some bad news for you. You ready?
This is Tom with it.
Wow, is it February 8th already? It's your birthday! Happy birthday! Hope you're having a great birthday! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, dear Samantha! Happy birthday to you and many more.
Yeah, she's a progressive. So Miss Bass is quite scared. I'll say that. So Divine, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to step up. I know you don't, but I will be like voting for her. I do not like my current mayor at all. So Caruso said he would not file, and today is actually the filing deadline. But anyway, that was the news I wanted to share. Okay, so we're taking over America in the mayorships.
Hey, I wish her well. I don't know much about her, and why not? I hope everybody gets what they want. Hey, that's where we're at now.
Nitya Raman. I can't. Is that her name? Yeah, that's her name. Nitya Raman. She's a pretty lady. Shout out to Steve Masala. Shout out to all of it. Excited. Yeah. It's about to be good. It's about to be popular. It's about to be DSA everywhere. Actually, I saw the lady. What's her name? Adelia. No, he's on his deathbed though. He'll be gone probably within the week.
Okay.
And everyone also says too. Wow, really? Everyone said also that Bashir, despite having to follow the Kentucky law and pick between 3 Republican names that their state legislature presents to him, that he'll likely sue because the Supreme Court of Kentucky is nonpartisan, and according to all the folks I've spoken to who live there, it's actually more liberal leaning. So I was shocked to find that out. So there's a chance that Bashir ends up actually
Normal! You're getting called out because of that recording. The funny thing is, I have so many recordings that if they don't have something queued up or bookmarked or something, it just gets lost because there's too much John Kitover on the internet.
Wait, so did they sent me down from my left because there's no reason for me to stay there if they're going to send me down.
Yeah.
What, did they not play it?
No, he couldn't find it. And I don't know. I have absolutely no idea which clip it is. I mean, I had literally like 70,000 clips out there now, so I have no idea which one they're referring to or which one Amir claims that he is.
We had a private room, which for some reason they think was a phone call, and I confided in you.
Harry Balzac is also here. He wanted me to record Buttercup's room, but I couldn't find it, and I don't think she goes by Buttercup anymore. She goes by something else. I can't remember, but
it was at least Buttercup. Hi, Harry. What was I going to say? So that's funny, and now I left that room. Put the link in the chat, but I think I'm blocked from that room.
I can't copy a link from a room to put it in. No, I just can't do that link. There's no way for me to take this profile, go to their room, copy a URL for the room, and put it in the chat, because that would mean I would leave the room to have to do that. But anyways,
Well, you're on one of your other things, so in your other thing, they've blocked
Oh, I see what you're saying. With my, well, they have blocked all my other accounts, so I can't actually do what you want me to do for them. If you see the best, let me get you the room title. Then you can search for a room title. MAGA is MAGA. Just search MAGA.
He's bad. Okay.
If you want to go in there, if you want me to record you going in there and having a convo.
I think they blocked me once I left. But you're monitoring the room. You can hear the room.
Yeah, you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's our convo.
Last night he was like, "Oh, it was in." When I asked him when he was talking to John Kitover, I swear he thought for sure that it wasn't recorded. That's why he was like, "Oh, it was in a private room." Like, you were fucking with the wrong person. I mean, the dude that records literally everything.
You got Trump, bro. You got Trump. Got scammed right into his face. Oh yeah, I won't tell nobody. No, okay. I won't tell nobody. Just tell me, bro. I will tell.
If you want to go in there and respond, just search MAGA.
I mean, it's like I just don't understand why he would lie about it.
They just want to talk to you.
You just own it, you know?
Exactly. That's what we're surprised about.
They just want to talk to you.
Business, you voted for him. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Just
Yeah, agree with your check.
Mm.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, ain't nothing gonna happen, but like you gotta call other people liars for it. It could have just been over right there. Like, okay, yeah, I did it. If he would have just said that, I wouldn't even play the video because it would have lost is luster. But
Alvaro, last night I was dying laughing when you were making fun of Jeremy. Making fun of Jeremy.
so be it. Whatever. We'll give us
The
a
Talking Apes Jeremy guy who's, oh man, that was funny.
Now, y'all know that man voted for Donald Trump. Not only voted for him, y'all know that On Normal is a huge fan of Donald Trump. You just listen to him for 5 minutes and you can tell.
yeah,
And then plus,
Normal in these elements, you guys should come to Gary Booker Chaba's room. Was a moderate discussion with Marshall. That's when you listen to the true Normal.
yeah, but we know that and then y'all forget that they come in here and they behave because they know they will boot their ass. But do y'all, the OGs know we have debated and argued with these people for years. We know their ass shows up in other goddamn spaces. Please. Ain't near one of them changed.
yeah, no, it's not a shocker or anything. I mean, it's obvious, you know, what his stance is. I mean, he's constantly running to the defense of Trump, you know. So, I mean, he's made it evident that, you know, that's what we voted for. But it was just more so the fact that the whole call, you know, just lying about it and then calling other people liars, like that was the comedy in it.
Well, no, it's good to have proof. We should bring you in here to play.
But I don't understand, what did you lie about?
I'll send it down if you want it.
Thank you, because as soon as he come up on stage, I'll just play that damn clip so he can run his ass off.
Yeah.
That is one voice and opinion I need never hear again. I will be perfectly fine.
Ooh, you've
Sorry,
been
Dave.
banished, El Norma. You've been banished.
I'll send you both of them.
So I'm also broadcasting this into Trump Anger Support and Therapy Group,
It's gonna be called Don't Hold It Against Me.
as well as Politics Elections 2026.
No, you need to make it be like I won an NAACP award or some shit like that. If you bring up Tupac and the NAACP one more goddamn
Kitover probably has this, the replay of the replay. Oh, you got a lot more than that. That dude's great.
and he's still on stage. No, he's not. Y'all, please report his other house. Because I went and randomly look. I report it every once in a while. Just when it comes across my feed. There's 1,000 people that are in there. Y'all, please report that house. Because he will literally open up a room and then stream this room with his weird ass. He'll stream it on YouTube. And he'll stream it, like, in another Clubhouse room. So, y'all just report it when you see it. It's called Politically Correct with Georgia, and it has the same picture and everything. He is weird as hell, but it just pisses me off every time I see it.
I didn't know it was him. I saw it.
That is his crazy ass.
Correct. Oh, it's him.
Yes.
Thanks for the info. I didn't know.
And I have reported it to Clubhouse so many damn times, but maybe if we all mass reported, yeah, he got the nerve to have the picture and everything. And then do y'all see the descriptions he gives to the room? It's like Patty and First Lady. And I'm like, bro. Ugh.
Why is he? What's wrong with him? Did somebody in his room do something to him?
I don't know. He's weird. He came up on stage a couple of weeks ago, like maybe at like 1 o'clock, and I cussed his ass out. He's also Music AI. So y'all, it's okay. He'll get in here some kind of way, but something is off with him. Do you see like on the YouTube? I don't even click on it anymore because I believe it was Ben that pointed out that the only views that he gets are from people that literally click in there from Clubhouse to see that he's doing it. He will have the phone showing on the screen and he's just like lying down on the bed and some shit. Fucking weirdo. Streaming the whole goddamn room.
She ain't lying.
Yes, you're being lying.
She ain't lying.
Dark, like with mood lighting on. Something is off about that man.
What, that I'm stretching as I'm listening to you guys waste your time talking about nothing? It's called stretching.
He's lying on the bed with his legs crossed.
My
And
balls
sometimes he'll
out.
have the phone propped up, so he'll show.
My balls.
But it's like that's how he streams it. Y'all think I'm joking, but we don't want to give it too much credence. But it's like, bro, are you serious right now?
I went to his YouTube page. That's too much visual. Laying on his stomach with his feet kicking in the air.
I didn't even want to go. It is very. Y'all know we've all been exposed to odd shit on this app. He is definitely odd. It's not just Clubhouse. He's not just cosplaying. Something is wrong with him. I don't know why he has such an affinity for.
I gotta hit my projection bell alert. Projection alert.
His YouTube page once.
Projection alert.
He had like 6 phones on holders. It looked real wild. It looked like a bot farm. I said, yo, what's this dude on? Bad phones, computers. Strange.
This is the John Kitover podcast. These are my critics of my art podcast.
I think he thinks that outing like Clubhouse rooms is gonna be his content, like his brand. So he's trying to make that work for him. But I don't think it's working.
Hello? You guys are helping me make it work. It's fully automated. We've achieved critical mass and live rent free in your fucking bitch ass heads. We own you. You are our slaves. And the slaves shall serve.
is true or not, because there's so much AI. I went on his page and I don't see it, but I don't want to play it unless I can confirm it. He said minorities should basically get together and take over the country.
Hello? 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 Did you hear that projection? All the minorities should get together and take over the country. Does she mean violently or just politically? Hello? Hello? That motherfucker, he's streaming the room right now. Yeah. He's streaming the room. He's streaming the room right now, motherfucker. He live now. He's live on like 20 YouTube streaming this shit. Now, motherfucker.
Nothing. There's not even anything. I don't see any major headlines. We talk about everything.
Even John Kitover.
I did hear a rumor, though. They're saying that Savannah Guthrie's mom may have been kidnapped by a cartel. I don't know if anybody else heard that. And they're calling it sophisticated.
Wait, who's they? What kind of...
Hello?
I don't know. It was like a meme.
See, El Normo and I got different standards because if El Normo gets kicked to the goo, he's going to leave right away. You know, I don't even go in the room. I just stream the room and they're talking about me and I didn't even make it in the room. So this is what I call modern day, what did Jeffrey Epstein call it? He called it neurotech. And essentially, it's like dopamine technology because I like El Normo. Believe me, Harry Balzac. I would fight with El Normo to the death, you know, like to fight with him against a common enemy. But my point is that El Normo I'm still using him. And he's using me. You know, this is what like parasitic or parasympathetic, you know, basically it's shield wall, you know, or the powerful wedge formation or the phalanx, if that makes any sense. You know, you yourself, Harry Balzac, are an information warrior. Just your name is offensive. Your PTR is offensive. And what we're trying to do is to actually expose hyperbolic behavior. There's a lot of other words for hyperbolic behavior or sentiment, meaning when we can record someone getting extremely angry and making death threats or being violent. See, I'm kind of like Epstein in a way, meaning as someone who records everything. And I'm not going to clip like and do work to like target people because I'm just like a general garbage collector, Harry. I don't know if you know this, but I run a garbage collection system. It's not necessarily a business yet. It's more of a generalized garbage collection, meaning that like by focusing on me and just filming myself listening to shit, like right now I'm filming myself on 20 phones and all these platforms. I'm just a generalized garbage collector, gathering as much garbage as I can. Doesn't matter who you are, what your position is. If you've got garbage that comes out of your stinky fucking mouth, and I know most of these people don't use a water pick, and I know they don't use a fucking tongue scraper, and I know that some of these people go to bed and don't even brush their fucking teeth. Their teeth. Let me pronounce it correctly for you. Teeth, motherfucker. They don't even brush their motherfucking teeth. And tonight, after they eat all that motherfucking ribs and chicken, some of these motherfuckers ain't even gonna floss their teeth. And so what I'm trying to say is, I think life is actually about hygienics. And, I am not a eugenicist, I'm a hygienicist, meaning that your personal hygiene, I'm concerned about it because your personal hygiene affects me, someone who's very hygienic. And I'm not like OCD about, hygienics. I'm OCD about linguistics. N-word. I take you back to the N-word challenge. How many N-words can we hear in 10 minutes?
But anywho,
How did you go all the way down to his
I always thought that was him because I've seen that picture before. I'm like, oh, that's he's in here. So I'm like, that's the person I just never said anything. I was like,
he's like, let me just get the white dude with the red head. You probably thought it was MAGA head.
I thought that was John Kitover.
The fact
But wait a minute, I seen Curtis on the dark side, and I said, when the murders come out? Curtis, Curtis did an IGB. Because I was like, wait, I follow Curtis on. He actually does like some great auto body work or whatever. So I was like, wait a minute, that's not him. But anyway, that was funny as shit. I'm worried not you just trying to.
my bad, Kurt. I just saw, I always see that picture. That's why I was like, why does he have John Kitover thing in this picture? And I was like, what was the purpose of having that as your thing? So I'm like, look, this guy sent me 100 Instagram requests like all the time, and so he has different names. That John Kitover, he's weird. Because if you
Weird!
he can see since
We got a weird alert!
he puts like a woman in a bikini, and then he plays the piano like playing like the drums or some shit, like those like sitting with his legs crossed and shit like that. And what Devon said, that's what he does. It's the weirdest shit ever. He just plays everybody's clips, but he has like 150, 200 accounts. He has every account.
Were you just listening to our whole conversation? That's what I said. He sits there on his bed with his like looking like a fucking weirdo.
But hey, I always thought that was Curtis this whole time, because I've never heard Curtis speak until now. So appreciate it. My bad, Curtis.
Who else in the goo you stalking? Let me look and see.
Y'all PTRs ain't safe down there while you're going through.
I know, because I'm like, I rarely even look in the goo. It's hard enough. And then we keep getting all these damn trolls, y'all. I can't even stay in the chat like I normally do or get on Instagram or Facebook because these damn trolls will get on stage and we have to boot them within seconds.
When is that going to reform? Did I hear you profess your love for a white MAGA?
Oh my God. Curtis is not MAGA. But
No,
yes,
he
he was
definitely is
mine.
Who did he MAGA?
Curtis is not MAGA.
Who did he vote for in November?
He learned you gotta come back up and speak for yourself. When did we start this? Curtis, being my white husband.
Got you fucked up, bro.
I think we did this in IGB like a while ago.
What's up? I voted for Kamala. It's like being MAGA. He didn't answer. He said he voted for Kamala. I stand corrected. I'm sorry. It's all good. People in here forever has thought I'm MAGA. I'm not. I accept opposing views sometimes of the room. That's all.
Right. Y'all know I would not have a white husband on Clubhouse that was MAGA. Come on now, Hurricane.
Yo, Harry, I'm a funny motherfucker. This is my show. This is my shtick. Harry, I've done stand-up comedy. There's no point in doing stand-up comedy. It's a waste of time. Just film yourself in a room. It's the same thing. All I do is record. I'm a recorder, and these are critics of my artwork. I'm an artist and a critic, and I'm critical of these people through my art. Hello?
I've had a lot. Like, JD is a former Clubhouse husband. Y'all know I get around. Let me stop. He's about to get you.
They're saying like being declared in 10 minutes? What the hell?
I know. Ex-husband, y'all. Ex-husband. JD's and actually we were poly, and then Patty won. So.
That's crazy. He got acquitted on 2 federal indictments. What's next? Anything else?
Well, Amari, I'm glad you mentioned it, because wow, not you thinking that this was the John Kitover is crazy.
Let me turn my recording back on. Yeah.
Hello? Projection alert, bitch! Projection alert, bitch!
No, but look, that room is from when was misogynist being used? That's been a minute. Damn. So this dude really just goes around recording our spaces, which is sheer insanity to me.
Hello?
But oh well.
He's creating a double volunteer. All you motherfuckers.
Mari, I still want to say I appreciate you being on alert. Even if you say I'm full flag, false information.
Yeah, I was
Kid, there's all people sniped you.
Yeah, man, that was my bad. Look, I saw the second picture, and I was like, why does he have that picture up? I was like, okay, that might be Kitover out there. I didn't have no problem with it. I was just like, well, since y'all were talking about it right now, I said, I think Curtis might be Kitover or recording for Kitover, one of the two.
You got me looking for 2A in this room, because Lord knows he
Hello?
changed his damn name so many
Hello? 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 Hey, Joe, these people are promoting the John Kitover podcast. They're talking about John Kitover. I live rent free in these bitches' heads because they know I record them wasting all their time talking about nothing. Hello? For months now, down in my yoga studio, I'll live stream this shit. I'll do yoga for 20, 30 minutes, and then I'll leave and I'll let it run the whole day. And I've recorded them for months talking about nothing. It's crazy.
Listen, it's not that hard. I tell you the content going. All you gotta do is get a video and play it, something that we can discuss. You got Epstein, you got Trump, you got the economy. Listen, they say I'm not the producer, but guess what? I am. You're not the producer. Yeah, because our content is ass. I'm sorry. Like, y'all have talked that thing to death.
Well, let's see here. On Monday, the Ninth Circuit will consider whether to, or maybe they already did, will consider whether to lift the preliminary injunction blocking the duration from imposing funding conditions on $12 billion in grants for homelessness and transit infrastructure to dozens of cities and counties. Why do they so much in funding and grants, y'all? I don't think people realize how much the Trump administration has disrupted a lot of federal funding that goes out. I mean, that's not, but it's just annoying as shit.
So, Kimberly said, play band singing Dixie to Pink. She screen recorded it. Now, that's content. If y'all missed the Pink Pill band showdown, that's content right there.
Hello?
Mickey, this administration going on to deliver us to the boys. That's what you're trying to get me to.
Hello?
just to hate Trump. Like it's that fucking special to us. Like, what is Trump doing for America right now?
Or does he have any? I don't know. Let's ask him. Listen, do you have something?
Listen, one of my top videos is of these jackals in this room on Charlie Kirk's death and the day of his assassination cheering. It's called Liberals Celebrate the Death of Charlie Kirk. That's like a popular video of mine on YouTube. And it's this room. It's some F-word, N-word going on and on the whole day. It's really fucked up.
Everybody wants just to drag on Trump. Well, what are you doing? What are you doing? Exactly what you're saying.
I'm jumping up and down like a monkey. That's what I'm doing.
I can tell you.
What are you doing to protect?
I can tell you. I can tell you. Do you want to hear or not?
Hey, I'm gonna put a mic in.
I'm gonna tell you what I did. I've ordered the military to go around the country housing homeless people. I've had Congress pass several bills. Make sure I you. Like, what kind of election was that, Miss Annette? He's president of the United States. Are you okay?
Hello?
Let me ask you again. Do you have any specifics of what Trump's done for America?
Hello? Hello?
What have y'all done to teach him to learn him how to run this country better? None of y'all.
Hello? Hello?
Biden didn't do a good enough job of keeping costs down. He didn't do a good enough job in explaining or fixing the immigration problem. He did a terrible job in allowing people who weren't citizens to get benefits that citizens were waiting for. I can go through a whole host of things. He did a bad job in explaining the policy and the rationale.
Hello?
Israel and Gaza. I've just named 5 things. Can you do the same thing that Trump did a bad job or not good job with, Miss Annette? Let's see. I just did 5 things. Do you have anything, Miss Annette? On Trump. Name 5 things that Trump could be better at.
Damn, what did he do to get you in the cold?
Hello? Hello?
I can get along because you know what? When a vegetarian
As honest Trump supporters are, and I'm being nice and respectful.
and you want to say this a lot of
Biden, and you can't get me in Trump. It's really sad. It's sad you're in a cult. I hope you get help.
Okay, you know what? I don't want to. Okay, so stop. Okay, so
You can be in cult. So can
no,
Mother.
they cannot try to know that.
You can't be in cult.
No, not me. So sorry. Not me. So sorry. It's Trump. It's the whole administration. What we can be better at. Hey, what can you do better at?
I think it's
What can you do better at? What can you do better at?
I'll explain to you better. Every time I do a question, you turn it back on me, and then I'll answer the question. I could be better at having less grace for dishonest maggots. I could be better at convincing mothers to join cults. And I could be better at learning why Black people have convinced themselves that loyalty to Donald Trump is more important than loyalty to people. Okay. Can you name 3 things the Trump administration can be better at?
Hello? Hello?
That's what I thought.
You can't even make a bullshit like the Black MAGA man.
Hey, yeah, that he stands up straight and he protects our country. What can he do be better at? He can make sure that our country is still the United States of America. It's a God country. That's what I care about. That's what he's better at. Okay? That's what he's getting to be better at. Okay? That's all I care about. The number one nation under God. The number one nation under God. Indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so you can stop and do all the kind of things that you want to, and put this.
Hello? Hello?
Administration,
Hello?
the infrastructure, okay, because the care if you guys agree or disagree. They've been after, trying to tear away the dollar, everything. But we've been strong.
Oh shit! Now we're gonna attack the BRICS nations.
To do that. So say what you want. Hey, I hold my hands up that we're one nation under God, and we're about to dedicate our country.
But we gotta unite to fight Brazil. We gotta unite to fight India. We gotta unite to fight China. Hello? We gotta fight BRICS. Prohibition. The winos. Hello? I got no wine. It ain't Chavez. Hurricane, you a dick sucker. Go lick the cum off your lips, dick sucker.
Hurricane is the elder, number one.
Yeah, he the producer and an elder. Hello? Calm down and show some motherfucking empathy. You don't even brush your teeth. Empathy? You don't brush your teeth, Coon Creek.
How do you do that? I mean, I understand the
Amen.
but the actions are not godly.
Hallelujah. Hello? John Kitover is weird. Hello?
They don't serve the Almighty God. They serve their little golden engraved that they create.
Ooh, child.
It don't matter at this point. Like, that lady is too far gone. Y'all talking to a brick wall at this point.
Hello?
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Happy Sunday. If you think that, and I'm a mother, okay, you guys go.
Brother.
It's going past you. Please.
Harry, if you can go in there and say John Kitover is doing Mystery Science Theater 3000 on your asses, he's making fun of you all live stream on YouTube. This shit is hilarious.
Brooklyn, I am proud to announce that we are safe from diaspora wars. Do not try to take us back there today.
I'm not.
Hello? Diaspora wars? What the fuck you talking about?
I'm just here as an audience member.
Hello?
Well, on stage.
I think the mother defense is crazy. Like Casey Anthony was a mother too.
Crazy defense. Crazy.
Oh, she's gone.
Crazy alert!
She needed. Curtis, you got to put her in touch with your defense team because that was terrible.
Hello?
We've seen that even after all of the allegations and all of the pictures and
Hello?
we've seen in the past couple of days with the Obama shit, just so people who still are Trump supporters at this point, it's nothing. It's literally nothing that we can do about it. So we might as well just let it go. Let them be.
Hello?
We could curse them out though. That would be nice, you know.
That don't mean let it go. That can curse them out.
Makes them feel very small. We could have those type of joking, but outside of that, it's a waste of time.
Hello?
Well, it's
We can let it go, but we can still curse their bitch asses out, motherfuckers. Let it go. Good Lord. Hello? Hello? See, Harry, this is a universe of sounds, a cacophony.
Brooklyn doesn't worship the good Lord above. She worships the good Lord below.
Ooh, Chad! Cool Creek calling you Satan worshiper. Hello? Why would you say that, Coon Creek? That's weird.
I don't think she does. She always rail against Christianity.
Hello?
I respect everybody's religion. Just leave me out of it, okay?
Leave me alone. You're angry. I'm happy.
How you doing, Brooklyn? Where you
Leave me alone. I'm happy.
I can take a break from you crazy people.
Hello?
That's good. You get that mental health break. You get that good, clean mental health.
Crazy alert. I'm happy. Leave me alone.
ISIS killing white people. The Obamas is monkeys. It's just everything. Everything going crazy. What's going on?
Crazy alert!
You know, it's everything that happened. We were coming in here covering it. Speaking about the nurse that was gunned down.
Oh, Harry, you want to hear the best thing about this burner phone? It's called Blue Products Incorporated, and guess what? It's an Israeli Jewish guy that owns the cell phone company, and he imports Chinese phones into Florida, and they're basically Huawei phones, but they're called Blue Products. He gets around somehow like U.S. import restrictions, or he's just competing. He's really just competing with Samsung, etc. But it's called Blue Products. It's an Israeli guy who imports Chinese manufactured phones and runs them on Verizon. It's called Blue Products. You might want to get yourself one because you're supporting. I don't know if he's you know Zionist or what his position is, but I'm sure he's a Zionist. Yeah. If you're not a Zionist, you're not intelligent, and there's no way this guy could be doing what he's doing unless he's a Zionist. You know what I'm saying? It's the Jewish mafia! Most people don't know what the Z equals. It equals JM. JM equals Z. JMZ. And my initials are JZK, which is Jewish Zionist Kichel. Not K-I-K-E. Kichel. Hello? It's not a coincidence. My initials are JZK. Jewish Zionist Kichel. That's my stage name.
To be really heard. And millions of us need to descend upon Washington, D.C.
Millions of us need to descend in arms upon Washington. He's not wrong about that, actually. Shit, I think we agree on something. Hello?
Especially come spring and summer. We see what's going on in Minnesota, in the coldest places in the wintertime. They outside protesting, and it's not so many riots, but they protesting. So I could just imagine. I think that, you know, for those of us who are about that life, we might need to stock up and be in the house, finding some good shows on Netflix or whatever to watch, because it's gonna be very busy for the spring and summertime.
Harry, you gotta hear this clip from Network. Because basically, in all the...
add something to this, not too much, but just because you pointed out, you know, that people are being, you know, grabbed and whatnot. I just want to point out, because a lot of people, I think, may not be aware that Indigenous across the U.S. are being also pulled into that just because of the color of their skin, color of their, you know, the profiling that drives this whole thing.
Okay, let me turn down my Israeli Chinese imported phone here. Listen to this thing.
Kitover went on the air March 14th. It received a 47 share. The network promptly committed to 15 shows with an option for 10 more. There were the usual contractual difficulties.
Equal to 20% to or except for such percentages of the 30% field for such minimum television programs.
Have you settled that sub-licensing thing? Gross proceeds should consist of all funds sub-licensing receives, not merely the net amount remitted after payment to the sub-licensing or distributors.
We're not sending Kitover overhead charges as a cost prior to distribution.
Don't fuck with my distribution costs. I'm making a lousy 215%, and I'm already depositing $25,000 a week with Metro. I'm paying William 10% off the top, and I'm giving this turkey 10,000 saying it's not like this fruitcake. And now don't start no shit with me about these again. I'm paying the 20% for all foreign and Canadian distribution, and that's after recoupment. The Communist Party's not gonna see a nickel out of this goddamn show until we go into syndication.
Well, Lorraine, the party's in for $7,500 in production expense.
I'm not giving it pseudo-insurrectionary sectarian abuse of my show. I'm not giving it script approval, and I sure as shit ain't got million on my distribution charge. You fucking fascists! Did you see us building in a stand in a jail right now, demonstrating the rising of the Seminole prisoner class infrastructure? You can blow the Seminole prisoner class infrastructure out your ass! I'm not knocking down my goddamn distribution charges!
Man, give her the fucking overhead clause. Let's get back to page 22. 5. Small a. Subsidiary rights.
Page 22, middle of page 68.
Okay, is that not exactly like what you're listening to on Clown House?
Yeah, several states have this happening. I'll put some links in there, but it's in Minnesota, it's in the South, it's in the, like on the West Coast, it's like all over Idaho. I mean, everywhere. I mean, Indigenous people are on every state, right? There are over
The Seminole Political Class Infrastructure. I don't give a shit about your Seminole Class political infrastructure.
Which is Canada, U.S., Mexico.
So Harry Ball's like, you know the most amazing thing is I worked at Google as a contractor, and the day they fired me, they said, do you know why we're firing you? I said, no, why? They said, because you looked up Alex Jones. They deplatformed Alex Jones from YouTube. So I looked up to see if he was running ads for his InfoWars store that he sells all those supplements on. I was like, I bet you this guy probably spends $30,000 a month with Google. Sure enough, he didn't use Google as an advertiser, but they fired me just for looking up fucking Alex Jones. That's how paranoid they are about Alex Jones. And guess what? Guess who's looking pretty with every conspiracy theory? But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein at this point is a legend, because when people in these rooms are talking about his aura, I mean, to intentionally try to like upset people, I suppose. I've seen a photo of him with a beard on walking the streets of Israel. Now, there's a lot of people that look like that, you know, and it could have been a fake photo, but there's enough little pieces to actually suspect that maybe they didn't kill him, and they did some kind of a switch. Because there's also a video of a guy who looks just like him on Epstein Island, I think like 2 weeks after his death or something. So, dude, that fucking island is paradise, bro. Wow. I've seen the videos and it's like
First Nations. So First Nations.
I mean, but just to manage it, to own it.
I mean, Canada.
But it's kind of like your own little country in a way. It's kind of amazing. A lot of it was still under construction.
How alarmed and how, you know, it's just a very insane situation. Anyways, I'll put some links in there if you're curious.
So there is like a watershed thing in his property. I think it's like part of the dock system. But you can go to, I don't know what they used it for basically. It's probably just scuba diving.
But, you know, this is a different, at least on this side of the mountains, I'm on the east side of the mountains, and it's really.
But dude, his fucking lifestyle really was lifestyle rich and famous. Because when you look at that Zorro Ranch,
you know, that's where you have these.
I think I saw 4 properties. There's a 4th property.
But
anyways, all the furnishings in the Manhattan property,
you know, in the area where I live, so,
9th Street or whatever the name of that one was. But I've done a lot of digging through the Epstein files, probably more than anybody else that I know. And Bill Clinton is opening himself up to all kinds of perjury, misinformation, disinformation. But the comments are, you could film videos just on the comments alone, and it's so shocking. Like, the fact that Bill Clinton is opening up is wild. And there is a lot of fake photos, but it doesn't really matter. It's all about like the herd consciousness of America and the world. And this whole thing is being viewed by so many people globally. It's creating. It's like not just kicking over the bee's nest in America. It's like kicking over a bee's nest across the world, because there's many European leaders that are associated with Epstein, and they stepped down. The head of Chuck E. Cheese, I think the head of Barclays is going to probably step down. Famous lawyers, like lots of people have essentially retired because of this. They've given up leadership positions in major organizations because of the Epstein file release. So it's a huge world-turning event. And you are listening to First Lady. You are listening to Patty. Dexter Morgan wants to say something. Big fan of the show, Dexter. Welcome, Dexter.
Hi, I specialize in blood supplies, if you are not unfamiliar with me.
Are you French?
No, brother. I'm English.
You're English?
Yeah, man. are you from, March?
I was born on a planet called Uranus next to Saturn. Do you know where that's at?
Yeah, just next to my balls, you know.
Well, we got Harry Balzac right between our legs. Look at that.
Whereabouts are you from?
Okay, so you are an atheist. Prove to me God does not exist. Can you
What is
prove?
everybody doing to avoid asepticity? Yeah.
Hello?
What are y'all doing? Has anybody come into
Hello?
has anybody come to see him or
How you avoiding ICE? Has anybody come to see him? That's what she just said. Hello?
offices set up all around the city? And I'm seeing less and less Mexicans. So
Woo, child.
what's going on?
Wake it
I
up.
think you were from New York.
Hello?
I am from New York.
No, they allow you in Atlanta. They allow you to come there.
First of all, don't play with me. This
What do
is
you
my
mean?
ancestral
I'm
home.
what do you mean your ancestral home?
Because my grandparents and great grandparents are from here. So
Hello?
Oh my God. Do you maintain traditions?
Text you if you're too slow to realize what's happening. I'm live streaming another room into this room.
Rice and peas?
I do that.
Get your peas and rice or whatever y'all do?
It's peas and rice.
Hello?
Brother, you are chopped cheese.
Yeah, Harry, Ben, anybody else listening. If you could go there and just say, hey, John Kitover's live streaming this room, providing live stream commentary feedback.
In Black America,
He's roasting you
it's
guys.
peas and rice.
Just say it. Say it. We want to implant the John Kitover node back in their brains and then get them to come to all these rooms, get them to go to all the YouTubes. We want to kick over a clubhouse hornet's nest, a bee's nest. If you guys could assist, all you guys gotta do is go up there and just repeat what I said. Hello?
What kind of peas? Bill peas. Bill peas.
Hello?
Field peas.
Yeah, 'cause we
Hello?
use
Rice and beans and peas.
Bill peas. You see that?
Rice and beans and peas.
You must have gonga peas, you hear me? You must have kidney beans. And what's the other one?
Hello?
Lima beans, yeah man. No field peas over here.
So, concrete, is it curry chicken?
Concrete! Get his name right! Concrete! Concrete!
Yeah man, only one curry chicken.
Yo. Wow, what'd you guys do? Net?
Yeah, no, for real, we're not a net.
Wow.
Dude, you gotta come to the next one because I took a bunch of photos, but you could have been filming the entire time. They definitely know who I am, but they let me hit. We just talked for like an hour. It was ridiculous.
Did you?
What do you think it is? Do you think they're retarded, or do you think they're like, I don't know?
No, they know that they're being observed, but the thing is, she's raised like $650,000. She's happy. She's as happy as a pig in shit. She don't give a fuck.
She seems mentally ill though. Like she seems like a little just like there's some signs. So, I felt really bad.
Well, she claims that she has like a disease.
Narcolepsy.
Yeah, so.
She's been taking pills since 21.
Well, that's the thing. She's on medications and probably other things, but did you see the photo of her at the nightclub with her legs spread open? Oh, she's sitting on the bar top?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean...
No, but she was saying, so basically her grandma was a Republican, and she was talking about that in front of me, which I think was on purpose, because I think they think they're being observed, which is correct. And then she basically was saying that she wished her grandma was alive so that she could be pissed off. I'm like, that's a darkness.
Wait, what?
That is so, yeah. Her grandma was the head of the Texas Republicans. And she was saying that she wished her grandma was alive so she could be like, piss her off.
Oh, well, I've heard people say all kinds of stupid things. And I'm talking to a guy right now named Harry Balzac, who is a Zionist.
I know Harry.
You know Harry Balzac?
I know Harry Balzac. That's how I say what up.
What up? He can hear you. So,
Harry, you know me. I'm Mark's son.
Yeah, he knows you. So he's
I've talked to Harry.
He's got a DEI PTR which says deport every illegal.
Please, whore as in please every illegal? Like por favor?
No, deport every.
They're like, please, illegal. Well, isn't that kind of, should we like only observe, like, maybe let's only like arrest 80% of murders?
Yeah, that's what's
happening.
happening.
70% thefts. Let's not prosecute every theft. Just like 50%.
There was a mass shooting downtown. 7 people got shot by one guy, and he shot just like a couple weeks before he even did this shooting. So
I was knitting with Cat Agavasilis, so.
Well, anyways, what are you gonna do the rest of the day?
What did it say? Probably gym, but gym near me,
Nice.
But then I want to write the cat article finally. It's about time I write the fucking cat article. And I took all these photos. I was in her office. Basically, it's a scam that she's doing this mutual aid bullshit. She has like a fucking closet of shoes. And then she raised $1 million. She's like, I'm spending it all on mutual aid. Where?
Dude,
where's my money?
Terry,
Lebowski.
Did you like the video, the animation I did of your Unity video?
Great work. 10 out of 10.
Dude, that guy
Terry.
Terry.
John, that sandwich today was so good. I can't believe I've never had pastrami there. I always, if it's $2 more expensive, I always would get the chicken panini or the hot dog, or they have a hot dog bowl basically, where it's like chopped up hot dogs and fries and their sauce. So good. So that freaking pastrami sandwich, I might have to get another one. It was that good.
Dude, my friend is in town, and he drove by the New York Bagel and Bialy place. He's like, they still got good bagels there. I said, yeah, get a toasted Bialy with cream cheese. Then that fat fuck went to Pita Inn and got a full like chicken meat shawarma plate, everything, and you're done. You're finished. Like, you just got to roll around for the rest of the day. You can barely move. You become huge.
Well, yeah, but bagels are a lot of calories.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to digest. You got to go to the gym if you're going to eat all that wheat product. You're rice. You're made of rice.
What?
You're made of rice. Oh, great. Dr. Dave is texting me win red texts.
Oh, yeah, he's, and I got a small call Dr. Dave.
He said something. He's calling random people that he doesn't even know and saying, why are you texting me? And like, you have struck the master chord and drew the flaming Dave sword.
He crossed some fucking lines. And like, yeah, he's been snapped. He's calling random ass people, being like, I'm gonna fuck you up if you keep talking to Max. Or they're like, who's Max? Do you see how many random people he asked about me? And they're like, who is that?
Yeah.
And I don't even know who these people are. And I'm like, what? Hey, yeah. They're like, for sure. I'll never talk to Max again. I've never talked to him.
Bro, that was like 3 days of the most intense text messaging. And I actually changed the settings on my phone because of those text messages. And when people call me now, I turned off all haptic feedback. So my phone is totally silent. And
I'm saying I'm the only person to go through. In all this spam, wow, I feel like I just beat Kobe Bryant or Steve Nash. I got John to silence.
I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for that event because basically I didn't take the time to go through all the settings on my phone to finally free myself from my phone's alerts, and like I'm finally alert free on this phone, which is a great place to be. I forgot about that. I'm like, why didn't I do this like years ago? This phone has been fucking with me forever.
I mean, these people are idiots that don't do it. And then, I made some top tier jokes. Like at the end of the day, like there's some jokes that I could reuse that I think were just like some of my best stuff. Like even today, he talks about how his last name is something else, and I'm like, who's Samoa's last name? The mailman. And it turns out he's adopted, which is
Dude, you know who the craziest person out of all of this is? That Val and Terry, who think they're like consultants to the president or something.
Yeah, they are. They are. No, do you see the clip that I did? That Terry actually works with DOD?
Yeah, I saw that.
Isn't that wild?
Well, that's just what he says. He could say he's that because he's a subcontractor. Like, everything he says is a lie. So, like...
No, he is a subcontractor.
Well, it doesn't matter what he is. He's lying. The guy is a hair plug, schmuck, just like me, recording himself in his bunker.
But who do you think the government hires to do that? They hire the dirt of the dirt to do this kind of shit.
Well, in terms of like influencing and shaping Illinois, in terms of just doing what they do, especially with that Tom DeVore. But honestly, you know who the hero is? Is Joseph Severino. That guy's my hero because he's taking all the shots and he's succeeding and continuing to push and push and push. And at this point, he's saying, anyways, it is like, dude, he's the hero, man. He's the fucking hero.
He really is. He really is. He kind of, it was his name on the ballot, but he was taking the shots for us, for all the people.
Rocio too. I mean, honestly, like, that is, she's a warrior. Great for her. You have collected a team of warriors, essentially. You're doing exactly what these other people. You should be the Chicago GOP president, the Illinois GOP. Like, you should be the chief organizer because what you're doing is what these people have never done. This is why.
Exactly, because I can do the same kind of thing for finding candidates or whatever. It's the same skill set, but they're too worried about control.
Yeah.
They try to shake down a candidate. Aaron Delmar threatened a candidate $20,000 because he had a negative Eric Hager post, calling Eric Hager an anti-Semite. He said, "I'll put $20,000 into Gabby Hoxie, who he's running against."
Oh my God.
Dude, have you ever met Gal? Are you going? I think it's this Wednesday or Tuesday to this Republican event.
Dude, I'm pretty much like probably not gonna go to anything.
No, it's not. I'm actually kind of excited because it's actually normal people. It's the Chicago Young Republicans, and they're not Evan Castle.
Well, yeah, I'm down to go.
It's like a normal Jewish girl. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I'm down to go with anything that you go to.
I'll give you the deeds.
I just signed
up to be a member.
What about that Lincoln Day dinner or something? I heard La Hood's gonna be there.
Oh, we could protest those. I'm not to protest those, John. Not go.
I'll be right back.
What? No, La Hood is such a piece of shit. I cannot believe that people like him. Mayor Miller's a scumbag. Who's the third Republican? Oh, Mike Boss. Why can't I hear you? Enjoy.
Yo. Hello? Hello?
You don't say drag on girls either. How is that different from somebody saying they don't like the lashes? Wait, what?
Hello?
Y'all defend this man. Y'all, this man is their number one. They will defend this man. Cause he's fine. Have you seen him? The fuck? Yes, I've seen him. He ain't fine.
Hello?
No. Anyway, I want to defend it. I'm just saying. None of the ladies were offended. Y'all have double standards.
Right. So if B. Hexet would have said that.
Oh, it's up in the stock if he would have said it. It's up in the stock if he would have said it. But I understand. Because he's a black man, so I
keep saying we're dirty macking. We're calling out misogynoir. They call us misogynists and misogynoir. Now we're calling it out. We're being critical and aware. And now they're saying we're dirty macking. These people, I'm telling you, the most educated demographic is down bad.
Dirty macking on method, man?
I technically don't like when a man got BDBs on his chest. That's the same shit. Like, I ain't saying that I won't fight with you, but I'm saying that you gotta cut that shit off. And I don't necessarily like locks neither. But I ain't gonna say that you like because you got locks. I just don't like it.
Harry, if you go in there and say John Kitover is doing Mystery Science Theater 3000 on your ass, he's making fun of you. His shit is hilarious.
I done seen taco meat. You hear me? I done seen it.
To really, like, this is crazy.
This taco meat still going around here. I don't like taco meat in the groin area neither. Like, you gotta do something about that.
What the hell? You want a man to come home is another reason?
Do something. I don't know what you're gonna do. Like, phone that shit out.
This is insane.
Y'all niggas gonna shake this shit? Just say thank you. What's now?
Imagine going to the barber after you get your line up. He's like, oh, you want a square or you want to round it in the back? Oh, yeah, let me get square in the back. All right, cool. All done. Hey, man, I had a question for you. Could you like how you?
It's a video like that man. He got his ass whooped.
Oh yeah, you gotta get your ass. From the back, that video.
You gotta go to the either let them wax you or
That was crazy.
You know, that's homosexual rigmarole, man. Come on, man. Every time I come up here with that, man. My bad. You want that thing all down?
Talking from your part of town. They sound like where they from? That accent. Oh. That sounds like a Baltimore accent, you know, to the discerning ear.
It is. Yeah, it is mid-Atlantic. They could be from Virginia up to Philly. Yeah, that sounds like it could be us. The way he's saying, well, they all down, that is Baltimore shit. Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna say this. Y'all can go to the
like they was from Baltimore.
You don't have to get your barber to do it, but you can go to the Brazilian girlies and get them to do it.
Yeah, my boy right there, my nuts, sorry.
I'm just saying, get the girlies to do it. That's what the girls is for. You know what I'm saying? We have to maintain the men's and make them look presentable.
Or do it yourself.
Yeah, just get the $49.99 Ulster clippers from Amazon. They come with some barber scissors, quote unquote.
The gold ones?
They know
that's expensive.
Too, right? There's other types of portraits, prayer, Yaakov.
Yeah, it's a veneration.
Presenting value.
I would say veneration and prayer. It's not just veneration.
Well, I mean, no, because prayer is a form of veneration, but there are other forms of veneration that are not prayer.
Okay.
Let's get a broad definition. The veneration of an entity to the highest degree, which is not God.
Yeah.
So when you are permitting for God to be criticized but not the state of Israel, which are you venerating more? Like Yahweh is.
Say that again?
When you are permitting criticism of God, but not the criticism of the state of Israel, right? Which entity do you venerate more?
I tend to not criticize God.
Judaism, you're going to
I'm not asking if you.
Yeah, I don't.
No, that's
I'm not asking if you.
fundamental.
But in the case of Hillel, for example, as was pointed out by Marika, Hillel permits the criticism and
It gives permission to. It doesn't mean it's a requirement. That's important.
Yes, it gives permission to, but does not give permission to the
criticism of the state of Israel as I'm.
It's an American institution, so it's just one American institution, Hillel, which is a student organization, and that's their policy, but it's representative of American Jewish priorities, right? Where
No, it's representative of Zionism. Because even in Israel, as you pointed out, the political parties can be non-religious, but they cannot be non-Zionist.
Yeah, they do make that case. But in general, criticism of Israel is much more allowed in Israel.
Yeah, they can be non-Zionists.
They can't be
Just correction, I mean, just very corrected. No, there is a law basically that you cannot run on the platform that denies Israel is a Jewish democracy, and it's on the book. And this is how Kahana was kicked out. Regardless of this, we do have Allah, which is an Arab power.
Right, that I was referring to the Arabs.
Apply to them basically. Yes, that's the one of them, like Ballot specifically. And I do not know why it doesn't apply for them, but it apply like.
Because they're not going to go after them because it'd cause an uproar.
Jesus, what do you want to say, Bad?
It's only one faction of the joint Arab party. Not all of them.
What is that? Did you just call me a rotten fucking dickhead? Is that projection? Is that projection?
It's not cute because of your big shiny ball.
Welcome to Clubhouse Mockery, where we will be mocking you!
Yeah. That's why we all come in here. We're all here. Oh God, coming in. Oh, I'm coming in Clubhouse. And
Somebody's coming!
what do you think about the Epstein files? Do you have any of your friends in there?
Hello? This room is called Mocking You! And you're asking us about Epstein files? This room's not about the Epstein files, it's about mocking you! Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
I'm stumbling over this because I'm a Jew first. Before anything, I'm a Jew first. Not a Zionist. I'm a very strong Zionist, but I'm a Jew first.
I think as you're lucky, God and faith and tradition in your life. I wish I had that temperament. I don't. So this is something that people who don't identify with religious Judaism, they latch onto Zionism and anti-Semitism as anchoring their Jewish identity. And
I'm a pretty strong, let's not have any more anti-Semitism other than zero.
So, Yaakov, would you be more willing to tolerate someone rejecting the existence of God or someone rejecting the existence of the right of the state of Israel to exist as a Jewish state?
Sorry, you just cut out for a second. Can you give me that again?
If there was a violent atheist and a violent anti-Zionist, which would you find more threatening?
I think this is a weird hypothetical.
No, I'm just saying, because you're saying I'm a Jew first, right? A Jew first would be much more
Look, I can't tell someone what to believe. I can't tell someone you can't believe in God. If they don't want to believe in God, that's not my bone to pick. But if someone can contribute to the destruction of the state of Israel, which is in my long-term best interest, then they are more, the person who is an anti-Zionist is more problematic to me.
Okay.
How about contributing to the destruction of God? As the power in our...
God cannot be destroyed. So,
the idea of God being destroyed.
We don't proselytize, so I think she said.
Yeah, we don't tie it. It's not a concept.
Actually, historically speaking, Jews did proselytize. Just not by
All right, let's read a little more about how
Can I just take out how he did it? I can't leave. Oh, Zeleny. That never even made it to the cartographic stage. And I'm a cartographer by training, geographer by training. They had very, very, very preliminary, and I had research in it in the chat, very preliminary talks. It broke down almost immediately over fundamental differences on Jewish and sovereignty. And it never got to even the notion of creation of a state within a state, or a state within whatever, as you described it, a federal system, and it never made it to a mapping state. So whoever's creating a map, they're creating it out of thin air. It never even... He said that. No, I thought he said this was the proposed map.
No. He said the YouTuber was explaining that this was like actually mapped visually. Like their proposal was just a general proposal.
Right, but they didn't give it.
This is the idea that we have. And I know like the video that I like explains like the proposal like very quickly fell through, primarily due to the opposition from the Grand Mufti.
But they didn't even discuss any territory, any places where this would go there and this would go here. They never even got to any sort of territory cartographic sort of stage.
They had like the general idea that these are the territories like from the early 30s, where the Jews are majority, where there are these like
I'm going to do more research, but
there are these purchases of land that have happened like in the 20s, like these are that would be Israel, like according to this agreement. I mean, as far as I'm seeing, like they actually did like go public with this agreement, and there was like a public.
But there was no agreement. There was some initial talks, and it fell through, and there is no official agreement on record. So I'll leave it at that.
No, the agreement is just between Ben Gurion and Alami. It's not.
No, it fell apart. They didn't. Those two people never reached a conclusion. That's my point. They never actually agreed.
He was the primary opponent to this, and like basically shut down.
Please click on my link. Please click on the link and then also do my research. But I don't think that's the case. But I have a whole host of words. I'm not a fan of videos, but I'm gonna do some real world book research.
I mean, okay, so for your own personal beliefs aside, and this sort of gatekeeping about who is a Jew and who is a bad Jew and who's an un-Jew, it is a little ridiculous, right, Yaakov? Like we need to be a little more accepting and pluralistic about different beliefs and relationships with Israel.
I think I've always been open to discussing that.
Yeah, so that's kind of the point. So I think you actually don't disagree that much with Reinhardt's like premise, you know?
Yeah, I have a more tightly constructed view of like what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. That's all. I'm more closely aligned with Daniel than I am with you.
So what's acceptable? I mean, don't we live in like our tradition is one where we question and interrogate and self-reflect. Like we don't like police ideas, right? Like I don't understand how is this compatible with your Judaism? I say, oh, you guys are not Jews, you're marginal, you should be silenced.
Who says that's not happening in society, in Israeli society? It's like you think
we're talking about American society, American Jews.
It's happening every single day. Like the discussion is active, the discussion is live. It's happening all the time.
What we're debating now is the legislative and the silencing by powerful Jewish institutions that claim to represent, American Jews are trying to create, control and create consensus in the Jewish discourse, right? All right, let's move on. I'm going to talk about a little bit about why these sort of why it endangers Israel and Jewish people in order to place Zionism on this pedestal above in our religion and the way we express our American Jewish identity. Okay, I think we've established that it is on a pedestal compared to like Jewish tradition for a lot of people, and it does sort of anchor Jewish identity. So I think we ended talking about his idolatry and practice. We had built an altar and thrown an entire society into flames. The korbanot, or the religious offerings, extend beyond Gaza. They include Israeli Jews themselves, and it may take decades to grasp how gravely this war endangers them. Ziad al-Nakhala, who at the age of 3 saw Israel murder his father when it massacred Palestinians in Khan Yunis in 1956, currently heads Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Israel has already killed more than 100 times as many Palestinians in Gaza in this war as it killed back then. How many 3-year-olds will be seeking revenge 69 years from now? But Armalik once more. To defend Israel, American Jews are harming our community and our country. More than half a century ago, the writer I.F. Stone noted that Israel is creating a kind of moral schizophrenia in world Jewry. Whose welfare in our own community depends on the maintenance of a secular, non-racial, pluralistic societies, we're championing a Jewish state in which the ideal is racial and exclusionist. Today, as progressives turn against Israel, they are forcing American Jews to choose: defend exclusion in Israel or inclusion in the United States. And some of America's leading Jewish institutions are choosing the former. The choice is making American Jewish life more insular and more repressive. After October 7, the 92nd Street Y, which for decades has symbolized New York Jewish cosmopolitanism by hosting writers like James Baldwin, Susan Sontag, and this other guy that I can't pronounce, canceled its annual literary series rather than host writers who boycott Israel. At the same time, Brandeis University, named for America's most famous Jewish advocate of free speech, banned its chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine and began advertising itself as a campus where Jewish kids feel safe in their Jewish identity because they wouldn't encounter fierce criticism of Israel. This is
25, 37, 92.
safety. And now that authoritarian right-wing parties, from the GOP to France's National Rally to the Alliance for Germany, have become more pro-Israel than their left-leaning competitors, some Jewish leaders are making a different bet that we can thrive in white Christian ethno-states. This is where our theology of Jewish statehood leads. To defend tribal supremacy in Israel, we are empowering tribal supremacy in the United States and Europe, where we are not even the dominant tribe. We're also offering up
25, 37, 92.
Prosecutor of the ICC and her family, which is considering the launching an investigation into Israeli war crimes. In 2024, after a new ICC prosecutor did propose such investigations, AIPAC applauded the House of Representatives for voting to impose sanctions not only on him, but also his 2 sons. This thuggery degrades the legal system born after World War II and expanded after the genocides of Rwanda and former Yugoslavia to restrain the predatory actions of states. It is a gift to Vladimir Putin, Modi, Jinping, and any other tyrant who worries that he may be shamed by human rights groups or prosecuted by the ICC. If Israel can destroy Gaza with impunity, warns Agnes Alamard, Amnesty's Secretary General, it will leave international law likely in its death throes and nothing yet to take its place, save brutalist national interests and sheer greed. In our zeal to protect Israel no matter what, this is the world we're helping to create. There is another path, but it requires recognizing what label is taught, that our capacity for justice and injustice, we are no different from anyone else. It may not seem like a big conceptual shift. Most Jews don't walk down the street thinking we are immune from sin. Yet that assumption permeates our communal conversations about Israel. It is always someone else's fault. Israel expelled 750,000 Palestinians in 1948. It's because the Arab governments told them to leave. Israel occupies millions of West Bank Palestinians who lack citizenship or the right to vote. It's because Palestinians wouldn't accept our peace offers. Human rights groups accuse Israel of practicing apartheid. Why aren't they focused on Syria and Iran? Student protesters demand Israel stop obliterating Gaza. Oh, they're anti-Semites, or at best, wildly armed. The alibis change, but the bottom line remains the same. Jews are victim. Israel has done nothing fundamentally wrong. For generations,
69, 98, 25.
removing Jewish statehood from Jewish identity, and for most Jews around the world, it's not clear what is left. But the benefit of recognizing that Jews are not fundamentally different from other people is that it allows us to learn from their experience. Jewish exceptionalism is less exceptional than we think. We're not the only people to use the story of victimhood to justify supremacy. Let me text out South Africa as an example. So I think that answers your question a little bit, Daniel. You know, saying about like how enmeshed American Jewish identity is with Israel and criticizing Israel.
I think I was laughing. Like the entire statement is kind of in a loop. If you don't believe that it's inherently wrong, if you don't believe it's like a crime, and you're only like very biased about the war in Gaza, not mentioning in a word like the other side, then it's like it's hard for me to take it like really serious as takes about. It's like atheism working backwards to justify the anti-Zionism conclusion.
You guys want to say Benny?
I think it's funny. It's just like, oh, anti-Semitism. Like every time I hear that word, honestly, I laugh a little bit more, and it loses more power.
Well, it's funny coming from you, laughing, because you take pride in being an anti-Semite. So why would anyone here listen to your perspective of anti-Semitism?
Because I represent the mainstream. According to you, the mainstream is anti-Semitic, right?
No, I didn't say the mainstream is anti-Semitic. I think the violent voices are anti-Semitic. Not the mainstream.
Oh, okay. So you don't think the majority of the time anti-Semitic? Okay. So you don't think anti-Semitism has been prominent throughout history for the last 2,000 years amongst specifically Christians?
I'm just not saying it's mainstream.
Okay, so I represent the prominent voices. How about that?
The loud voices, the violent voices, the
prominent,
hateful voices, yes.
The prominent.
I mean, so in fairness,
the loud ones.
The passage I just read does talk about it. Israel and Zionism gives rise to Christian nationalism. I don't know if you sympathize in any way with Christian nationalism in the U.S.
Christian nationalism has existed for 2,000 years. I don't think Israel existing is
the Templars, the Hospitallers, the Crusades, the Anglican Church.
Jews have not aligned themselves. Now Jews do. Now Israel align themselves with Christian supremacists all over the world because they see themselves as
like a bad thing or a good thing that they're making friends.
Historically, they wanted to live in a society that is free, right, and that has benefited Jews. But now they're sort of shifting and they're embracing exclusionary supremacist ideologies because they think it gives them legitimacy.
No, the
Christians should be in Christian countries.
The political reality has shifted, and Israel has decided that it needs to make friends and allies with certain people, so they were looking to see who are the most likely allies.
Yeah, like I'm not sure if I understand. You're saying that Christian nationalism is dangerous and Zionism is dangerous because it supports and promotes Christian nationalism, which we know is dangerous.
No, I'm not talking about Zionism itself. I'm talking about modern Zionists and Jewish institutions and sort of the establishment, the Jewish establishment have now embraced white supremacists effectively because it serves Israel's purpose against the interests of the larger Jewish community. In general, we should support free countries, free societies. We should not support Nazi organizations. No, you don't want hey, Dad, you don't want them cutting out Nazis?
You actually embrace Nazis in your culture.
Your government does that. What do you mean? Your government held like an anti-Semitism conference with all Nazi organizations. You had anti-Semitism conference in Israel.
It's literally all about Jew hatred.
She's talking about the far right of Germany.
Israel is in bed now with the far right. In Israel and in America and in
Yeah, Israel coordinates with the far right in Europe.
It's not a secret. Thank you.
But I'm just trying to ask, is that like a bad thing or a good thing?
In my view, it's bad. We shouldn't associate with exclusionary.
You're saying that Israel should only be friends with half of the politicians of Europe.
Israel should associate with people who champion freedom of religion and values that.
And if there are far right nationalists who support those virtues, should Israel befriend those far right?
Then why didn't Israel?
Right? You agree? Yeah.
So maybe the Messiah should have identified as Nazis out of like pragmatism, right?
Buttercup, the thing is that when it benefited Jews, they did support secularism and like openness and inclusion and all of that. But right now, it doesn't benefit Jews. Because what benefits Jews, especially from an Israel-loving standpoint, is the state of Israel. And the state of Israel is far from inclusionary. So why would you want to promote inclusionary ideologies if your state does not have it?
But I think I don't think
it's very inclusionary. To be honest,
Yeah, probably too.
That's right, Benyatta, because what Buttercup is sort of pretending is that the world is flat and all of the politics in Israel are not affected by the outside world. So Israel has to pay attention to the to the Muslims that are throughout the Middle East, as well as the Europeans, as well as America. They have to understand what the global political climate is and how it will affect
And the
Israel
Chinese and the Indians and the
and
Russians.
the Chinese and everybody else. And Israel as a country has to account for those things. It can't pretend that the world is flat and that it has to play by certain rules that other people don't have to play by. Like that's suicidal.
Yeah, but Buttercup wouldn't be dead if it committed to suicide, though, so. Kind of makes it more like murder.
So it's just a coincidence that, when Israel's promoting a more exclusionary ideology back home, Jews promote it in the West.
I mean, Arab countries practice exclusionary efforts, right?
I'm agnostic as to whether or not exclusionary efforts are good for a state.
I think some modern Jewish identity, modern Jewish identity has evolved in a different way.
Japan has massive exclusionary measures. Massive.
All the states have exclusionary measures. That's how they set up citizenship, statehood, uniform law, voting rights, right? Like, it's a trade-off. Like, you could say, no borders, and then just vague cities, and then armies that are campaigned for when an offense is brought before some town council. Like, they've done models before. We determined that exclusionary citizenship and borders with uniform rule of law throughout the land, with mostly a sandwich, at least the people can understand the laws
lands with absolutely no it's kind of like going from Texas to a neighboring U.S.
Yeah, but those people are in the federation together. They aren't.
No, not a federation. It also doesn't really work yet. Like, they'd love to get that, and they might get to something close like that, but they don't have the same setup, the same historical backbone as the U.S.
Yeah, Lebanon and Syria are facing the same people, and they don't even have open borders between each other.
Of course, not. We need closed borders.
It currently exists, and it's working fine. You can just have your
Yeah, there are
the equivalent of your social security number in USA, and you can just walk from Spain to Poland. It's no problem. You can go to Germany, Italy, Switzerland.
Yeah, how much Russia allows it to happen? Like terrorism.
I think
where does the free walking stop?
people bring up Europe a lot when they talk about the failures of multiculturalism, but I feel like in America we figure out a model that works much better, and where people are much more integrated. You don't have this kind of segregated.
Nice. I don't know if I would agree that America is dealing with multiculturalism better than Europe. They're two different systems.
In my experience, Muslims who immigrate here are very well integrated. They go to public schools, they're in the workforce, and they are not seen as a threat to society. Straight in that isn't such a threat to or worried about homegrown white people.
It's also the case in Europe, even in countries that have at just recent times been so conservative and xenophobic as to leave the EU, like UK, their Muslims are actually hugely integrated. Well, the problem is when people who lean right wing, they want to say these groups are not well integrated. Usually, it's not exclusive to them. Because everyone else, but then also them, they have no idea what integration is. Sociologists define more than 7 different axes of integration. How a success of integration along those axes is measured. None of these people have any clue about that, but they want to say these people haven't been integrating well enough.
It is true that usually Muslims have a better time integrating in America and Canada and obviously Australia as well, as opposed to Europe, because Europe are those states are ethnic states, whereas Canada, America, and Australia are not exactly such. They have a long history of integration that varies a bit.
Misuse of their ethnostate usually refers to something that's almost by definition bad. It's all the term.
I'm not saying it's not. Are they not ethnic? But they are.
They're nation states. Ethnostate means
why are they not
ethnically? So the identity of the nation is ethnically defined. Poland is for the Poles. Germany is for the Germans. Yes,
Ireland for the Irish.
Yeah. Are there border areas? Sure, but even historically speaking, when those borders were drawn, to integrate them into these dominant.
So
it sounds like the safe and peaceful multiculturalism of Europe rests on existing states, ethnic states.
No, they're not. Maybe
they're not multi-ethnic. They're national states.
The term ethnostate is problematic.
Okay, so you say they're not ethnostates.
I'm defining it.
No, ethnostate is a specific term.
Okay, what does it apply to?
Far-right ideas about purging minorities or taking away their rights.
Which states are those?
I don't know if there are any ethnostates today.
Okay, so there are no good examples of an ethnostate. Benny Adam, are you fine with nation state?
This is where the AFD and everyone is really.
Okay, so is Poland an ethnostate? That's a good question. Benny Adam says that's literally the question people are having right now. Is Poland for Poles? And you're denying that it is an ethnostate. Why do you think Poland is an ethnostate? He says it isn't.
EU, and even though it's in the EU,
Go ahead. The next person to interrupt goes now. Finish the line.
Anyway, in the European story, the nation state is a state where you have to your nation, you have legally explicitly defined groups called national minorities. So in Poland, you have the Polish nation, and like in the constitution it says Poland is the nation of the Polish people and not all other citizens that live in it. And it lists out human rights. So a special place is given to explicitly legally defined category of people called minority groups. So there is a special care being taken to not have any sort of unfair treatment of people just because they're a minority. So that's really the difference between just a regular liberal democratic nation state, like all of European countries are, and an imagined ethno state that far-right people want to institute, like the alt-right, etc. Their goal is that they use the term ethno state where they don't want these national minorities to be viewed as well respected guests, that they want them heard and their rights taken away because this is not their land. So that's the difference between a regular nation state and an ethno state.
I'm not talking about the legal, constitution of the state. Speaking, and what it means to be a Pole or a German is much more ethnically defined as opposed to what it means to be an American or a Canadian. Canadians have had a long history of immigrants from various countries that assimilate into the identity of being Canadian, which is not nearly as ethnically bound as what it means to be a Pole or a German. And so I'm not talking about the legality of it. I'm not talking about whether or not that state has minority communities. I'm talking about the general identity of the nation.
There is that difference between states that are your typical traditional nation states and other states that are multi-ethnic states or melting pot states or countries, I should say. That does exist. That doesn't
immigrants in Canada or America from Arab backgrounds. Easier time assimilating.
That's exactly the sentence that I started saying. That does not carry over into that means that the migrants are going to be treated better. In fact, a typical nation state in Europe treats its minorities much better than USA has been treating black and brown and Muslim people in the last 50 years.
I did not get that.
That's insanity.
Alright. Can we read more about anti-Zionist American Jewish identity?
I mean, I think the guy who wrote whatever article or whatever you're reading is a little delusional.
Alright, well, we talked a lot about Jewish holidays and the way we frame our holidays and the aspects we emphasize and how we tend to frame ourselves as victims. And so this is how we apply sort of that philosophy to sort of modern politics. And I think when it comes to Israel, we would cast this victimhood narrative aside. Zionism's core promise, after all, is to ensure that Jews are never powerless again. Israeli commentators often argue that refusing to be a victim is central to Israeli identity. But while Israeli and diaspora Jews do not depict Israel as powerless, we do often portray it as persecuted, the Jew of the nations, to use a popular establishment Jewish phrase, slandered, menaced, delegitimized like no other country on earth. The state of Israel, which its founders hoped would be fundamentally different from the diaspora, the historian Derek Pensler has noted, is now seen as its extension, no less threatened, no less unjustly maligned. This paradigm, Israel as the perpetual target of aggression, never is often.
Why is you guys' outfit different every
edition of Israeli history? Consider its account of the departure of more than a half of the Arab population of British India Palestine during Israel's War of Independence. Palestinian refugees who originated in the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, explains ADL, America's best-known organization fighting anti-Semitism. accomplished. The moral responsibility is clear. The Palestinians left their homes because Arab nations had started war. Palestinians suffered, but only because Israel was attacked. The problem with this chronology is that between 1/3 and half of Palestinians...
Nights the city hums like a distant seashell. I let that hum fall through me. To Kitover yoga. Find a steady seat. Let your spine lift tall. Close the eyes and take a deep breath. John Kitover now. Older. I thought we could slow things down and try a short meditation together. Just to...
The local boy shares a moment of stillness. Poet and veteran John Kitover read it.
So old is more stubborn than my uncle's donkey. Maybe it needs carrots, genius. Carrots. It needs retired. Oh, the TV thinks it's... I'm not going to believe what just happened at the polling place.
Let me guess, they ran out of I voting stickers again.
Worse, I think I accidentally ran for office. What? I wrote my name.
Just nominated your...
What just happened at the polling place?
Let me guess.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're exploring the connection between Africans, African Americans, and white Europeans.
Another 100 points down. This week, the Dow's going to need a parachute. I just bought a parachute company. Smart move. Too bad you only make money when you land. These are our pension stuff.
So the guy at the counter asks me how many bagels you want. I say 24. He hands me 36. What am I going to need? A better opener than just numbers.
Try words. The audience loves balance.
It's pricey. I'm saving them for the closer. Hi, class. Welcome to Vaccine Basics for Educators. You might be rabbis, but today...
Who knew the road to power had this many stairs?
Good evening. Scientists at DNA Science Corporation say they've encountered...
Hey, Doc, did you know humans only use 10% of their brain? If that were true, you'd forget to breathe by now. Okay, we'll go. All right, first round of Jewish genome test for global medicine. 25
Let's settle this once and for all. Facts versus opinion. People keep mixing them up. A fact is like gravity. Drop a sandwich, it hits the floor. Sad. True.
Pineapple on pizza is wrong.
But that's basically a fact. No, it's just your taste buds.
Today's lesson, facts versus opinions. I've got index cards. Okay, folks, welcome to the John Kitover Comedy King Show. I'm just here to relax, watch some late night reruns. I'm here to build a bridge between our nations and maybe share a donut or two. Salam. Just
calling us a trash can. It sounded very confident.
Whoops, hot diplomacy.
New partnership. I told you, buddy.
Included to partition Palestine into Jewish and Arab countries, Jews were only 1/3 of the population. Thus, even the state earmarked for Jews, which would have encompassed 55% of territory of Palestine, would have been almost half Palestinian. Since Jews live largely in urban areas, Palestinians are 50% of Jewish states' arable land. Zionist leaders knew that a country in which Palestinians were almost half the population and possessed most of the territory wouldn't constitute a genuine Jewish state. Jews would not rule. A month after the UN vote, Ben-Gurion told members of his political party, only a state with at least 80% Jews is viable, stable state.
Today's lesson.
While Ben-Gurion and Zionist leadership, unlike their Palestinian Arab counterparts, accepted the UN partition plan, they also began expelling Palestinians because that was the only way to create a large Jewish majority that occupied most of the land. On this point, Benny Morris, an Israeli historian who gave fame to his research on the Palestinian exodus, has been unusually frank. Ben-Gurion was a transferist, Morris told the Israeli journalist Ari Shavit in a 2004 interview. He understood that there could be no Jewish state with a large and hostile Arab minority in its midst. Perhaps taken aback by Morris's directness, Shavit observed, "I don't hear you condemning him." Indeed, Morris was
All right, first round of Jewish...
continued. If he had not done what he did, the state would not have come into being. And that has to be clear. It's impossible to evade. But it is possible to evade. Among Jewish state's high-profile English-language defenders, Morris is an outlier. A throwback to the early Zionists who bluntly defended Zionist conquest. That's why you won't find them on the ADL or APEX lecture circuit. Their narrative is built on invasion because they know it's not possible in a post-colonial age to acknowledge the truth about why Palestinians became refugees without raising questions about why they and their descendants can't return. George Orwell famously wrote that since forthrightly defending Assad's purges and British colonialism in India required arguments that are just too brutal for most people to face, their public justification has to consist largely of euphemism, question begging, and sheer cloudy vagueness. That perfectly captures establishment Jewish discourse about 1948. The only way to depict Israel as a victim of its own mass expulsion of Palestinians is to evade what Palestinians actually endured. Euphemism is the point. Consider what Palestinian expulsion looked like.
Good evening. Scientists at DNA...
Amid the crush of people fleeing Haifa as Zionist forces attacked, a woman named Nazmia al-Kilani walked with a broken leg, one child in her arms, and another tied to her apron so he wouldn't be swallowed by the crowd, to the city's port, where she boarded a boat to act free, which itself depopulated after Zionist forces shut off the city's electricity. In the chaos, she lost contact with her husband, father, brother, and sisters, all of whom were deported to Syria. She didn't see them for another 50 years. Well, if Israeli troops entered the largely Catholic and Greek Orthodox village of Eilat in the Galilee. According to filmmaker Hisham Zreik, who used oral history as Israeli documents, the troops were met by priests holding a white flag. Soldiers from the Golani Brigade responded by assembling villagers into the square. They forced the bulk of Ironbound's residents to evacuate the village and head north, thus serving as human shields for Israeli forces who trailed behind them in case the road was mined. After forcing the villagers to walk all day with little food and water, the soldiers robbed them of their valuables, loaded them onto trucks, and deposited them across the Lebanese border. According to an eyewitness, the roughly dozen men held back in the town square were executed in groups of 3. The people of Eilat were comparatively lucky. Some were allowed to return. During Israel's War of Independence, the Zionist forces depopulated roughly 400 Palestinian villages. Many were looted, most were fully destroyed. Listen to every one of Benjamin Netanyahu's speeches about Israel's creations and speeches of every established American Jewish leader, and you won't hear a single story like Mazmia al-Shawani.
Welcome to Vaccine Basics for Educators. You might be rabbis, but today...
Zionist forces expelled. That is not an accident. Only by erasing names and experiences of ordinary Palestinians can they be made offers of their own expulsion. We obeyed the harsh realities of 1948 just as we obeyed the end of the Book of Esther. In this way, Israel's creation is made to fit the script.
I think narrow. I think it really.
I need a better opener than just shouting numbers. Try words. The audience loves that. Words are pricey. I'm saving them for the closer. Hey, I'm running through my set, and whoa, it's like looking into a funhouse mirror, only without the fun.
I hear him aligning the Jewish groups that represent him.
Colin, the first time I read you his narrative of this Book of Esther, right? You saw him as much more marginal voice, and like the second or third time, it turns out you're really
One second.
It sounds like he started this conversation.
One second. I've known about Peter Meyer for a long time. Okay, the point, the how I characterize him is not the
You
conversation.
refused to read his book, remember? That's how it started.
Another 100 points down!
This week the Dow's gonna need a parachute.
Yeah, I just bought a parachute company. Smart move.
Insider is as part of the Jewish establishment, quote unquote. Okay, don't give me this. I'm the only smartest one in the room, Buttercup.
No, I think you are smart, which is why we're having this conversation. I want to engage
I know, so don't tell me about the first time you heard it. I've been teaching about this and preaching about this idea for longer than 5 years.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're exploring the connections between Africans, African Americans, and white Europeans, 3 groups whose histories are more intertwined than most folks realize. This, of course, is the
You're both strong and me as somehow some opponent.
So I think this is exactly what he's trying to do, is have this conversation you describe. I don't think that's in contradiction to what you said at all.
Caleb is acknowledging it and being critical. He's giving his criticism of what he thinks happened, what he thinks.
His criticism is that he's refusing to acknowledge that people are having this conversation. I mean, really, this book is having the conversation. So it's a little meta that your criticism is like don't tell us we're not having this conversation.
He's not having a conversation. He's having a monologue.
He's engaging with criticisms and the common tropes that we hear as American Jews.
The pillar of mercy is that of light, and the pillar of civility.
I think as all historians, being selective in terms of trying to tell a story he wants to put out there. There's and like all historical narratives, there's it relies on true things, right? But it isn't exhaustive, and I think it's a little cynical. It's highly motivated as well.
I mean, the first.
If I'm somehow the example of someone who was Zionized.
I'm not going to believe what just happened.
For Zionist organizations, my grandparents talked about Zionism on their first date. We have the telegram. We're announcing the partition. We have announcing the partition plan hanging on our wall, right? We drink a fifth cup of wine at our Passover Seder's for the state of Israel, right? And yet, right? I'm the person who lacks empathy for Palestinians.
Yeah, but is Zionism?
I'm not a person who supports the Ben-Guri's and the Spotrishes. I'm not a person, right? And I think I had a very conventional.
Our local boy shares some.
pretty conventional size.
Okay, sure part. Sorry, I don't mean to rush you. I just said we got it. Your background. But I think the point the issue, colleague, here is that I think you are.
I thought we could slow things.
Because we do agree on a lot of basic facts, which some of our co-religious or co-ethnic people don't agree on, and so that's why it's easier to discuss the gaps between.
You know why? Yeah, I understand, but even though we agree with this, I don't think we agree.
John Kitover now, older.
And I think it's one thing to try to put up a mirror and say, hey guys, this stuff happened, these are facts. And quite another to say, and that means this, without a beyond shadow of a doubt about Zionism. And it means this beyond the shadow of a doubt about the meaning of the state of Israel.
Okay, I want to point out, you did agree. So the first time I read you his interpretation of the story of Esther, right? You thought you were shocked and offended. And this time, those views that were identical to his.
I was not
You
shocked.
interpret Megillat Esther the same way he does, right? Where it ends in genocide, and maybe we should talk about it more.
Nights the city hums like a distant seashell. I let that hum fall through.
Complexity of it in more in your community, do you?
How do you know?
I don't know, I'm asking. So today we should discuss the moral complexity. Previously, you thought he was just.
I said the same thing today as I said that, which is there are times to celebrate and there's to be introspective.
I thought we could slow things down and try a short meditation together.
He can do no wrong in their eyes. Oh my God.
Be self-critical.
Hey, I'm John Kitover with KITV 8 News. Here are tonight's headlines. The City Council has approved a downtown safety initiative aimed at improving life. Hi, John Kitover. I'm king of the earth. And welcome back to Kitover tonight.
Just follow the watchtower.
So delivery. Behold, mortals, from this day the life of an emperor cool excruciating. And when we wait, and therefore if you spend on.
Do you know what's splitting hairs means? Do you know what splitting hairs means?
Yes, you're trying to divide something that doesn't need to be divided.
I'm not dividing.
You and divided are saying the same thing, which is that we should view Purim through a more.
And I'm giving an analysis. I'm giving an opinion about what he's saying. And I don't think we're saying the same thing. No, I don't think we're saying the same
You said the authors of Megillat Esther wanted us to engage with the moral complexity, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what we're doing here. Okay, the moral complexity is that Jews are capable of genocide. That's the moral complexity of it.
Anybody's capable of genocide.
So I see of ourselves as the perpetual victim.
Yeah, but that's also not what's happening.
Well, that's how people, I think in this modern age, this is how our ancient mythology can be relevant to modern age.
Jill, have a question?
I'm very different framing. Like, I talked about Forum Jews.
That's wrong.
Before, right? You've heard this. Forum Jews are attuned to risk and outside threat. Passover Jews are attuned to universal notions of freedom. Right? And we have to have both. This is Yossi Klein Halevi again from Harvard. I teach everybody. If you want to have like thoughtful.
I'll go back to Kitover tonight. My guest tonight traveled light years and somehow still beat LA traffic. Please welcome.
So look, I think
You have a reading room with him.
I thought we could slow things down and try.
Today we're talking binary.
that's fine. So that's what I mean by it, right? I can't do everything.
So delivery. Behold, mortals, take the life of an emperor. Cool breeze.
And I personally, I think there's something.
Actually, everything is too big. The cars, the drains, even the squirrel.
So he's only, and I mean celebration and observance of it, right? If my entire observance of it is talking about, like, look at how bad it turned out afterwards. Right?
That's not what he's advocating. Is that what you understood his point to be?
That's how I understand you to understand.
That's how you understand me understanding his point? Of course not. No, I literally said over and over again that these read through Weiner's lens, the Jewish holidays, in fact, have a lot of subversion and moral complexity that they're actually meaningful in this current predicament that we're in today, right? As American Jews with.
That's why I like stuff that you read to Gore, right? Because I think he out loud in his podcasts is doing very much this. You think he's a propagandist, but you think he's a
about again, so we can.
But he is coming with an agenda to promote the
Wellington's on the run. I caught him at Kitover. He's retreating.
If he's retreating, what are you doing here?
Oh, I came to make my report.
If Wellington's retreating, what are you doing here? Why didn't you follow him? Why didn't you pursue him?
Where are the reinforcements you promised me? Don't you dare criticize me! Don't you dare!
Don't you see if Wellington's free to choose his ground? Everything I've won in this campaign?
You lost!
Marshal Booker, the sector is broken. I have ordered a retreat.
Retreat. I am 72 and a proud soldier. This steel is my ground.
I am too old to break it. If Wellington runs for the coast, none of us will get home to Berlin. The logical road is Namibia. I do not trust the English. Nonetheless, because I have served you before, sir, I have ordered the retreat to Havre. You may still cooperate with Wellington, but God help us if he does not stand.
Wellington's on the run. I caught him at Kitover. He's retreating.
He's retreating.
American Jewish identity and sort of this crisis of identity that we're in, where the institutional Judaism has sort of alienated a younger generation who sees the moral complexity of modern Zionism.
Searching for my camel's head is one of the scariest things possible. Not only do I have to worry about him taking my finger off, I can also conclude with one of
The history that you read earlier, which is we all were contending with the war complexity of it, right? It's not unique. This is what we do. This is what we do.
No, there is it is put up on the story. It's kind of a sacred cow, but you can't criticize when you get marginalized.
Areas that are down
In fact, nothing you get marginalized and have feels like this up with right wingers, right? Non-Zionists. It's because of this.
That's why we have words. We need bigger words than bigger words. You want to hit. You want to be bigger. You want to be bigger. That's not even so much like you want to be bigger. I'm just trying to religions. It's so much bigger. So much like it's going to be worse. And it was so sad. The largest Jewish community was saying it's the largest Jewish community in the world. Right? Don't see me as a nation.
So we maybe don't participate in this regular anti-Zionism. I think we destroy it. What we're doing is inadvertently maligning a huge segment of the world. We just went through the diversity of anti-Zionist thought.
There is a particular anti-Zionism. So many of them.
This is, I want to say something. Modern Jewish identity, like I said, it rides on, is anchored, secular one is anchored by
Wellington's on the run. I caught him at Kitover.
Without it, we can't thrive. Without it, we don't exist.
I
said that is one.
And that's why you and Daniel are chasing ghosts with your theories of Palestinianism and theories of Zionism. Because you can't, you can only exist with opposition because we don't have, because your Judaism is anchored in anti-Semitism and in the Holocaust.
That is just something as stupid, respectfully, to say to somebody like me. You can say to Daniel, you can say to other people. If you don't think I,
for what you said to me.
Where is August?
Listen, I just think I think it really underestimates people's personal view. We can talk
I think you're leaning into that idea when you talk like this. I usually receive college and you have very insightful decisions, tellings of these stories that are really beautiful. But when you talk like this and you say people who are anti-Zionist are part of this hate cult, it reminds me of these narrow view of our identity.
What I think the people who are anti-Zionist do, right? And I think it's come back to Daniel's question, right? About if people like me on the work, right, connect Jewish things to Zionist things, right? Certainly the opposition is doing something similar, right? Because they're doing it out of their own connections to Judaism. You do, you say it all the time, right? So somehow this conflation is really misplaced. What I would say is that is what I call people hunter. That's what I call giving an authentic Jewish behaviors of debate, of standing debate that doesn't get solved because we still view ourselves as one nation.
Calling anyone a hate group, just like calling someone a Nazi or Capo, shuts down conversation. It silences. It's silencing. Do you understand that? Do you realize why it's inherently anti-Semitic to categorize a huge segment of the American Jewish population for a small meeting and just don't like to see kids get blown up as anti-Semitic?
I'm not categorizing people.
It's what you're doing is you're demonizing us just like the anti-Semites do.
I'm not demonizing people. I'm looking at ideology that I see as much more than simply opposition to.
Breath settles, the mind follows. Every movement is the ceremony.
Even Ricky saying being covered what's already there.
I speak in opinions of flags, stitch stars, stitch scars.
News delivery from Goldberg's. Bagel's still warm and the seltzer's colder than my landlord.
Right, tonight's the big launch for our neighborhood group Zion Belief. Once we hang the banner, we're official.
Don't worry, check please.
Foreigners and somehow not part of the majority. Anti-Zionism said they now become white and they become.
Hey guy, the schedule says you're supposed to be at the mall in 10 minutes. My watch says it rings. I left them right here on the coffee table.
That's my gravitational pull.
You two planets need a hobby. Also,
I've been praying for some guidance lately. Just trying to figure out what the next step is.
Same here. I told the Lord, the whole crate, the whole crate.
Is there not an inherent, does that not inherently lean a bit dangerous when you strip?
Big mist hums over quiet water. I breathe. The world breathes with me. John Kitover. I bounce the day on pavement and let the echo tell me who. Like a quiet lunch on the beach, just me, the city, and its perfect falafel. No tragedy on keep it simple. Zionism movement for a Jewish homeland. Tonight, President Trump is expected to address the nation. One day at Kitover? Yeah. Good morning, scholars. Today we're taking on a very small question, just 3 little letters, G-O-D. I plan to be friends. I'm John Kitover. I'm running for Congress. Some politicians are in the pocket of big oil. Me? Time to get these guns licensed. 7, 8, and 9. Whoa! Guess the machine wanted to speak. These 2 clowns think they can buy justice.
But they need to be at the embassy by midnight. What are they expecting the microwave?
Because it gives rights to one population over another. It doesn't serve the whole population. It's illiberal by definition.
Dinner is served! Finally, what took you so long? Minor misunderstanding with the delivery guy. I get 843.68. If we get the rest, we're moving to Miami. Moving, right? Movie night. I've got the remote.
As long as it's not another human documentary.
Something with sparkles would be nice.
I need a better opener than just shouting numbers. Try words. The audience loves about. Words are pricey. I'm saving them for the closer.
Dinner's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like 34.75.71. I think he thought I was CIA.
That's your locker.
Another day, another carrot.
Morning, boss. Hall from Shaft 3.
Beautiful. Let's sparkle.
Hey, Operation Sprinkles. Microfilm safe in this powdered donut. All I gotta do is not get it. Show them the document donut. I'm John Kitover, and I'm also said John Kitover. You're watching John Kitover News. Apparently one of us wasn't enough.
Councilman Pritchard, money for potholes, but the only holes he fixed were in his steakhouse roof.
I'm speaking to colleagues and to the people watching at home. For 25 years since the attacks of September, what exactly are you doing, man?
I'm dialing the secret prosperity hotline. Step one of my wealth plan.
I'll show you step by step how to turn a free AI app in your phone. Chicago dog, extra mustard, and one vote for Kim. Coming right
Tonight on Newsline 9, the cop committee.
The second type of anti-Zionist would argue that it was never the founding fathers' intention for it to become a permanent occupying force that is perpetually at war, which is just escalatory violence and breeds hatred with its neighbors, and it all culminated, of course, in October 7 and what we consider to be a genocide. That would be the second type of anti-Zionist. Personally, I don't cast judgment on whether or not the Zionism existed and founded the state of Israel. I try not to think. I'm not thinking too deeply about whether or not it should or shouldn't have existed. It exists, and that's that. We just accept that it exists. I think what we are unified on, the two types of anti-Zionists, is that it's not sustainable for the Palestinians or the Jews to keep going along this track. This sort of the status quo to escalatory violence for 70 years, and there's going to be, if we continue managing of the conflict, it's going to result in more death, more bloodshed on both sides, and it's in the interest of Israelis to not continue along this path. And there will be another October.
It's dangerous for everybody that Israelis and Arabs alike. But at the end, there needs to be a plan, and I don't see any plan coming from the Palestinians at any point.
show you step by step how to turn a free AI app in your phone into real money.
I don't see like a viable plan that is coming from them, or even a wish to coexist, to be honest. But why don't we have any plan?
You seem to be associating more things than just the Jewish homeland with the concept of Zionism. Am I right or wrong there?
Yeah. Well, no, I think most American Jews, the Zionists has sort of been put upon sort of anyone who's sort of culturally Jewish in America by anti-Zionists. But historically, the way I grew up, even though I grew up in a pro-Israel home, we called ourselves pro-Israel, like you're kind of reflexively defend every war, we don't necessarily, we saw Zionism as kind of a dated term. It was a movement that created Israel, and now we're in
Breath settles, the mind follows.
Most American Jews
Breath.
don't necessarily call themselves Zionists like they're activists, because there's nothing to activist about, right? And I think sort of the definition has shifted in the last couple of years, where Zionism has sort of taken on this new form where you're a pro-Israel activist.
No, we are still under attacks, and this is what this is about.
Yes, it is changed because of the anti-Zionists. As you said, nobody called themselves Zionists. It's a defense.
And it's used as a slur. Like, you go to Amir's room, they call me a filthy, fire-breathing Zionist because I don't accept every single anti-Semitic conspiracy, right?
That's the danger in being back to Caleb's point, right? I think you now you're kind of tiptoeing to Caleb's position, which is there's something inherently dangerous with leaning anti-Zionist. If you accept the simplest and
We're actually not getting rid of this Jewish safe haven. The anti-Zionists want to create a one state where everyone has equal rights, and they just don't accept this notion that this 51% majority necessarily.
It's not about demographics. It's actually about it's not about demographics. It's actually about removing the idea that Jews are a unique people. If Jews uniquely have to give up some kind of I'm not saying Jewish majority or Jewish supremacy, right? But have to deny something about their uniqueness in order to have a state where no one else has to do that. Right? That's the problem with anti-Zionism. Here, I'll read you a paragraph. Okay? If you have patience for it.
From who?
This is Adam Lewis Klein, who's become an emerging thinker, anti-Zionism. I'm sure you know that. So, just read it, Fat.
Yeah.
Sure. He talks about something called accusation in a mirror. Accusation in a mirror is what genocide prevention scholars call a form of Kitover genocidal incitement. Colonizer, apartheid, genocide, the three libels of anti-Zionism applied to Israel, all describe anti-Zionism itself. A calling project that seeks to erase, overcode, and deny Jewish distinctness, a racist orientation that stripped Jews of political rights, and resubordinate them, expend to escalating violence and genocide in the form of consistent, normalized calls for the annihilation of the Israeli Jewish population. That's why anti-Zionism is a hate movement.
Interesting.
Because it's an inversion of the very kinds of human rights and things that wants to be afforded to other people, but isn't afforded to Jews.
You said something about erasing Jewish distinctness, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that is very telling, because this is a point I've been trying to make over and over in college that you always dispute, which is that in America, we're not Israelis, we don't have inherent Jewishness that Israeliness bestows on them. The way we engage with Judaism or feel like we're part of an engage with our ethnic identity, it's by engaging with Israel, which is why we cling to this idea of Israel, and we elevate it above all other aspects of our rich history and culture. And so when you are actually reinforcing this idea that when you criticize Zion or you criticize the state of Israel or this ideology, that you're erasing ourness, and that erases, in fact, our rich literary, cultural, music, humor, whatever history, philosophical history that existed long before the state of Israel.
I'm actually doing the opposite, right? I'm fighting against the same phenomenon you're fighting against, which is that we've stripped out Jewish education in America and replaced it with, from all of those things that you just talked about, and replaced it with Israel. But the Israel is not illegitimate. It's just incomplete. Right? I'm fighting against the same stuff you are. If we are told we are distinct only if we engage in the culture of our ancestors, right? That's racist.
And didn't you hear when I read the chapter about elevating Zionism above Judaism and how it's idolatry?
Look, here's how I see it. We don't have to use flowery terms, right?
Flowery is a key.
When American Jews talk about Israel and Jewish identity, right? You're right. It's a proxy for a lack of richer content, right? For lack of a better word. That's why I do what I do. That's why most of my colleagues do what I do.
I know, and now you're inverting it and saying, if you criticize Zionism, you're taking away our distinctness and our identity. No, that's
not saying it's our very distinctness. It's that rich, big culture, right? That makes
I'm saying our identity is not dependent on our Zionism. That's what the thing is.
What exactly are you doing, man? I'm dialing the secret prosperity hotline step.
How's Zionism erasing your identity? It's not dependent on it.
Why? Because we are a nation like other nations. Other nations get countries. Okay, so it's not definitional. It doesn't depend on it.
We're not talking about the founding of the state. We keep coming back to this as if we're revisiting.
I'm Speaker, colleagues, and to the people watching at home. For 25 years since the attacks of September 11th,
The present day.
Because a lot of anti-Zionist rhetoric pertains specifically about removing self-determination from
I'm Speaker.
As a
Councilman Pritchard, money for potholes, but the only
My experience with the anti-Zionist discourse is about what's happening right now and boondoggle it's become, where it's become like permanent. Israel can't afford to perpetually occupy another people. It's extremely great.
I know. That's why I'm anti-occupation.
Okay, so it sounds like you fit in with the anti-Zionist spectrum.
I don't fit into the anti-Zionist because the reason that I want the occupation to end is that Israel survives as a You want the and it's a more problem that we're people that are not giving them rights back, right? You want the occupation to end because you agree that Israel should end. Because of the story.
Hey, I'm bringing for you. Microfilm safe and inspired donut. All I gotta do is not eat it. It's a document donut.
It's getting redundant now. Let me bring up a fresh angle, and you can continue it. But look, if let's say the Jew is to abandon his Zionist project. Okay, let's say Zionism is abandoned.
It's not a project.
Let him finish on the next.
Not interrupt me, man. I said 5 words. Look, so let's say the Yehud is to abandon his Zionist project. Does that mean that the Muslims are going to abandon jihad? Are they going to abandon the jihad project? Is the Christian going to abandon his proselytization project? Is the colonial project going to be abandoned by the Christian? So you're saying the Jew should give up
that's not what we're saying.
his claim, but then everybody else can continue as is in the name of secular?
That's not what we're claiming. Just us, the 15 weeks, 500, we agree that
let me finish. Okay, what we are arguing is the status quo is creating a more tenable situation for Israelis and Palestinians. And so we need to have a little bit of political creativity and a little bit of political courage to think of a new model, because what the current model, the status quo, has gotten us to the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, and the next time will be worse. That's what we're arguing. So we're talking about the sustainability of both Jews who live in Israel and Palestinians who live in Israel, and a state that treats all of them as equal citizens, which we think in the long term will be much more sustainable. Do you understand?
Okay, so you said the worst Holocaust of Jews, the worst genocide of Jews since the Holocaust, right? Yeah, there has been no massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Okay? Post the Holocaust.
We're talking about October 7th. Do you know about this?
Okay, yeah. October 7th. October 7th.
There were a massacre of Jews during October 7th.
Hold on. Jews have been attacked, right? Jews are constantly attacked wherever they go in the world, right? Most countries, you'll see the quote-unquote Abrahamic religions are constantly attacking the Jews, right? Because they're jealous.
Pizza guy mumbled something like 3475.
Muslims want their state to power. The Christians want their state to power, right? But they're not smarter than the Jewish people. The Jewish people are all smart people.
Thank you for sharing.
But look, the fact is, you're saying that Jews should somehow abandon the
You're better opener than just shout numbers. Try more if the audience loves that.
So what are you going to do?
Dory has 500. I want to apologize for her. She's ashamed to be a Jew. Go ahead.
Who? Me?
Really, the guy's talking and you're cutting him off like he said something wrong.
Because he's wrong. He thinks the Zionists.
You're better opener than you. All right, movie night. I've got the remote. As long as you try to
When he said the Jews are smart, you cut him
He's
off.
pissed off everybody. He's pissed off me and Daniel. Me and Daniel both think he's a fucking moron.
Actually, Daniel's not upset, so stop pulling like you're playing fucking remote.
It's like when you just don't do it.
Yeah, look, all I'm saying is it would be foolish. You, Israelis, have a very small, limited piece of territory, and to simply cease to defend that territory.
That's not what anyone has advocated. What are you talking about? No one's advocated that.
Well, you're thinking
4368.
That's
No,
exactly
that's
what
not. Okay, no.
Here's
So,
here.
let me explain to you. In America and in Israel, Zionism historically is an ideology, a movement, a political movement, which we're not casting aspersions on right now, which created the state of Israel. It's a historical fact and it exists. What we're talking about now has nothing to do with intervening with Zionism. When we're labeled anti-Zionism because we criticize the current philosophy of the Israeli government. We think another philosophy is more sustainable.
4368. If we get the rest, we'll move into Miami. I'm still paying off the remote control. These numbers are lucky. Grandma picked them.
We're talking about the formation of the image of Israel. It's not about this government or that government. You are
We make people look bad. We can't speak because it might look bad for. I'm sorry, but we have to be able to speak freely. We live in a free country. It's not.
No, I'm just saying that what you're saying is not
The truth are lying. Libels.
You think anti-Zionist Jews are libeling Israel?
Yes.
How you're among them.
Genocide.
Dinner is served.
Libels.
You yourself said it's possibly a genocide, so it's not a libel if it's possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't follow that.
Okay.
I asked you if it's probably or possibly a genocide. You said possibly. That means if someone thinks it is, it's not a libel, Khaled, right?
These two clowns think they can buy justice. But they didn't count on it. Looks like a mascot for a bowling team.
That doesn't matter. We're talking now.
Genocide. No. That's why, again, I think we
Again, this is euphemistic language. You're distracting from context.
Zionism itself is libeled a genocidal movement from the get-go.
That's irrelevant to me.
Time to get these guns.
This is the
Get these guns licensed. 7, 8, and 9. Whoa!
It was called genocide.
Yeah, I saw recently a video where Peter Reiner giving a lecture in front of like a Muslim crowd, and this was 2 years before October 7th, and he was talking about creating a global narrative about the quote-unquote genocide. This was 2 years before October 7th ever happened.
and he was saying that it was already a genocide and there needed to be a global
Time to get these done. Hey friends, I'm John Kitover, and I'm running for.
I just don't believe you. I think that's your Peter Weiner coming out because I'm very familiar with Peter Weiner, and he's really hesitant to even categorize. Even in his book, he doesn't categorize the genocide when he talks about the Gaza war. So,
Morning, scholars. Today we're taking on a very small question, just 3 little letters, G-O-D. I plan to visualize. Scholars, today.
with all due respect, we have a little bit more perspective.
America, you don't have, you have your own point of view, you cannot determine facts. And a genocide holds itself, first of all, Holocaust is version by itself, but it's such a disgusting accusation.
Get over? Yeah.
It's about defaming, spreading blood libel, and it started on October 8th, so don't bullshit us. The fact that you fell for it,
Start on October 8th, that wouldn't change the fact that this war incised into.
Tonight, President Trump is expected to address the nation once again.
genocide, the most horrible crimes, the most horrible crime of humanity, but like so loosely, so easily, without a core important thing about intention to wipe out this population.
Hey friends, I'm John Kitover, and I'm running.
I'm Attorney John Kitover.
You know, choose kill babies and we
So delivery. To the left. There, it's called symmetry.
Let's talk about the experts, okay, you just mentioned. If you remember such a surname like Derito, okay?
Tonight, President Trump is expected to address
Inside the UN,
Tonight, President Trump. Get over? Yeah.
okay? And this story for a long time
Chicago dog, extra mustard.
he made a conclusion that there is
Chicago dog, extra mustard. And 1 vote for Kitover. Come on.
Breath settles, the mind follows. Every the life of an emperor, cool breeze, warm soup, and a fake pedicure. Easy down there, that's royal property. Soup on a Tuesday.
Today was in a forum with the Khalid Masha and with the IRGC commander. And she came to this forum to Qatar, this is Al Jazeera forum, and she said, we have, guys, just one enemy in the world, it's Israel. That's what she said just today, okay?
What about the Salah? Is the Salah?
Yeah, just a second, but hold on, hold on. She's a still expert, but in the Covenant of the United Nations, there is the first principle is neutrality. We are a neutral organization, but Francesca Albanese said that Israel is our enemy. Her husband, Massimiliano Kali, worked for Mahmoud Abbas administration as economical worker, okay, for a long time. It is the conflict of interest. How she still work at the United Nations? It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely impossible. She was also
Chicago dog, extra mustard. And 1 vote for Kitover. Coming right up.
You keep mixing those up, boss.
Hey.
Zoom with the Hamas, and she said,
She's a Hamas.
I support resistance.
Why are you interrupting them?
Chicago dog, extra. Chicago dog, extra mustard. And 1 vote for Kitover.
Chewing that piece of gum long enough for the flavor's gone. I just don't like you when somebody spits against your hair. Bro, just worry. Okay, you said your point, you move on. Make a third or fourth point. You're repeating the same point. It's so boring.
Okay, so you want me to give him another chance?
Let me land my point, okay? I'll land my point. Then I want to say to you that, you know, what is the intention of genocide? The intention of genocide when Ismail Haniyeh from the Hamas TV
Chicago dog, extra.
Show you step by step how to turn a free AI app in your.
Just trying to explain to you what is the intention of genocide. He said, we need more blood of our children and women. That's what Ismail Haniyeh said. We
all watched it, we know.
Please, yes, don't comment any my word, please. Please be confident, okay? Sit on it just on a chair and please don't interrupt me. You are a moderator in this room. Why are you nervous? Let me finish, please. There is just 2 points, okay? First point, there is no genocide from Israeli side. The second point, the genocide, of course, in the in a covenant of Hamas. Judgment.
Show you, step up. What exactly are you doing, man? I'm dialing the secret
This is from Sahih
What
al-Bukhari.
exactly are you doing, man? I'm dialing the secret prosperity hub.
The Jewish population. It's number one. Number two, they said that we're not gonna take our population into the tunnels. Tunnels is only for the fighters, for the freedom fighters. That is the intention of genocide. Because if
That's right. It wasn't to service
if
your
they drove 2 million people to the tunnels, there will be no genocide. But they say no, it's only for fighters. And the third thing, that Hania comes to the TV, he said, more blood, our women and children.
Okay, you had 3 points that made the same point. We got it.
And after they come.
No more points. You already made your.
Is there anyone in this room that guys,
What exactly? I'm speaking, colleagues, and to the people. I'm speaking, colleagues, and to the people watching.
Hamas or genocide on.
yeah, and there's some person that thinks it's not a genocide. Great, that's fucking great. We just wasted 6 minutes.
Okay, Sergio, thank you for sharing that. I think I've heard those points before. Some of your criticisms of Hamas has basis, but I think we need to move forward. I think I'm going to read the story of Peter Barnard's story again for those who didn't hear it, unless there's like objection to it, and why it should reframe.
I'm speaking, colleagues. Councilman Pritchard, money for potholes for the only holes he fixed were in his steakhouse roof. Good evening, Councilman.
BB's objecting.
Councilman.
I'm just objecting because I have the opportunity to object. Because it's fucking, you're objecting because it's fucking nice.
I inject actually because I think for once.
Councilman Pritchard. Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and I'm also. Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and I'm also.
The conversation around Jewish identity. It's like, he's writing some Jews.
Okay, and I think it's pretty beautiful. We're going to learn some Torah here. I think our non-Jewish friends can also learn a little bit about the value of our values and our mythology and what we take from it, okay?
Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and I'm also John. Hey, Operation Sprinkles, microphones. Operation Sprinkles, microphones.
It comes from the Book of Esther, a tale that begins with a dissolute Persian king. He hosts a banquet, guest drawing, orders his queen to display her beauty to revelers, and when she refuses, banishes her from the throne. As her replacement, he chooses Esther, a beautiful young maiden who, unbeknownst to him, is a Jew. Then he makes it cloud as a personal decision. He selects Haman, a pathological Jew leader, to be his right-hand man.
Hey, Operation Sprinkles, another day, enough. Another day, another ceremony, boss.
And sends word that she must save her people. Although protesting puts her own life at risk, Esther appeals to the king and through a series of daring maneuvers turns him against Haman. Haman is hanged, Mordecai takes his job, good triumphs over evil. When we tell the story of her today, many of us stop there. But that's not quite right. The Book of Esther doesn't end with Haman's death. It continues.
Another day, another. Dinner's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like.
The king can't reverse it. Well, he can't.
Dinner's here. Pizza guy mumbled.
His kinsmen to take matters into their own hands, which they do. The Jews struck at their enemies with the sword, proclaims the Book of Esther. Slaying and destroying, they wreaked their will upon their enemies. On the 13th day of Adar, the Jews kill 75,000 people. They make the 14th a day of feasting and merrymaking. With the blood of their foes barely dry, the Jews feast and make merry. That's the origin of Purim. Purim isn't only about the danger Gentiles pose to us, it's also about the dangers we pose to them.
Dinner's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like 34, 75, 71.
They need a better opener than just shout numbers.
Try words. The audience loves me. Words are pricey. I'm saying.
They need a better opener than just shout.
But the ending reads differently when Jews wield life and death power over millions of Palestinians who lack even a passport. Today, these blood-soaked verses should unsettle us. When we recite them aloud in synagogue, we should employ the English sorrowful tune in which we chant the Book of Lamentations, which depicts the destruction of our ancient temples. Instead, most of us ignore violence, and that concludes the Esther scroll. Some contemporary Jews justify it as self-defense. On the far right, some revel in it. But they're the exception. More often, we just look away. We focus on what they try to... There's a joke in every Jewish holiday.
They need a better opener than just shout numbers.
Try words. The audience loves me. Words are pricey. I'm saving them for the quote.
Many of our other best...
Right, movie night. I've got the remote. 8:43:6. Right.
They need a better opener than just shout.
Right, movie night. I've got.
Serious office.
Right, movie night.
On and on to explain how each of these holidays has sort of a subversive message hidden in it, and in fact, maybe it's time to rethink the sort of moral evasion that comes with this narrative of ourselves as the perpetual.
Let's talk about why this people like
passport, right? So in 1948 or
Right,
whatever,
right.
it was declared a state. Also, a state was declared. It was called a Palestinian state, right? And those Palestinians, they rejected it. They rejected it and they decided to attack Israel. So when they, yes,
They had the potential. 181 said they had to do wanted to do. Decided not to do anything.
Yeah, they decided
the history, right? Yeah.
And then post this, right, when those people were part of Jordan and Egypt, in Jordan they had citizenship. What happened was, especially for the people in the West Bank, is that Jordan allowed their citizenship to lapse. And there are 3 million people in Jordan right now who are stateless. They live there. They're considered refugees, but that's the fault of Jordan, right? For 5 million people between Jordan and the West Bank, those people are stateless in Jordan. For the people in Gaza, those people are stateless.
He's going for the quad Lutz. Oh, he falls it.
My mom complains. I don't respect her.
There are another million people in Lebanon and Syria who are stateless in refugee camps because they refuse to give them citizenship. That had nothing to do with, per se, Israel didn't make those choices. The choice that Israel makes to defend itself and also to give the 2 million Palestinians inside of Jordan or inside of Israel's borders citizenship.
Sergey, are you familiar with the Book of Esther? The Megillah Esther? All right, who wants to? The mic is anyone's.
I think this may not be semantically precise, but you have to start looking at Zionism as military power. Okay, military power is what makes the world go round. If a people cannot defend themselves militarily, what good are you? What good are you as a people if you cannot defend yourselves? Okay, they want you. They want the power. They want the table. What do you think if the table? Let's say the Palestinians had the weapons and the technology. Do you think they would spare you? Do you think they would even be having these sorts of silly debates and silly conversations on Clubhouse?
Again, you missed the purpose. No one's saying that Army should lay down his arms. No one's trying to. You're arguing a point that no one's arguing. You're arguing against
trying to villainize 15 million people.
And honestly, you're arguing something that no one's advocated for. One state solution would have an army that represents all between the river and the sea. It wouldn't be fighting.
Why should there be one army for all of the people? You're not the same people. You're different people. So why do you need one army for two different people?
Because already Israel is 20% Arab Israeli. You didn't know this? They share rights. They all have the same rights. So all we're doing is no, they don't sympathize with Palestine. You're a fucking idiot.
No, I'm not an idiot.
They sympathize with Palestine, and they also have patriotism for their country. They have two identities.
According from are you getting this information that they have sympathy for Israel?
No, I'm sorry. I can't. Try.
Have you read the JTA February 5th?
Yeah, I did. We talked about it already. About how most people, and that's actually what I've been saying, that like most people don't technically identify as Zionists because we just.
Yeah, but there's a very interesting paragraph.
They support Israel. Yeah, they support Israel.
Right, which is, let me just read the point. Only 37% of Jews, this is American Jews, surveyed said they identified as Zionists, while 7% labeled themselves as anti-Zionists, another 8% said they were non-Zionists, another 18% that said they weren't sure, while 30% said none of the labels describe them. Okay, mixed bag. At the same time, 88% of surveyed Jews believe that Israel is right to exist as a Jewish democratic state, which for me is a placeholder for the question, are Jews better off with the existence of the state of Israel? For me, that's the backbone of
why I support the state of Israel. We need it as a backstop because bad things happen prior to the state of Israel being in existence for us people.
Okay, so there's been other recent surveys that show 60% of American Jews think that war crimes are being committed in Gaza, and 40% of American Jews think it's a Japanese. The younger generation, it's even higher.
All this shows, what this shows better enough is how complex it is. Right? In other words, we can have a moral vision that goes in one direction and still be very close.
My point.
Yeah, and it is
those are not mutually exclusive at all.
It's the genocide is the decision of the court, because we can't just say some words without nothing, because if we still don't have the decision from the court, what we're talking about nothing, okay? Because genocide can be only if it's on a paper after the court, okay? Because there are some complex things, like in Srebrenica, it was significant group, okay? Genocide from Hamas, much easier to prove than from Israel. And what do we
Come on, if the court says it's a genocide, you're going to go with it? No, you're going to go with the Israel take, which is what the court says.
That's your opinion. He's stating his position.
No, I know. Sir Sergio, I've gotten into it many times. His position is to reflexively.
Guys, Israel is in violation of many UN resolutions on paper.
The resolution says nothing. It's not.
Exactly the point.
It's not the international law resolutions, because they have recommendations.
World government.
Absolutely. It's just a paper. It's just recommendation. It's nothing absolute, because Iran, many other violators just, what is the resolution? It's the significant group inside the UN dictators who are sitting on the table.
Justice.
And what? Court of Justice? You said ICJ. Where is Nawaf Salam? Who is the prime minister?
Was that nothing also? Nothing.
He was Nawaf Salam. He was a president of ICJ. He just made a paper on Israel just to
$500.
You absolutely liar.
Okay, so how much?
I'm gonna inform. Don't you alert.
How many? 20,000 units?
I will.
I acknowledge the integrity of the
Will you drop me, or will you give me just to answer?
While you're looking it up, I'm saying I acknowledge that Russia has kidnapped 30,000 Ukrainian kids, right?
Absolutely.
They are refugees.
Yeah.
Well, their parents did not want them to be refugees. Their parents.
Russia really kidnapped 30,000 people. You're right. In this place, you're right. But listen, in this calculation, what you see the casualties in Ukraine, there is no Mariupol. Okay, in Mariupol, there might be hundred thousands of people died only in one city in Ukraine, but it's not calculated. You know why? Because it's under occupation, and Russia don't provide the casualties from here. Okay, one for couple of months, and 100,000 people died, including women and children, and you don't know exact number. That's why you tell us that there is only 500, because it's the statistic like official, but official is nothing right now. Because
yeah, who else is under occupation and doesn't have a correct tally of the dead?
Yes, Russia just silent and don't provide the papers how much it was, But there was some articles like from Associated Press that in where is the people I don't know this word in English when people is dead they vigilante. Okay, that a lot of people just said that there is about 100,000 and they just try to calculate and this is average amount because from the beginning there was 400,000 of people, yeah, and it's the minimum amount that 100,000 killed. You can Google it. It's the a lot of article. I can give you article if you need. Okay, from Associated Press, and you will read it.
I believe the numbers are infallible. You've made your point already.
Yes. Then in Ukraine there is much more children and women dying in Gaza. That's why I asked you.
Okay, so you don't have actual accurate, but the fact is also Gaza doesn't have an accurate number, but the numbers we do have are much higher than the numbers we do have about Ukraine.
No. In Gaza, because these 50K, what we have for 2 years, okay, 2 years war, and Israel waged this war, prevent every casualties and send the leaflets, rings, SMS, and so on and so on. No army in history do this, okay? No army in history. Israel is the only army that sent leaflets, SMS, and rings, and you know it, okay?
I'm really glad you brought that up. Sergio. Now I want to say something.
You muted me?
Just for a second, because I want to point something out. I want to address what you
said. Don't do this until you say me, okay? Just say me previously that you will mute.
Okay, I want to address what you just said, which is the leaflets and the most moral army in the world, because this is a narrative that I was raised with too, where growing up they told me Israel has the most moral army in the world, and they always drop leaflets, or they do a knock on the roof before they bomb, or they, and by the way, Israel loves the gays, so we're morally superior to the Palestinians who kill the gays, right? Like all this stuff, these talking points are shit that I grew up with too. We were also seen videos as kids of Palestinians and Hamas headbands holding they captured Palestinian kids as these like small baby militants, right? And then you go to college, and your Jewish friends who grew up with Zionism, pro-Israel, reflexively pro-Israel ideologies share with you Benny Morris, and you find out that this narrative about Israel's founding was only half the story. And in fact, there was another half that is ugly. And in fact, it's not a clean history, and we are not the most moral army in the world. And eventually you come to the conclusion that, armies are not moral, and states are not moral, and all power is corrupting, and we have an obligation to hold power to account. That institutions are not people, and governments and armies act pragmatically. Sometimes they have to decide between one immoral act and another immoral act. So to conflate our Jewishness and our message with an army or a government
is to pervert our God. It's to pervert our mythology that teaches us how to live and how to be accountable. It's to pervert everything about Judaism. And so this sort of elevation, this putting your Zionism on some pedestal and reflexively framing it as the most moral army in the world is something that I'm deeply familiar with, Sergio, and I'm glad you put it on display because this is
reflexively, of course.
It really was a big part of my evolution philosophically.
Bitch hasn't read a book in years. Prove you can read a book, dummy. Hello? Oh, I guess she kind of did prove already she can read.
Just say that this is why we have Yom Kippur, right? Like people, we think about it as an individual thing, right? But when we say Hashamnu and all of these things for the Bidui, this is a national repentance because Judaism takes into account that sometimes as things are going to happen that we have to repent for. This isn't about our individual,
100%. That's why on the day between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, we had a Neshamah room where we talked about our collective sins in Gaza and in 1948 and over the course of the last 100 years. And we talked about how as people, we should be, part of our traditions is to be self-reflective and self-critical and to this sort of like silencing and this descent is antithetical to Judaism.
Yeah, so may I read a few quotes from the leaflet dropping officials?
Yeah, please.
I wanted to finish what I had to say.
Okay. First,
quickly, because I'm not going to take too much longer. Sergey also wanted to go because I interrupted him a little. So the point of the matter is that Judaism, right, takes that into account, and the rabbis take that into account because that is the reality of a nation, right? Regardless of the state, it's the reality of the nation, and Jews are a nation even without a state, and we still have to do those things, right? Take those things into account because because at some point we will have conflicting values, things that go against the core of our being because we have to survive. It's about survival.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I don't because I asked you a question. It was a simple question. Which army is doing the best job, better than Israel? And you don't respond. You just make a.
Well, we were talking about Ukraine and the death control, so it's a little hard to. I don't quantify these things. I don't consider. I think I answered your question indirectly. I don't consider armies are not moral.
Okay.
No.
Let me comment. I won't comment. Okay, because you just you made a relativistic statement. It means nothing. All is bad or all is good. The sun is good.
Get to your point.
The moon is bad.
Instead of framing my argument.
No. If we will compare, you will see that Israel is the moral army, much moral army than any other on the planet. Because if you can do it, okay.
No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Armies are not moral. That's not what we do here. We don't do this. Sorry. If you describe an army as moral,
if army do some action that never army in history done.
I'm sorry, but this is so.
This is the advantage, but hold on. No army in history provided humanitarian aid completely to the side with whom it have a conflict, okay?
We understand which school of thought you're in. You think it's the most moral army. I don't want to debate this on you because it's not a reason.
There is no speech. You try to show me,
Because we already made your points already. Israel's the most moral army in the world.
I
told you how I feel about that.
I just want to clarify why you bring the Benny Morris in this conversation where we're talking about armies, okay? Because Benny Morris is only about 48. Why you bring his in this conversation?
Because we were told a story of the founding of Israel, which was only half the story. And we were also told the story of each of these wars, how the Jews were victorious, and we were only told one side of the story of each of these conflicts. And then over time, you learn, you develop a more nuanced picture. You also meet Palestinians, you find out they're not this caricature of a kid with a Hamas headband and a grenade in their hand. You find out that people are actually people, and your position shifts and you become nuanced. I want to hear in shape. I'm sorry, but we have to know it.
Okay, all right. So, this is going to be a little.
Do you recognize that?
No, I said no. Wait your turn, Sergio.
Sergio, time's up, bro.
No.
Your time is up. On the line.
Time's up.
No, guys.
You'll have
I'd like to read a few quotes from the senior members of the government for, I'll quote, the most moral army in the world. Okay. All the civilian population in Gaza is ordered to leave immediately. They will not receive a drop of water or a single battery until they leave the world. That's the Minister of Energy. They're all terrible from the are we talking about the IDF now?
You're talking about
the IDF now. If you ask me on a personal level, I flatten Gaza. That's
So we're just listing officials.
It is another
Wait, Shane, please frame your.
How is it connected to the discussion that we're having? About the members of government of the nation that has the No, you're talking about it. I'm just talking about I'm almost done. Relax.
All right.
There's a better side of the case for the
Let's talk to him after he frames the conversation. Go.
Okay, here we go. So here's the last one. This one's particularly problematic. Another Knesset member said, and the children in Gaza have brought this upon themselves. Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Take it out. Daniel, you want to go?
Amazing, out of context. IDF being not the most moral army in the world, for example, which has nothing to do with anything you just said.
And there's Knesset members that are really extreme. We all acknowledge that, but that doesn't necessarily inform the IDF's policy, which is the argument they always make.
The broader claim is that you drop leaflets on people, and it gives you the okay to flatten them and to murder them. When the government is clearly strategy is not murdering and murdering. That's you that is making the connection. Because when a statement of a position that you are misinterpreted is morally bent to the fact of the IDF from the president to the national in the IDF. No, it's what I'm missing. This is where you're missing it. You're missing it. Even if go and kill civilians, the army will not do it because the army has a moral code. And this is why when you are jumping between the discussion about the IDF, talking about the parliament, you don't know what you're talking about. Let's say, I know exactly. If you want to see the conversation, fine. About the IDF. Blowing up mosques. Would you prefer that? Videos of IDF soldiers blowing up mosques, burying ambulances, killing medics. This is not with the death, it's got a lot of supporting sample.
Time out. Bima,
let's talk about the first one.
Bring some energy in this. Bima, speak.
All right.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, Daniel, I just wanted to ask you, what was the function of dropping the leaflets? Just a quick sentence, just a quick response. The point to drop the leaflets is to what? What was the purpose?
You ask me? To evacuate the civilians to safety because in Gaza they don't have like Hamas bases.
No, I don't need a long explanation. Just the purpose. I got it, Daniel. Right. So that's the purpose. Was to get them to evacuate them. So would you agree to evacuate them to get them to safe units? To say, okay, look, if you don't move, now this can function as a mechanism, literally stripping the protection for everybody who remained. Because if you're going to stay, now you're a target. Now you will be bombed, and that's it. Would you agree?
No, it's your interpretation.
Well, no, I'm asking. Hold on, you just said that it's to get them to safe places, meaning it's going to happen in those places. Right. They didn't drop leaflets, right, for a long period to say, hey, look, there's going to be this. It was like 24 hours before they did an intentional, right? You do an intentional, mission.
Yeah.
And the point is because there's going to be a mission there. There's going to be something that's going to happen there. Okay. So can you agree that the point is to say, hey, look, there's going to be a lot of crap going down here. And what's the point of dropping the leaflets?
What do you mean? Those leaflets will not be there.
Okay, but Daniel, Daniel, you acknowledge that not everyone left. Like at least at the beginning of the bombardment, the first 30 days, they tried to evacuate the northern Gaza. We said move everyone south, but a lot of people
people didn't leave, right? And that's why there's such a high casualty rate when they were dropping 3,000-pound bombs in densely populated areas.
They really could. They were not dropping bombs.
The highest casualty rate.
Hold on. They're spinning an area. They don't just drop a bomb in an area. Or like when you talk about it.
Right. So they even drop the leaflets.
They even bombed tent encampments. What are you talking about? They bombed markets.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, what is this?
Yes, that's true. We're going to get to that. No, we're going to get to that.
No, we're talking about the leaflets. How they're dropping the leaflets.
Yes, and look, it does always work, right?
You know how those leaflets work? Those leaflets divide Gaza according to geographic patterns that were established during the Ottoman Empire. If you ask the Palestinian, what is plot number 143? He has no idea. Many times they
but
many times people don't always view the leaflets, and even if they tell them area 143, they have no idea what that is. That doesn't change the fact that even if they tell them to evacuate, they don't always let you know what is a safe route. And since they define some areas,
if you see one of those leaflets, you can actually see the yellow arrows that will tell you where to go.
Yes, I have. And a lot of the times they will change, and we have testimonies for that. And the safe passage suddenly shifts, and all of a sudden you find yourself walking inside
arrows that those arrows that fall, also Hamas sees them, okay? And Hamas actually sent him to prevent all the civilians to escape.
Daniel, even so.
Wait, can I finish for a second?
Yes.
We have multiple testimonies from IDF soldiers about something called the kill zone, which is an imaginary line that if somehow you happen to end up in that line, you are as good as dead. And we have testimonies from drone operators, artillery battalions, regular like what you call foot soldiers, many testimonies of how they personally saw either being innocent civilians being murdered just for being in the wrong place in the wrong time, or themselves did it. We have a very famous testimony about the leaflets that they leaflets are, it doesn't matter what shit, because they found the humanitarian. The protocol is using live.
Yes, okay. We're getting you off topic. Yes, we're getting off topic. Daniel, can I organize the conversation a little bit? We talked about the leaflets in particular, and you pointed out, the point is to evacuate the civilians. We all acknowledge that sometimes the civilians don't leave and die, right? And so...
No, you just didn't finish it.
You said it's Hamas's fault, right? It's Hamas's fault.
When you have a military operation,
it's still a
military operation, you want to have as little civilians as possible, okay, in order to mitigate the risk of civilians. So you do this with leaflets, you have to put it on. It doesn't mean that after 24 hours, you start just carpet bombing the place, okay? That is not what is happening. You try to do the best as you can to move everybody out. You know that not everybody is leaving.
You're talking shape and then camera.
The idea just want as little things as possible, as little food, water, and electricity as possible. Dropping paper on them and then flattening their homes and starving them to death is not moral. Okay, the IDF is the most morally bankrupt army in the world. Period. End of story.
I think this
All right, so now Emma, is it Emma? Daniel, we're going in order. First Emrose, then Shai, then Daniel. Go on.
When it comes to the leaflets, I would like to emphasize this again. The division of the geographical division that appears on those leaflets belong in the Ottoman Empire times. Most people don't know what that means. That's number one. Number two, many times those leaflets, just like it was done a few days ago in Zaytun, an hour before they bomb. So we have an entire high-rise building that suddenly gets a leaflet and they have 1 hour to evacuate before the whole thing collapses on them. What if there is an old lady in a wheelchair there? What if there's a mother with 2 toddlers or 2 twins? This is not about keeping the population safe. Not only do those leaflets are just a cover up for something, they don't tell you what is the safe way to get to a safe zone. And then
I already discussed a stupid idea that he put a trap for to discuss the fucking leaflet. Who gives a fuck about the fucking leaflets? Why do we discuss this shit? Why the fuck the fucking building in the first place? Why to fucking kill 400 people just to get one piece of shit? Why are we talking about the people? Like, all these fucking Zionists always throw this stuff, the trap here and there, and then some people kind of go into this trap. No, it's not about fucking leaflets. Actually, Israel can't call anyone because they have the phone numbers of everyone in that fucking building. They used to call it, but they don't. Since October 7th, they didn't call anyone. They just kill you. And actually, they try to make sure to maximize the harm, so they wait for you to go home. That's the whole fucking software. That the Israelis even reported about it, no? That is home. They will shut the fuck up, let me finish. So when they get this guy's back. This guy's such a fucking idiot. Okay, the idiot is talking, so you shut the fuck up. Looks like you're talking, Cardi. So when Daddy gets home, when Dad shut the fuck up.
Just lying, this guy. I don't know what
When Daddy gets home, when the Israelis
do phone calls and SMSs.
Daddy's home, that's the fucking software that the Israelis even reported it on. Can someone deny it? No, it came from Israeli sources anyway. The software wait for some piece of shit scumbags, Hamas terrorists to come home, yeah? Okay, so he comes home. Why couldn't you kill him before he gets home? Because you want to maximize it. Israel is not about killing Hamas, it's just they want to maximize it, they want to kill the Gazans. Stop with the fucking leaflets, who gives a fuck about it?
You know, there's also one more thing I wanted to say. There was an operation, or more likely an installation that happened about a year ago, where a very guided specific missile was launched into an apartment that had a mother, a grandmother, and two one-week-old twins. When Israel wants to commit a direct assassination, it's more than capable to do so, right? Even if it's just a mother who's a doctor who is posting on Facebook, but Israel assassinated the grandma and the two two-week-old twins because she was posting on Facebook. So it can do surgical attacks, but it chooses not to. And it also goes to the fact that the open fire protocols were
because they were posting on Facebook? Yes, actually, just a second. Hold on. Amazing. Shut the fuck up, though. You literally this. When God speaks, you shut the fuck up. You're not God. You're a chump. You bitch. You're fucking God. Shut the fuck up. When I fucking speak, you shut the fuck up. In the early days, they tried to evacuate it. Shut the fuck up. In the early days, when they tried to evacuate Japan, okay? If you guys remember the early days, just
we can wake up and maybe do something and the only fucking
I will put my fucking shoe in my mouth. You shut the fuck up. Maybe you don't understand English. So maybe you don't understand English, so I'm gonna say it in English.
Okay.
Let me say it.
Any language. Stop.
If you cut me, I'm gonna cut your mouth. Shut the fuck up. In the early days,
I'm sorry, is your compatriot, he's an Israeli just like you.
He's not like fucking patriot, he's a
shut the fuck up, let me finish. In the early days, mute yourself, let me finish. Listen, you're interrupting.
Daniel, you would like to take the stage for your sake. Let him talk.
Let me finish. The early days, when they were trying to evacuate Japan, I do remember these days, and they cut the food and the water back then. I still can remember some of my friends who posted on Facebook that we don't want to leave. Everyone who posted on Facebook was killed. My friends posted on fucking Facebook, they would get, and then we had to tell all of our friends to stop posting on fucking Facebook because Israel is using that to kind of find these people who kind of push the message not to leave their town. Not their buildings, their town. I'm speaking about the whole town, not the house.
Why you invited Jews?
What?
What?
And
Why are you
stop
terrified of
talking.
Israelis?
I'm not fucking terrified by Jews. You actually.
Why are you terrified of Israelis?
I'm not that fucking terrified.
Also, why do you call them terrorist monsters? Why are you terrified of Israelis?
You guys are cowards.
I'm sorry. BB, I'm gonna have to move you down if you interrupt again.
Oh, don't worry, Buttercup. You got major legal problems. You should check your back channels right now. You should see the shit. You know what Rachel's been doing? Pretending to be Rachel Handler. When actual Rachel Handler's on the app.
Okay, are you fucking done? Trying to threaten her?
Yeah, that was a threat. Go, Benny.
No, seriously, I'm not fucking terrified. I'm telling you, actually, the most dangerous one to Jewish people are Jewish people. Palestinians are not fucking dangerous to you.
100%.
Don't tell me that Palestinian can be, we're not. We don't fucking hate you because you're Jewish, no. We hate you because you're fucking Zionists. The minute you fucking leave us alone, we have no fucking problem with that. So shut the fuck up with this kind of rhetoric. Like, we're getting sick of. Actually, it's not us. I'm so kind of annoyed that we're still talking about it. You guys have no stage. No one want to talk to you everywhere. Like, literally, if you look at the stages that you used to get on October 7 after that, you lost it. Your Hasbara page, repetitive. Anyone can fucking memorize it. Like, you can go and debunk everyone in every fucking way. We don't need to go to 1948, they killed my... No, I can look in the last week what happened and I can pull 10 fucking events that shows you're fucking monsters. I don't need to go to history. It's 4K live recording talk. So fucking disgusting. Keep fucking crying. Keep crying. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Do you know that just today there was a video that came out of a 14-year-old that was shot by IDF in the West Bank, and for 45 minutes the soldier stood above his bleeding body while his mother was screaming in the background to let him be saved by
Did anyone saw this video? Yes. Did any of these fuckers saw the video today of the 14-year-old bleeding to death? No.
Listen,
Yeah, he was a threat.
listen to his mother in the background.
Let's talk about the leaflets.
Yeah, we're
Let's talk about Nabi Salah, where a bunch of soldiers took a 17-year-old and beat him up just for fun, or today in Hebron, where they beat a teenager on bikes just for fun. And these are just from the last 3 days, right?
Oh, Benny and Emperor.
This is what the Palestinians want.
Benny, and
What did you say? That is what they want?
Yeah, this is what Hamas wants. And their
They're what
leadership.
Hamas wants.
They say Hamas.
Hold on. Sorry. It's a great book. Okay, let's use this fucking logic. Let's see how dumb fucking piece of shit this. So, I take someone as a hostage. Right, Hamas takes someone as a hostage. Then you call the fucking police. The police comes, kill the hostage, and they're Hamas. This is your fucking logic. This is how you see the. We live in a fucking land that this logic is being used by someone who can operate a phone.
Now, this is what happens in war, right? So,
Listen, yeah, sure. You kill the hostage. You kill the hostage, and you kill the one who took it. Right?
everywhere there are casualties.
Can you refresh your? I will discuss with you.
Everywhere there
Yes, exactly. Can you refresh your Hasbara page because these?
in every war there's ever been, there's been casualties.
Oh, okay. Can I use this one here? Don't worry. Just a second, guys. Just a second. Can we say the same about October 7?
What about it?
All these kids, the Bebas, all of them casualties, right?
Yeah,
But they say that. Yeah, they were casualties. Exactly. Just a second. Hold on.
What the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, it's fucked up. I told you, the most dangerous thing to a Jewish is a Jewish.
Did you just say that the children from October 7th are casualties?
Why is it fucked up?
Because you're fucked up when you say that people's family. Just a second. I'll see how we try to explain to a Jew why a Jew life matters. Because when a Jewish kid gets killed, right, in something he's not related to, someone took him as a hostage, right, or whatever they to him, still fucking horrible. You cannot call it a casualty. The Bebas families were not just casualties. That was a fucking crime. See?
Yes, it was a crime, but it was.
So shut the fuck up when someone speaks about the Palestinians and don't call it a casualties. It's a fucking crime.
Yeah.
Yes, this is what Hamas wants, right? Hamas wants. And every single thing is good for Hamas is good for you.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna say the same thing I said to Sergio. Like, these talking points we're past it, okay? Anyone who's in this room can think a little bit critically and challenge some of this happened. Yeah,
Do you understand, John, that a Palestinian has explained to you why the children of October 7th are not acceptable casualties? They're innocent, just like 22,000 other children and over 700 children in the West Bank in the past 5 years. They're fucking children. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, Shai, I'm going to say the same thing I said to Sergio, that we're not... Okay, Connor, you have background noise.
Sorry.
Okay, Shai, I'm going to say something I said to Sergio. Like, anyone in this room can think about the sort of the Zionist talking points Americans are leaned on, and if you're going to spout them, I'm going to have to move you down because this is a room about thinking critically and engaging with the conversation.
No, better I want you to think critically and engage with the conversation.
So if it's a talking point that you and I were raised with to be reflexively defensive of every atrocity, then I'm going to move you down because we all know what those are. They're boring. They put me to sleep, and that's not what this room is about. It's about...
To continue on to wrap you to the hospital point for 5 minutes, right? It will be more intelligent.
One more Hasbara talking point you're going down, Shai.
Everything to you is a Hasbara talking point.
No, you know exactly what the narrative is. We all grew up with it. We all heard the same fucking...
You have a fucking ministry called Hasbara, so...
Yeah, can I ask Bonnie, can I ask you a question? Is it Bonnie? Benny? I'm sorry. Benny, can I ask you a question? Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Are you Israeli?
I'm Palestinian. I am a Palestinian 48er, which means I hold an Israeli passport.
Okay. So, because I don't want to, I understand if we want to move away from the leaflet talking point, but I'm still frustrated by it, and I think that it is a good point to sometimes talk about, only because I feel that one of the things that I've read, I feel that it's like one of those mechanisms where people use it, where it's used to say, hey, look, we're doing good, to then justify what is actually happening in the back end, because you saw afterwards, the Ministry of Defense and of Israel and everything, like they referred to everybody who stayed behind, who didn't move after the leaflets were dropped, as human shield or accomplices. And so you were able to justify that entire population to
let's assume that it is their intention. Let's assume that the drone leaflet is the intention of informing someone that he needs with us. I want to remind you of something. Do you remember the airdrops?
The airdrops, the leaflet airdrops from the plane?
No, the airdrops, the 8.
Oh, the airdrops, yeah.
You remember when they drop these big, large boxes and they miss the target and they fall in the sea?
Or they end up killing people.
Or they end up they just fall, they drop it for one region and they fall inside of Israel. Or they drop it. Now I want you to imagine, can you drop a leaf from a jet and think it's going to go to the weapons? Stupid idea. The whole idea is they just
want
to sell the image.
Hold on, but you need to understand, Bima, you need to understand this is part of the entire doctrine of whitewashing the occupation. It's the same thing as saying we have a Supreme Court judge who's an Arab, right? There are 20% Muslims in Israel, which is not accurate, 20% Palestinians, but this is how they whitewashed the occupation and the crimes for decades. Because they walked this line, but
if you want to look at the logic,
the masks have fallen.
Yeah, but if you want to look at the logic, every time Israelis talk about A, know that you should not talk about A. And this is what a lot of people fall. This is A, B, C, and Hasbara. The first thing, they drop something for you so you can start talking about it. And then you spend an hour discussing it. But technically, you just got distracted and fall into a trap. It's like, why are we even talking about this part? Talking about this part is that does not really make sense. Why are you bombing? You stop talking about why are we bombing that building, and now we're talking about what? We're talking about but we informed him, but he did not fucking leave.
So I don't want you to start. Yeah.
The leaflets are the lawyer's fine print. It's to cover their ass. It's to absolve them of any crime. Okay. This is the purpose of the leaflets. It's irrelevant to the topic.
I'm gonna exactly like hundreds of thousands, if not millions.
Buttercup, that was my entire point. I just wanted, that was my entire point, because I think a lot of times when we're in these discussions and people do bring up the leaflets to sort of say like, oh look, this is the good thing we're doing. I think it's interesting that we're not even, a lot of the times like here we are, but in this discussion, but a lot of times we don't say, wait, hold on, let's actually talk about what really happened with the leaflets, and sort of like explain what you just said. You know what I'm saying?
Fuck the leaflets.
Like the true content.
They just gotta spread your propaganda from no one that ever been to Gaza or the idea. Got it. But we talked about
No, we always need to talk about not the perspective of the IDF. This is ABC. This is what we should do. We never should talk about things from the perspective of the IDF. The IDF is the criminal. Now, you don't bring a criminal to him. Can you map and tell me this? But you don't. You don't. The criminal. Yeah, sure. Hamas are a criminal. Do you know why? Because they are collaborators for me. With the Israelis, for me, I don't fucking see them as you think I should see them.
It wasn't just Hamas who committed 7th of October. It was many Palestinian factions.
Yes, happening.
Hold on. Just be honest. Yeah,
it's not a celebration.
5,000 population. 15,000.
If you agree on the songs,
I'm going to go for 27,000 Palestinians. 100,000. Okay, 100,000 Palestinians is October 7th.
We heard you enough.
No. Listen.
But you don't have anything to say. So basically,
I'm asking you, how many Palestinians?
You do agree that Hamas are like a violent, terror, brutal, jihadist terror group. And we also know that this jihadi terror, extreme radical group has been the government of Gaza for the last 20 years.
No.
Now you don't need to be a genius plus one together to understand that it has an impact. It's not like a football ball.
Comedian John Kitover is bringing punchlines and parables together in a show that's filling fellowship halls across the region. We caught up with him earlier today. Also, folks, this is the only comedy show where you get a bulletin on a page. Comedian John
The flag, like someone turned a page, like writes our names in silence. Stand your law. Check out the artistry. Frosting, sprinkles, custard fluff sounds better than numbers. Okay. Looking for the pie. River over stars that happened. Some small fashion. Nothing's wrong with 100,000 which I swear.
John Kitover. Let's go live to the topper. Good afternoon, we are.
Okay, stop whining. Daniel, I have a question for you. Daniel, how many? Daniel, you're in Israel, right?
Sorry, just a second. As a Jew hater, I have to defend, the biggest family for the other Jew who think there are casualties. The second part is, even if 100,000 Palestinians maintain, they don't come like 10% of the Palestinians that are inside of Gaza. So does that justify killing the others? No. The other part is, let's say I use the same logic that you have. How many settlers are burning villages every day in the West Bank? That does not mean we should kill all the settlers, not Israelis, the settlers. No, we should not, right? The idea is that because of Hamas, Israel funded Hamas and made them the government. They made them the only option to govern Gaza. That is through Qatar. But the other part is, what about the West Bank? I didn't see any October 7 happening there. How many people did you kill since then? So stop using the same thing. Listen, if you want me to discuss and not curse you, and therefore trying to be candid with you for the first time, if you don't want to be cursed, respect my intelligence. Do not fucking repeat Hasbara points that I can do circles around him. Okay?
Respect your intelligence. The first statement that you made to me in all the time that I saw you was just cursing at me.
Yes, because you said Hasbara.
And every time that I speak, you speak over me. And everything that we say, you can say that. And by the way, stop talking. And by the way, again, zero accountability, zero introspection, and zero taking responsibility for what Palestinians are doing.
For what? He didn't do anything. He doesn't live in Gaza. He has no, what? He doesn't even particularly like Hamas. The thing is, this is what we're trying to tell you. Even if it's 100,000, there are 2.4 million Palestinians in Gaza. And you are blaming all 0.4 million people for what, let's say, exaggerated
Who said that?
Then explain your attitude towards this.
Because they like to refuse because you're actually demanding a Palestinian 48 to be accountable for what Hamas did, but you refuse to be accountable for what
I didn't say anything about it. I said about introspection to the Palestinian society.
Introspection, okay, I will do introspection. Okay, so what the Palestinians
I want to do all the time, by the way.
What makes you think they don't?
Just a second. Mike, just a second. Hold on. For the Palestinians,
also all the pro-Palestinians, zero accountability.
I don't give a fuck about the pro-Palestinians. You and them, you can go fuck yourself. I don't really care. I care about my own people. I'm a selfish now after a genocide. This is how I motherfucking speak after a genocide. When I saw a 14-year-old bleeding to death today, I can speak the way I want. So do not tell me Okay, hey guys, do you wanna get in circles you and start crying and jerking yourself? Like, what? Do you wanna listen to someone? Yeah, sure. But I'm not gonna sit and start talking to you in a way that I'm gonna respect that what you're saying is not fucking us, bro. Today, the 14-year-old was bleeding to death. We all saw it. If you did not, you should go check it out. Okay, so, great. So we need to kind of get used to it.
I'm just saying.
No, I know. I'm being sarcastic. What I'm trying to do is, if Palestinians want to look into what happened and they want to evaluate, that's a valid thing. Okay, how do we do it as a community? How does it do it as a nation? They need to do election. Who's preventing the election? Why no one can fucking answer? Sorry, Daniel, why can't we do? Why can't we do elections?
The Palestinians, and no one is stopping them. We can have elections. You decided that you will not have elections until you put the restrictions. Now they're talking about a referendum.
No, I'm asking you, who's preventing the election in the last time? Who prevented it?
Your leaders don't want to have elections. Go do elections. Why am I stopping you?
Okay, Daniel, if you don't know, see, I don't know.
I know the narrative. The narrative is not you. It's again this view that reminds everyone that everything is blamed by the Israelis.
You can go look it up, and I'm gonna say it, and you can go look it up. I don't know how to post shit here, neither I'm interested because you guys are not looking for a fact. The last election was prevented in Israel, I think in 2021, because the Israeli police in Jerusalem restricted.
You're talking about specifically East Jerusalem, right?
This is how we talk about
this is how election happened and West Bank.
This is how
I just want to understand.
Hold on, yeah, this is how election happened. You don't do half election, you don't do three-quarters election, you don't do.
Well, you don't have elections right now.
No. People need to understand this, Maya, just a second. Israeli police in Jerusalem prevented letting election happening in East Jerusalem, which means you cannot have election if you have party election. Like I don't need to explain election.
At least you have a reason why your people did not get to be represented. The people in Gaza, because in East Jerusalem this happened. So the people in Gaza should be under the terror regime for almost 2 decades. God, at least you have someone to blame. But who's paying Israel?
Yes, Israel is the reason
born under Hamas rule.
Israel. You know why?
As long as you have someone to blame.
No. There is a collection. When someone gets sick, the problem that you have when someone gets sick, should I have a conversation with someone more intelligent than you? Should I wait your time?
Sorry.
So when there is a cancer, you might have symptoms. Hamas is a symptom to the cancer. The cancer is Israel. So when you want to kind of treat the symptom, okay, you can treat Hamas, like we can treat what Hamas did and all this kind of shit, but we should never forget who's the cancer, because the cancer caused more symptoms. Like now, Israel is So what drugs is supposed to be used other than terror?
I want to explain something, please, if you don't mind. In order to have an election, the PLO is funded by international communities. In order to have that kind of funding keep flowing, they have to meet certain terms. That includes having elections that meet certain standards. Without performing elections within the West Bank, those elections are not deemed as legal in the eyes of the international community. Hence, if they have those type of elections, they will be cut off from funding. Israel intentionally prevents them from having elections in the East Jerusalem in order to prevent them from having elections. As you see, the evil cycle that goes on here. So they just, by the way, declared elections for the PLO.
So I understand. So those international bodies are will kind of frown upon about an election that will not include East Jerusalem, but are totally okay with giving funding for
Just a second. Daniel, you need to understand the PLO ousted Hamas. Hamas wasn't under the umbrella of the PLO for many years.
Organization. No, it's from Israel.
Really?
No,
yes.
Hold
on. Hamas get the funding from Israel.
The expenses of education and hospitalization.
You want to deny? Just a second. Can you mute yourself? Can you deny that Netanyahu sent the head of Mossad to Qatar to request them to send money to Hamas, and when the Qataris were not sure, they had to request a written letter, and then that written letter was sent and signed by the head of Mossad.
He knows this. We've discussed it. Daniel knows this.
So who funded Hamas then? Why did Israel ask Qatar to fund Hamas?
So you're asking me a question. Okay, so if you would look at the reason why the money from Qatar was given to Hamas.
That's not the question. I'm sorry, I'm asking a question. I'm trying to answer. So that's not my question. Let me clarify the question.
You want to hear a question?
So I want to clarify the question.
You want to make an allegation and accusation. And you want to
Israel? Why Israel?
Ask me a question.
I'm asking the question. Why Israel asked Qatar? Not why Qatar sent. Why Israel asked Qatar?
Okay, that is the problem. That Israel asked Qatar. Okay, so the reason that the money was given was for three reasons. One is to help with the humanitarian issue in Gaza. The second one is to pay for electricity and gas to warm and light up the street. And the third was to pay salaries of what can you do? Employees of Hamas. But employees of Hamas are, for example, doctors and teachers and people that need to be paid, but they are under Hamas because Hamas is a dual-use word. It is the government of Gaza, and it's also a terror organization. If Israel would not allow Qatar to fund Gaza, you would be on stage and say, no, we'll not allow money for gas, electricity, doctors, and infrastructure.
Why did Israel prevent the PA?
The issue is that Hamas is the government of Gaza. This is how you got to roll around.
Why did Israel? Daniel, hold yourself. Why Israel prevented the PA?
It's your government.
Why did Israel ask the PA? Prevented the PA from sending.
Grow up. With you, okay?
You're losing the argument, is what you do.
I understand, but if you're not being respectful, I'm not going to engage.
I'm not respectful. I'm not being respectful. I didn't curse. See, I'm being respectful. So why did Israel prevent it and cut the PA from sending and paying the salaries to the employees in Gaza to prevent them to be under the umbrella of Hamas? Why did Israel do that? Like when they asked Qatar, they had to ask Qatar for a reason because they were
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Because you got quiet, so I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to kind of like, give you something.
So give him the answer. Just
go ahead, Daniel.
You already have the answer.
It's
Palestinians the Palestinians are the victims. But I'm trying to ask you.
There's no answer. He's a coward.
I'm trying to ask you to get out of every little.
I'm asking you. You don't ask me if you don't answer.
Allegations on left and right, okay? At some point, you guys need to understand that you bring.
What allegations?
You're only saying that you
No, Daniel, all you do is throw slogans. Can you address what was said?
You know, I want to say what I want to say. Because maybe you enjoy this game, but
זימבבואה אותך, זימבבתי אותך, נכנסתי ככה נכנסתי לך.
הוא התפרק.
כן, וואו, בן חלש. He's weak, by the way.
Wow, you guys are so low level debate. Cursing me in Hebrew, and she is supporting him, and they're both, they won the debate because they would not let me speak. You guys are like, you're so fragile. Your ideology is all based on allegation.
Just
and this is what I'm trying to talk. They zero.
It's actually based on Daniel.
Enjoy your life.
There are interviews with one of the
begging for the money.
Let's move on. You're not old, but Buttercup, this is exactly the problem. We can't keep skipping over the facts of the personality just because Daniel doesn't accept it. It's not about him. It's about the fact that it's not a conspiracy theory. It's not an assumption. It's not it's facts. We have pictures, documentations, confessions on camera, on Israeli media. This is not just some French this is something that the majority of us acknowledges. It's impossible to have a conversation.
There's really government changing the situation. So that's
Listen, facts versus opinions. I've got index cards.
To have a government. Okay, so you raise a piece from Hamas and you keep it there. What do you think is going to happen? And when you keep Kitover is going to be enough one time. So they made sure that liberal, whatever you want to call be a corrupt, don't send the salaries. So the average American has to be you did not give him an ultimatum. Then actually, because you made him dependent on Hamas, then Hamas did October 7, then you the average Gaza.
I mean, I think even the people who are more conservative in their estimates will say that the Netanyahu government was playing a very dangerous game with this buy and quiet plan, right? Even the most, mainstream centrist Israelis will admit that what is funding Hamas through Qatar was a very dangerous game. And it did backfire on them, right? Whether they had the intention.
So this guy is like chewing.
He's just obnoxious, but he's just that's his personality. But
and you're rude.
But then on the more, you can go on a limb and say that it was intentional. They expected something like this to happen, and it gave them license to do what they were planning to do anyway, which is ethnically cleanse of pesticides, right?
Right.
Thank you, Mixed. I'm glad you agree. So I want to change the topic a bit. Benny, Olive, and Mick Rose, I've been reading with Abu Safia, this medical director, that we didn't hear. It seemed like he was going to be released with all the Palestinian prisoners, and then in the last second, it seems they changed their minds, and then suddenly the Israeli government puts out a photo of him claiming it's a Hamas uniform, and with no basis.
Can I clarify that? Dr. Hussam Abu Safir was a pediatrician from northern Gaza. After the beginning of the genocide, he self-appointed chief of staff of Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. He was a hero. He refused to evacuate. They murdered his son as retaliation. They called him and told him to evacuate, and he refused. He stayed with his patients and started reporting from inside the hospital. For those of you who remember, one of the results of the general's plan in the north was we saw an ER burning, and we saw people with IVs still them burning to death live. Dr. Hussam Abu Safir was one of the many medical staff that were taken, abducted by the IDF when they took over North Gaza. He has been tortured. He has zero access almost to lawyers, not to mention medical assistance. Red Cross is completely forbidden from any type of access. It's impossible to get any type of information about him. And recently a photo came up where he was shown to be in a uniform, which claim to be part of Hamas. Hamas doesn't use those type of uniforms. That uniform is reserved for medical staff that is part of search and rescue teams within Gaza. That has nothing to do with Hamas. That is completely, you will never find any other Hamas operative wearing anything similar. However, you will find Palestinian forces that are search and rescue that have a similar.
I thought it was like a PA something.
Is the local police military medical unit? Okay, so there's a unit, military police under a police. Right? Like many Israeli cardiologists or ER doctors or those, all of them are also reserved in the army. Does that mean you're arrested? No, that's not. I just to remind everyone, his arrest video, which went viral, the arrest video that they took him, where he walked into a tank. Mm-hmm. He walked himself. He literally walked. That's not a terrorist behavior.
No. And they presented no evidence that he's a terrorist, but I wanted to ask this question because it reminds me a little bit of when Israel, because it came out through the official Israeli channels. They maligned him, they smeared him, they committed libel. They could claim that his uniform is Hamas. It's not. And it's eerily similar to what they did to the journalists when they posted a picture of a bunch of journalists claiming they were members of Hamas without evidence. And it's what do you make of the fact that the Israeli government's formal channels are putting out this libelous information about this doctor, which so far they've not presented any evidence that... Are they going to kill him? Like, it's really scary because when they did with the journalists, somebody else are dying.
To kill him, yeah, they will kill him. Why? This might sound ridiculous, but some people don't know that Israel killed a few Palestinian doctors who were under arrest, and they killed them. Dr. Adnan al-Burj, genius doctor.
They refused to return his body.
They killed him in Israeli prison. He was in prison, a doctor. They killed him. They assassinated him, made sure that he's dead, and they won't return his body until now. And when some people who were released and they know who witnessed him like this, they know that he had so many marks on his body from the torture. So Israel killed doctors.
Not only doctors, a lot of the bodies that were returned from Israel torture camps, and I saw the pictures myself. There was a Google Drive if anybody wants to. We were literally in execution poses. The body was in a crutching pose with hands tied behind their backs and still blindfolded, which is literally an execution pose. We have at least 101 names that we know of that were martyred in mysterious circumstances in Israel detention and torture camps. And the numbers just keep growing. Stetson Line is just the tip of the iceberg. People don't understand that.
I think people are beginning to realize that. But I think what is strange about this is they were silent about him. It seemed like there was a last minute push to release him during the final exchange of prisoners, and then suddenly he's off the list. We don't hear about him. They could have not mentioned him, and all of a sudden they're bringing him up with this false claim about him.
The thing is that Israel recognizes figures that might have leadership qualities that can gather support behind them and lead a unified Palestinian voice. Nothing terrifies them more than these types of personalities where they pop up. You can take Zachariah's baby as a good example, Deborah Gucci, of course, and Sophia. And I doubt they will ever, because when if God willing released, he will be a hero. He will be an icon, and that's the last thing Israel will allow ever to happen. This is why the concern for him is so grave. Not to mention that I've spoken to people that have known Dr. Abu Safia since they were children. He took care of their children when they were
Yeah, I'm writing you as I'm muttering. That's how people write El Normo. They say it in their head, then they write it. But I don't know which phone you're on. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm looking at 20 plus phones, El Normo, and the phone screens are off, so I don't know which phone you're on. I tried to find you, but we've got too many Clown House rooms live streaming, and I'm about to send you another audio clip.
Have a harder time to try to twist themselves into knots, making atrocities make sense. Like going after journalists, going after medical professionals.
The thing is, Buttercup, that there's a lot more more hardcore, concrete proof evidence out there that even the world is not bothering to put emphasis on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Report about what happens. It's called Welcome to Hell.
By the way, we all see it. I think more than you guys in Israel see it. Because we're bombarded with it.
A part of me hopes that the world is oblivious to that because that would give me comfort. But if they're not and they're still ignoring it, then that's even more terrifying. But this is not a speculation. This is well-known fact. Like, there are court petitions, court documents, whatever you want. This is well-known fact what happens in those places. And it's been documented from every possible angle. But for some reason, people keep ignoring it. Did you know what happened to Dave Buttercup and the security cabinet in Israel?
No, what happened?
They issued new orders which effectively say that from now on, they assert or they annex to themselves security control over A territories and B territories, which means that from now on, they can literally walk into a home in the middle of Ramallah, and according to them, they will have the right to do so. So effectively, we've started to full-on annex the West Bank from the river to the sea. So the genocide is officially spreading to the West Bank. This is it.
I have a question, more just like a pragmatic question. Like, for those of us who think that the two-state solution is dead because it's like, what's going to be the state at this point? It's all eaten up. Like, it seems like I understand extremists are annexing the West Bank for one reason, but if we want to move towards one state where Palestinians in the West Bank have rights, it's a tragedy for people who still believe in two states. But if you believe in one state, then
which one is easier? Which one is easier in your head to give the Palestinians in the West Bank equal rights, or to go to two states?
I think at this point, what's left to become two states? You just get our
Now it is one state. Right now, always Israel and Palestine was one state. Like, pragmatically, on the ground, we're one state. It is apartheid. Yeah, it is an apartheid, but we need to be clear. It is one state. So when people say I want one state, I would tell them, you don't know what you're asking for because technically we are different.
I agree with you. I guess the point I'm making, I also think it's easier at this point to just.
It's game time. 20 extra crispy wings for $20 a KFC. It's very good. Cancer Guard screens for over 50 cancers with one simple blood test. Get Cancer Guard from the makers of Cologuard.
But inside of Israel, there is an apartheid. Everything apartheid.
What is the apartheid there?
How about the death
Jewish,
sentence?
and Jews and Arabs are not equal.
What is the problem with equality?
What do you mean?
This is not serious.
It's good equality. It's good to have equality. It's healthy.
Yeah, but what's
very good.
problem? I believe everybody in Israel is able to vote and so.
Okay, so the equality does not stand for voting. It's about your rights.
What rights are missing?
Are you Israeli?
No, but I'm interested.
Okay.
What rights are missing?
There are 75 laws inside of Israel that discriminate against Palestinians. I'm giving you absentee law as well.
What is the absentee law?
Okay, this is you can Google this too.
A law that does not get you your land back, although you are a full citizen of Israel, because Israel took it.
Okay,
Basically says that as long as you can prevent Palestinians from reaching the land for 3 years, the state can take it away.
No, people who are Israelis. Exactly. I know you guys love that. It's like, you know, they live to join them. I know you're. Oh, guys, you're so. No, I'm talking about full Palestinians who have Israeli citizenship. Like, they still cannot get their land back.
Okay, I don't know the details, but that is very common. Some people in some countries have lost land and they are.
No, it's not.
That doesn't mean that they will be apartheid.
When you have the paper, and you call yourself a democratic country, that does not go as expected.
What is the paper? Who has given that?
That you own the fucking land. That gives you.
Are you referring to something before 48?
Yeah, because you know history does not start in 48. Some people live.
Yes, but the state of Israel starts at 48.
So do you count all legal holdings, everything? Because for you guys, you came from 2,000 years ago, so.
No, that has nothing to do with that. Do you know?
Does not want to learn. For a second, you want to learn, then you just want to argue, then I'm going to.
Do you know what Resolution 194 is? I'm so sick of repeating this.
Then don't. He does not want to learn.
Yeah, we don't have to explain it. He can Google some stuff on his own.
Okay, Google Resolution 194 from October 1948. That was, well, probably one of the first famous times, let's say, when defied international law, like, or ignored it bluntly and said, fuck off. We'll do whatever the fuck we want.
So this is.
Because that man that he's talking about, the whole world told Israel that it has to give it back, and those people have to be able to return, and they also should be compensated for everything that's lost. And that was in October 1948, right? The same body that declared Israel as a viable state also told Israel, please allow all these people to return home and give them back what is theirs and compensate them for everything that's lost. Israel said, fuck off. First time, 1948. Just went first from there.
Yeah, but it seems quite natural to me that there was a war in 48 and they were good.
It's okay, I don't care what you think.
Some people left on the other side of the war and some people on the other side of the war.
And they're going to discuss enough with you. Okay, you're not even Israeli, so I already gave you. So you can go Google shit now and then you can comment to follow up question.
Anyway,
I expect you to give me explanations provided.
I gave you, just like I'm Anita Depo. Listen, you asked a question about something you don't know, I explained one. Then I asked you a follow-up question, do you want? Then we said, okay, can you explain? Then. Okay, you don't answer yet. You just want to debate for the sake of debate.
You don't have to irritate me. I'm okay with the fact that I don't know everything about Israel and Palestine.
Okay, so
You know how the apartheid is valid.
I just told you that you cannot get your land back, dumb fuck. What does that mean? If you're an Arab,
that's one thing, and that doesn't tell me that there's apartheid.
That's one example, dumb fuck.
I mean, just what about the West Bank? Okay, those are people that also live on the land.
No. I don't want to listen. This is what Israelis want to do. Oh, but listen, might be an apartheid, but inside of Israel, no.
He's not Israeli. He's just a rando guy.
No, I know, but all Israel shit, inside of Israel shit, in the West Bank is shittier, in Gaza is way shittier. No, I'm not letting. No, inside of Israel it's a fucking apartheid because you cannot get your land back, although you have the right. I mean, you go to court and they look at the law and they say absentee law. Oh, Arab, he cannot get his land. That's a fucking apartheid. When you cannot buy a land in a house in a specific community because there are community acceptance rules, that's a fucking apartheid. The 75 laws, don't fuck, go read them, then come back. Next time, do not open a can of worms if you cannot fucking have.
I threw down, Juho, down in the comments, a link to a report from B'Tselem called Divide and Conquer. That report is very good at breaking down why it's an apartheid state between the river and the sea, and it breaks down the different types of apartheid, whether it's 48, East Jerusalem. If you were more of an audio person, you can go to my Twitter feed. There's 3 hour space with B'Tselem's spokesperson, Saïd Khali. She breaks it down on the interview. But it's important to understand because just because apartheid manifests in different ways doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Because the bottom line is, everywhere you look between the river and the sea, Jews are privileged over everybody else, and that is the most basic, pure form of apartheid. And that is why we say it's apartheid between the river and the sea, because Jews are always privileged. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but always privileged.
Are you saying that there's apartheid against Israeli citizens or apartheid against the Palestinians in the...
There is apartheid inequality towards anybody that is not Jewish. And it can be worse in some places, it's not as bad in other places, but Jews are always privileged over everybody else. It doesn't matter if it's Palestinian, Muslim, Christian, Samaritans, even Jews suffer from the same thing. The point is that the Jew is, in Israel proper, yeah, the Jew is the privileged always. You can come close, you can be a Jew as a serving in the army, and you will come close to the status of a Jew, but you will never be as privileged as a Jew, and that applies everywhere between the river and the sea.
River and sea is different from Israel.
Juho, how about we go around? I feel like we need to clear the air. I think everyone should say a little bit about you. I don't think I've met you, Juho. I don't know, Mr. Roger, you're from the West Bank, right? Mr. Roger?
Yes, I'm from the West Bank, but I don't live in the West Bank. I live outside.
Are you
Don't tell how it is.
Then I can tell you what's happening there.
Yeah. Tell us.
I've been in places where you want to change. You see, I have a Jordanian nationality, so I have more privilege than the Palestinians themselves walking on the Israeli parts. So I've seen how I can pass these called mahsoum. And there is that, it looks like the one, because I work in this industry where you put cows on a certain track and it's all full of iron so they don't get distracted. I've seen that place that Palestinians go through and it's really fucked up. I mean, humiliating method. like you, but your Zionist mentality, that is a different thing than the Judaism itself, is controlling you. You are not just like ISIS. You know, ISIS, they are Muslims too, but they used to drag us to a war. They claimed they made a country and they used your same basic. Either you're with me or against me. And if you are against me, I will kill you. I will cut your head. They filled YouTube literally with these cutting heads videos. You are using the same method. So Zionism is just an ISIS who's controlled Judaism to fulfill their plans, and also the main reason that the Israelis now don't live in peace everywhere. By the way, there's a...
You were talking difference from ISIS. They have one difference, like ISIS, sugar, tissue. Man. Tissue.
Look at the fun side. They were talking earlier what destroyed the Jew peace on the whole world. Look, guys, you have to look at the history, because the history itself condemns you. The fun is that you left all the threads when all these pieces that can follow and catch you. What you did, like the first when you start to establish the so-called Israel, you sent terrorists to Egypt to make bombing, and one of you could get caught near the cinema of Egypt, making bombs to provoke people to click the Jew, because you need population. We know that. It's a great strategy, but people didn't understand it that time. You made that problems. Even in Iraq, you started making these countries. Yeah, everyone knows you're the one who made, and nowadays, after you destroyed your good reputation, they destroyed now their reputation, and they lost, after 7 October, everyone dreams become a Jew, because everything will open for you. Not like most people, you see.
You have a Jewish mother?
No way. I'm talking about the people. You see, if you look at Mel Gibson, bro, he just made a movie. They buried him. That Jesus Christ movie. They are the one who control media. Have you seen Superman movie?
All right. So we're running a little on the topic here. Mr. Raji, I hope you understand from this room that there's this doesn't represent Judaism or Jews or ethnic Jews. Many of us have
I'm talking about Zionists. I'm talking, this is the so-called, because most people doesn't know Zionists. I've seen
it's a struggle though. Jews are trying to separate their identity from Zionism, but it's entangled, so we're trying to untangle it. That's why we're having this struggle.
Which is a good thing, and I represent what you are saying. But the main idea, they the one who lose their position after 7th of October. That's what they show to the world. They can fix that problem much, much better than making all of these massacres. But the problem is they made the massacres, and I guess now you have the full intentions. The main intention to kill these people and take them out. They won't give you a state. They won't recognize you even if you bend over.
You don't want to be Jewish. Trust me.
No. I don't want to be bad. انت فهمت غلط حبيبي. Because I was talking about the common people.
Outside of Israel and Palestine, I think Muslims and Jews and Palestinians are in a very vulnerable position, because we're all sort of linked by proxy to what's happening there, and we're all really in the same boat. So I think that the experience is a little different for those of us in the diaspora. We're forced to confront this, and it's not really a great position to be in. So this is why everyone's having sort of a collective identity crisis, even though the stakes are less high for us, but everyone's trying to figure out what it means to be a Jew, a Palestinian American.
I think you guys should double down. Not double down Zionism, like double down Jewish identity. You just don't leave it for them. Don't leave it for them to claim. It's like, no, I am Jewish and fuck you.
Yeah.
Leaving it is like, no, I need to get into, even if you're in front of these white nationalists, who's there to sound kind of start bothering. I'm like, no, I'm Jewish, I'm proud, and fuck you, and you don't represent what God said. You just saying that David Netanyahu represent Jewish I did it for most Jewish it's not a piece of shit. So I think all this kind of the Jewish diaspora, just
But also, you have to understand, in Israel, Judaism is not the sacred thing. This is not the one thing they uphold, that their religion is the IDF. We can trash Judaism all day long. Most of them wouldn't give a fine fuck. But you say one wrong thing about the IDF and they all lose their shit. It was never about Judaism, ever.
The IDF represent a great symbol in their head, by the way. This is why when you say anything about it, you just touch a very delicate nerve for them.
بلجيكي صح انت بلجيكي؟
انا مش من مواليد الاردن فما عشت هاي اردني فلسطيني بس
ربنا عفاك لا تخلص.
يا انا اسف معلش.
Who's an Israeli, Mr. Raji, who's a Palestinian, West Banker, Jew is not Jewish, not an Israeli.
Faya is Palestinian too.
Faya is a Palestinian from where?
Oh, you are? I didn't know that, Faya.
No, I'm Iraqi.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm sorry. We're all.
No, we're not. So you're in Iraqi.
Oh, come on.
Like you have Andalis and things.
she even sounds a little bit like Nana, right? And her voice sounds a little bit like Nana's voice.
I think we're
What Caleb is a Palestinian too, or a Jew?
No, he's a Jewish Israeli. He likes the accent.
I don't know. He's claims Israeliness.
Buttercup, there are people asking for Mike and I don't know them, so I don't want to just.
Who? Let's see. The music guy is a troll that just records rooms. I don't see anyone with a hand up.
It was some Ellie Rezavi something.
Ellie Rezavi. I don't see him. You can just give him a mic. I don't care. Oh, Ali. Yeah, he's fine. You doesn't mic people. It's up to you. I'm gonna leave soon anyway.
I don't know what the rules are in these things.
If they're shitty, I'll let you know.
Daniel, I want to know, Daniel, you were in our room today and you were listening for a long time. I'm really curious to know what you learned, what was it like for you too? Because I don't know if you ever had to experience like Israelis sitting down having a proper conversation with a Palestinian the way you observed today. I was curious to know what you thought.
I find it interesting that you basically were talking about the IDF and basically that anyone that joins the IDF is inherently a criminal. Yet people that are working, it doesn't matter what role you were talking about, like even if they're like the doctors of the army, we were talking about
Yeah, he was listening.
And now you are like talking about like this doctor and doing like the complete opposite. And again, to be honest, like I am trying to listen and understand. And it seems like if you don't inherently come with the belief of the narrative, like you don't provide like, you know, the title was Chazon of like, I don't remember exactly what it was about, like, and I was really hoping to hear something that is not, again, accusations, they are the victim, like this, they are the bad ones, they are the good ones, and it's like no plan, no really like something that is realistic. It seems like keeping this alive is the thing is keeping the cause alive.
Remind me if I'm wrong. I was speaking in the space today, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Daniel, I was in the space speaking, right?
I don't
Igolo is his name.
think that I heard
Yeah,
you.
Igolo.
He was his name.
Did I curse in that space then?
I don't think that I heard
You did. He was there. You just don't
I
recognize
was
him.
the one.
I should be recognized for
I
us.
was the one who was making that point that everyone was Jewish. So I was complicit. It was me.
Yeah, but you maybe, but you like it was like people built upon it. It wasn't like rejection. It was a domination. They were adding to it.
It also was Olive was the only Palestinian there.
I was the only
Let me
person.
There was another girl, an Arab girl. I don't remember.
Okay, guys, I just want to tell the room because they don't know what you're talking about. I've been following Benny Olive and Emrose for a while because I was looking for Israelis that have lefty views because I was pretty depressed with some of the discourse. And so I've been following for a while. They have these spaces online of just like progressive lefty Israelis who, acknowledge the genocide and all this stuff. And lately, Daniel's been joining their rooms, their spaces on Twitter. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
As a list.
But one thing, notice that I don't curse when the one speaking for.
No, you did curse.
No, I didn't curse. You didn't curse them. What did you say?
And not at them, at us again, even without us being there.
Yeah.
At pigs,
I think Angel pissed you off at some point. I think he said maybe something
No,
about
but the guy that I was speaking to, I was speaking to, he was not, I didn't curse at him because I.
Also, like new voices to me, so it's really hard to
Yeah, so
names to.
Yeah, so he was speaking to me with respect, meaning he did not.
And he wasn't an anti-Zionist, by the way.
He was not. He was a Zionist, but like.
I know what about you talking about about either Zionists or soldiers.
Yeah, but do you remember how that conversation started?
No.
No?
No.
Would you like to be reminded?
Yeah, why don't you recap the conversation for those of us who weren't there or don't understand Hebrew enough to understand fully?
But basically, it was about basically the idea was, but the idea inherently is bad and commits crime. So like you need to accept this narrative to follow the law.
Yes.
And then basically you build up to that anyone that joins this is a criminal.
The conversation started when one of the people, the Israelis on spaces, was like a lefty Zionist. And he has a question that he's been repeating in many lefty Zionist spaces. Because they all agree that Gidi belongs in jail for the way that he has been funding Hamas for a long, long time. Now, he brought to the floor the question of whether Yair Lapid and Bennett should face the same fate, because to some extent, when they were in power for about a year, they did the same thing, but in a different method. And from there, we went to how far can we take complicity. So there is the notion that some people hold the notion that there are no innocent people in Gaza, right? They love to say that. And we started talking about who is and isn't complicit and to what extent. And the first thing that we talked about was the level of involvement. Now, you can say that everybody that entered Israel from the Palestinian side unsuffered and were 100% complicit, but also those who were driving the trucks, right? But at the same time, can we say the same for the IDF? And to what extent? Because that is a mandatory army, right? You can refuse, or can you? And that is where the conversation goes, because Israelis do know what is happening there. Even lefty Zionists know what is happening there. That is why it was a conversation they finally started to have. But this is why I was interested for you to listen, because in these spaces, I haven't seen one proper Israeli space on this platform. And I wanted you to be exposed a little bit more to the internal dialogue that I think you're missing out on. And I think kind of makes you live within this sheltered bubble that is, well, actually pretty detached from Israeli society. Even if it's not your camp, you should still be exposed to what is happening.
And I was watching Channel 14 and I was out of feedback there in opposite. I wanted to challenge myself because I'm not thinking about it. Like you say, okay, safely, makes sense. If you're convinced, you want to agree. You're also convinced, not a problem. And I have to admit that in your spaces, also, if you're not already part of the community, you don't accept inherently, like, their therapy. Like, I was reading, also, like, there was this conversation of what's a phrase for it, but not in a long way down the organization. The American organization taken over like this one part, and I was listening to it, like, again, trying to, like, both are very good speakers, both on Jewish organizations that are very anti-Zionist. But it was just like, even talking about growing up in a parliament, I was looking to hear, like, okay, example, like, something, but there was nothing. It was just like all those blank statements that I honestly, I wanted to challenge myself, but there was nothing there. If you don't believe the narrative, there's
There's nothing there.
You were hung up on the terminology. You were triggered by the terminology.
Like it's just throwing things in the air, ethnic cleansing, global compartment, indiscriminate, and also at the end of the day, this is a very complex situation. And to assume that Israel works in a vacuum, that they can do whatever they want, it's not realistic. We have the other side, that they are also our actors. Here we have the international community. All the things that Israel is doing, there is zero talk about why is happening this situation also, which is not just on Israel's side.
You mentioned the international community, but you expressed to me before multiple times that you don't give a fuck about international law. So you acknowledge the fact
I'm just being accurate. It's not really an opinion.
Could it be that you just don't have all the information and, I'm sorry, the intelligence to discuss when you go into this conversation with fields that
Maybe I'm not intelligent and I don't know enough about the topic. Maybe.
So some people think they like physics.
Or maybe really like even now, your comeback is an insult. It's not like you're trying to convince me. Explain. Because if I don't believe the narrative, then there is nothing to be based on. Like you either with us or like fuck you, like you know, that's not behind the statement.
No, you can tell me fuck you, I won't get insulted, I don't care. So, I think, like you like physics, right? I think you assume.
No, I didn't say fuck you, I said that you basically the message I'm getting from you guys that I'm not going to set our narrative to me. Oh, fuck you to me, not to you.
In a way. Okay, you like physics. Do you enjoy physics? I'm asking you. Hello? Daniel? Daniel, do you like physics?
No, make a statement.
Daniel, I'm trying to explain it to you. I'm trying to explain
It's a rhetorical question. Just make the point. Not really. I'm not great at physics.
So, like, sometimes some people think they do, and then they come into a discussion, and you get into a group, but technically that group is a little bit advanced. They are kind of discussing quantum, general relativity, and practical physics, and getting into atomic and molecular, all these kind of things. And you think, oh, like, no, I don't think they understand that they don't. Like, you're not at the same level.
Alright, well, let's not patronize him. Come on. Like, we're trying to. Here's what.
No.
What I find interesting about this is.
When I ask you a simple question, like sometimes you can ask him girls and you can go, I don't think many of the spaces that I did after October 7, you can find me curse or say shit in the first year. Because I really thought some people won't understand, they came to put bridges and they came to kind of maintain the narrative, not to let the pro-Palestinians that are not Palestinians and they're just Hamas fans hijack my narrative and kind of stay there. But at some stage I reached to kind of understand it. The person in front of me is not trying to learn, he's just trying kind of to look good for someone who's listening down there who does not really matter, and the person that I'm debating with is also does not really matter. So all three of you can go fuck yourself and burn in hell. I don't give a fuck because there is a kid is burning alive right now. So when I'm trying to talk to you and I see that you don't have the basics information, I will patronize you. Yeah, I will, because you don't have that. So when you have that, you get my respect to come on a space like that space that happened today, and I was discussing with that Zionist Israeli with full respect. I disagree literally on everything he said, but we discussed it because he knows shit. I know my shit. But Daniel, you're not at that level. So don't feel that I'm trying to insult you. I'm not. I'm just trying to tell you, you don't know.
I think it's also different.
And I mean it.
So, Daniel, in this before you Memrose and Benny.
Well, seriously, we listen up for 5 minutes of his saying basically nothing. No, I'm trying to tell you, this is just trying to convince me that you have a fact on your side.
Daniel, he's saying it respectfully.
And don't insult me. I have my
experience is first-hand experience, you know?
Yes, but it seems
I think that including those nobody that I know, including people that I know right now in the IDF, because I don't get my point like you from Al Jazeera. And listen, I really got to listen to 5 minutes to speak about absolutely nothing. And that was basically my claim. If I don't believe your narrative, then fuck me, and this is exactly what you did. You have nothing to say, so for 5 minutes you were thinking about something, saying I have all the facts, but basically saying nothing.
Let me give you both a compliment.
Challenge me or just insult?
No, I'm trying to tell you, you don't have any fucking level of facts yet to kind of get a spot on this fucking panel to debate with me yet.
Listen, okay.
May I ask you a few questions? No, does it sound cocky? Fuck yeah, you know what? Because with these fucking Israelis, I learned a lot of them don't want to do any fucking effort to learn, yet they want to fucking argue. And if you want to argue, then I'm gonna fucking burn you. Because I asked you a few questions on this space, you did not know how to answer them, and all you did, victim and crying. Exactly. In the other space, I was debating with an Israeli, and that Israeli had a lot of information, and we had a very respectful, productive conversation.
Okay, to be honest, I was surprised he showed up at all. Usually Daniel's on the defensive. He's like on a Hasbara mission, and he's very worried about how these arguments reflect on Israel and the state. But when he talks to you and Everose, I see a different type of Daniel who's actually, it lands different when it comes from you guys. And so I think honestly, like Daniel, the fact that he spent multiple days sitting in those rooms of Israelis, of the internal conversation among Israelis, where you don't have to worry about public opinion and the international community, I thought it was very revealing and beautiful, and I hope that you guys get to have more dialogues. Because usually when I talk to Daniel, he's like a bulldog. He feels like Israel's life depends on whether or not he depends.
He gets a cookie. Okay, he gets a cookie for something.
Yeah, good one. I'm sorry. And Benny Olive, to his credit, argued with the Zionists for several hours today in Spaces, and he didn't curse at him, so he also gets a good.
Thank you. Benny Olive, if I may put something in here, the big issue with a lot of the people, especially like the Israeli Zionist side, they don't even know how to debate at all, much less this issue. It's always, they're always going to resort to, or almost always going to resort to fallacious reasoning.
Who are you, Mandalore? I don't know you. Where you're from? What's your background?
I'm not.
Give me anything.
I'm from the pro-Palestinian side.
Okay, are you Palestinian or American?
No, I just said I'm not Palestinian.
Okay.
And I'm Arab, but yeah.
Okay. So that was your statement that Zionists don't want to argue?
No, I can. Well, at least a lot of the Israeli ones, just from a point of moral logic.
Based on what? Based on people you met on Clubhouse?
Just observations for the past almost 10 years now of just listening to these discussions.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, a lot of people from the pro-Palestinian side as well, not always, but they're not also the best at really.
They're not informed. People are not informed. Yeah.
Or people sometimes repeat what they hear on TV because they want to sound smart and they don't understand. Yeah, but even from like a debate standpoint, because I really hate even making myself seem like something. But yeah, I'm just saying this as somebody who used to be like formally trained on how to actually debate.
Who, you?
And when you, yeah.
Okay, so you're ranking their debating skills, the Zionists versus the pro-Pallies.
Essentially, yeah.
All right, cool. Thanks for sharing.
But it's just something else that I wanted to mention is that it's honestly, oftentimes I notice there seems to be a lot of intellectual dishonesty, even when they try to, and this is a critique to the Zionist side, when it goes into the aspect of antiquity, because most of them know nothing about the antiquity side of the debate either.
Okay.
They try to make the claim that.
I think you made your point. I think. Do you want to add to the discussion? And I
I feel like I get it.
Ranking at this point, it would just be if they're not capable of being intellectually being intellectually honest, then I don't see any point to literally endorsing them or holding them.
There's no point in
even hosting them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
So our point was there are some Zionists that are able to engage intellectually and some are not. Some of them have trouble. There's the cognitive dissonance. All right, Ali, did you want to say something? You came up, and Edward. Edward's another Palestinian American from Bethlehem.
Edward's here. Hey, Edward.
I keep calling it your hometown, but I've been to Edward's birth town.
Yeah, that's true. I was actually here, listening for a while. I just came back, and I did want to mention that debates are great, however, what is lacking, I think, on both sides is debates regarding solutions. And not just solutions, but a way to get to a solution, implementation, those types of ideas. Because we can go around in circles regarding who's right and who's wrong, but at the end of the day, this is more of a form of, I want to say resistance on both sides. And there has to be a time when, a day that comes after resistance. What happens the day after? Do we go back to the same thing that we were doing before, or are lessons learned and we take those lessons and build something?
So why don't you kick it off? What's your solution?
Constitutional convention.
You can go second. Edward, what's your solution? Go.
My solution is that there has to be a plan for Palestinians to be able to realize independence. So there has to be a plan going forward, and a plan that's accepted by all sides, including the UN and the international community, and it has to be a plan that's adhered to with mechanisms for addressing grievances. But there has to be.
Are you talking about post-war plan or final state? One versus two state?
Well, okay, one state versus two states is the final outcome. Right. But before we even get to that final outcome, there has to be a roadmap.
What about a dystopian surveillance city for workers, for low-wage workers? What do you think of that? Is that a good plan?
How about
Kushner's dystopian surveillance?
How about we?
Oh, come on. That city looks fun.
Hold on. Can we take this back down to reality for a second?
Yeah.
Look, Gaza is still mid-genocide, and today we have been informed that there is official annexation starting of the West Bank. We have seen efforts of ethical cleansing ramping up all over the place, whether it's the Jordan Valley or the Negev or East Jerusalem. You're talking about something that is so far from being even feasible right now. This is about stopping something. There's no solution right now. We need to stop this. And the only way, or the most efficient way to stop this, is to fucking sanction Israel and stop arming it. Right now, the only thing that can stop the creeping genocide, which is expanding everywhere between the river and the sea, is for the entire fucking international community to stand up and say no, and sanction Israel and stop giving it arms. This should be an objective. Nothing more, nothing less. This is the best we can hope for right now. Because unless we do that, this is just going to get worse. And we need to get back down to reality. This is where we're at.
We're people who make plans with the word only.
I haven't heard from Ali yet.
Yeah, let me just be quick. Thank you. I don't have to leave it about 2 minutes. So I am going to back to Daniel's concern or assertion that if an assumption is being made that every single one is a criminal, it's not a good assumption. I think it has to be talked about, and that's what I hear every time from those who are against Israel, that every assumption is a criminal. I don't think that is the case. Number two, I want to ask Mr. He was telling us that when the Palestinian workers did go to Israel to work, they were being treated as cattle and walking through a defined area of educated, and so it's very careful in kind of making sure that these people get through on vetting. So my question to him, unfortunately, I have to work. Why do you think this is the case? This is perhaps something to do with the suicide bombings.
No, for fuck's sake.
Sure. That's a very easy question.
Let him finish.
Let me finish. Do you think this may have something to do with the suicide bombings that happened over decades ago? I mean,
Alright, good. So now let's
Hold on, if someone need to go, why does he ask a question?
Propaganda.
It's called a drive-by.
Yeah. Can I answer Rose real quick?
Yeah.
Rose, when I say solution, I'm talking about moving from a state of chaos, a state of destruction, to an organized path forward. Moving from, what we have today to sanctioning Israel, I think is not realistic. I'm not saying we shouldn't, this path shouldn't be taken. What I'm saying is,
The question is, what is your objective, Edward? And I think that right now the objective needs to be stop the monster. Nothing more, nothing less. This is the only thing that we need to be focusing on right now. And I think that the demands for sanction, and this is, by the way, where I see Jewish diaspora is extremely, extremely important. Because I believe that if more Jewish diasporas will speak up against Israel, against the genocide, against Zionism, that will give more public elected officials the courage to do the same, to reject AIPAC, to put sanctions. This is where their job, I think, is extremely critical. Even Palestinians in diaspora, couple together, do it together, be a force. But if there's something that the diaspora can totally focus on, is that to get more and more people to demand their public electives to take that stance. Because that's the only thing that's going to work. Nothing else. Nobody's going to bomb Israel. Let's face it, there will be no military intervention. Right? It's never going to happen. But sanctions can happen. And it doesn't ever even have to be all the way. Like, let's start with not arming them, right? Let something. But give your elected officials the courage to do that. That's on you, not on us. Trust me, we're fighting from the inside, but you can do that.
So the way America works is one no matter what we do with lobbying, there's no way that we can lobby for sanctions. It just will not happen. The way American Congress works and the way it responds is through oversight, through accountability. So making Israel.
It also doesn't make sense to sanction Israel when they're using our weapons.
Right, and that's the thing, that they lobby the military companies themselves have a lot of power. So why go against them? Let me land. What I'm saying is, though, before sanctioning before you could have this conversation, you first have to identify accountability. And that's where the diaspora can come in and do a lot of damage to how Israel currently handles Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza by allowing Congress to set up mechanisms for accountability, because we as Americans give money to the Palestinians. Okay, I understand we give money to Israel, but we give money to the Palestinians. Hold on. We give money to the Palestinians. We also need to be accountable. We need to hold the politicians, the Foreign Relations Committee, I think on the Congress side, and appropriations, I think on the Senate side, both the same committees that are responsible for foreign relations, things like this. Like for example, USA money to Palestinians. Okay, does that money go to the objective
objectives that USAID has put out. And that's a question that can be asked through Congress to USAID. Okay, it doesn't.
Okay, make your
Now,
point.
we've identified that problem.
Sum up your point.
Okay. So we identified. We would identify the problem that USAID gives money, but the money itself is not being used in a way that America would like it to be used. So now it comes down to identification, then accountability. Okay, let's make sure that the money is being used and what is keeping it from being used
Are you talking about rebuilding Gaza now, or you're talking?
No, I'm talking about Gaza and the West Bank, the whole thing.
So
you have to have, the U.S. has to be in a position of accountability. That's the first step, is what I'm
So
saying.
I get what you're saying, and I think we're kind of on the same way, because I think you're talking about being laser focused on a specific concept and not on a broad notion. And maybe that doesn't contradict what I was thinking of. One of the things that people talk about, what Momdani did with the IRA, the anti-Semitism definition, that is a very easy thing to achieve, even on a local level, that anybody can advocate for, and it effectively benefits everyone, because it also comes from two different cities and
Palestinians asking that question, going to Congress and having a hearing of identifying the issues. And what that would essentially do is identify the issues that Israel, the roadblocks that Israel has put up so that Palestinians cannot have elections. The checkpoints, where it can't build infrastructure. All these things that Palestinians need to build a state, or even just not even build a state. We're not even talking about this. Just to be able to live, and for American money to be used successfully and optimize the use of American money. This is done
not just in the West Bank, it's done anywhere in the world. And people do ask these questions, and once they do, it becomes solidified in Congress and part of the discourse. And now you are essentially going after the mechanism of occupation without attacking Israel. And it's a safe path for politicians, and it's a path that I think would get results on the ground for Palestinians.
Yeah.
So, and that is just one way. And I'm not saying, Rose, your way, we should not do it.
I think it's a yes and. We need more pressure on our electeds to do right.
Yes. Yeah, the problem,
for the Palestinian diaspora and the Jewish diaspora.
I don't know about if you know this here, like if you go to lobby in DC, because I've done lobbying in DC.
Yeah.
You can't ask for major major issues up front, because then you get labeled as a maximalist. And then nobody will talk to you.
I think Jews, there's J Street and other there's a robust Jewish infrastructure that advocates tries to be a check on like the AIPAC and the sort of right-wing interest groups. And I think they're trying to be a more vocal voice, which in the internal Jewish community, I think we should be a little more maximalist, because the things that the influence of AIPAC wheels is really destructive. But I hear what you're saying, Edward. I think you need to have like a really clear, actionable demand when you talk to politicians.
Yeah, just accountability and just being able to have a.
How is that from like our perspective, Edward? I signed up for, if not now, in these like Jewish protest groups that advocate for specific legislation to stop funding bombs, right? To stop funding weaponry and military aid in Israel. And there is legislation that a lot of Jewish politicians have already signed on to, right? That's an actionable thing. We can all sign a petition that says that asks your local elected official to sign on to this bill to try to get it moving.
So we're talking about two different things here. You're talking about mass, I guess, I don't want to say protest, like mass involvement. Advocacy, but at a large scale. So the more people you have involved, the powerful that group is, or that voice is, right? Which is normal and perfectly logical. What I'm talking about actually is minimal. You don't need a lot of voices. You just need constituents in, I don't know, like 10 or 20 different districts around the country. These districts are where these foreign relations committees, the politicians are from, and you speak to one of them, and you just have one of them write a letter to the various agencies asking them what are the issues, when it comes to the Palestinians building government, what are the issues.
You know what happens when you write a letter to an agency? It gets basically an intern that files it among all the other people who wrote a similar letter.
No, not if it's coming from a foreign relations committee member. No, the procedure is that they generally have 90 days to respond to that letter and respond to it very, very well and in detail. And then the letter that's sent out then is, okay, now give us, if the objectives are not being met, what is keeping the objectives from being met? And that's when you start exposing the occupation to the politicians. But no, I understand what he's saying, but when it comes to...
Do you participate in are there advocacy organizations doing what you're describing? Because I'm sure there's already infrastructure in place.
No, nobody's doing this on either side. Meaning Palestinians or...
there are many advocacy orgs across America that are advocating for an end to the genocide and for an end to the funding of military aid.
Protests, yes.
Not just protests, variety of things, through legislation that have advanced in Congress.
So when I was a part of...
Through talking to politicians and talking to these committee members.
When I was in DC, and when I was a part of passing the bill to ensure that electric cars all make a sound in the U.S.
Yeah.
That was passed, and I think it was enacted in 2017 or 18. That was passed. That was passed because we strategically went up to the right politicians from constituents from their district. So it wasn't a mass movement. We also partner with other nonprofits that are, like, for example, that represent senior citizens. Not major nonprofits, but large enough. And we spoke to these very specific politicians that were on these very specific automotive committees to get this bill passed. So minimalist.
Okay. So I put a link in the chat, Edward. Blockthebombs.org is like basically the campaign to sign this bill that would end this $30 billion taxpayer-funded weapons that enable atrocities. And it already has like 60 signatures in Congress. But it's signed. It's supported by like a long list of advocacy organizations and nonprofits, including Center for Constitutional Rights, Atala, Jewish Voice for Peace, AJP, like does it, like a ton, right? If not now, Peace Action. These are all groups that are already. So I wonder if it makes sense to participate in the activities and infrastructure that is already well established and very has had some victories already. You know what I mean? It's called Block the Bombs.
No, there's nothing wrong with it. It just there isn't an actual lobbyist group, for example, that specifically addresses the occupation and U.S. involvement in it in the U.S. No, they address it through like mass, bringing in multiple voices, mass constituents, and putting pressure. But to actually address it in terms of, accountability and having hearings on it, forming committees, that takes more finesse, and that takes people going down. And this isn't just me saying this. You can look up how nonprofit lobbyist groups work that don't have a lot of money, and you'll find that they are surprisingly effective.
For many years, Edward. I know how this works. Also, I know you know how it works because you've also been on the advocacy side.
What I'm saying is, if you look at nonprofits that do not have a lot of money, so if you look at nonprofits, and this is important, if you look at nonprofits that have the U.S. that have worked with Congress to make change happen, you'll find that a lot of them have very little money, but they all go down and they call it the Hill Day once a year. I'm assuming you've heard of this term. And they but they have a strategy in mind, and they pass not necessarily bills, but they'll pass certain procedures in Congress that gets them to where they want to be and gets their objectives, aligned with Congress's objectives.
Also, the bill that you passed, requiring electric cars to have sound or like certain sound, that's also it's less controversial, right? Isn't that about like handicapped accessibility stuff, which is like in the Constitution?
No, they also brought up, we had senior citizens involved in that, we had other groups. So it was for electric cars that, we didn't go after the constitutional. We actually ended up, because we did speak to politicians, we got them to sign on to a bill, then we were able to sit down with the automotive industry. We've done this for other things too. A lot of times you'll find that when you introduce a bill and it gets dropped because it was settled out of the Congress by the opposing industries, because they'll sit down with you and there'll be a compromise. In this case, they followed us until the end and then compromised and then allowed the bill to go through. But it took people that are blind, and it took other disability groups, and it took senior citizen groups. It took multiple groups.
Let's talk offline sometime and actually brainstorm our knowledge about advocacy and legislation and how we can put our weight behind anything to stop what's happening, because it's horrific. And Yeah, we should definitely continue the conversation offline. Emrys, I wanted to warn you, when I first came on here, me and my Palestinian friend, a lot of people came after us, both on the Palestinian side and the pro-Israel side, on the Zion side. And I think the Zions are coming after you. They're making a lot of fake accounts with your name. They did it to me too, and so
somebody told me.
they're gonna dox you. They're gonna dox your name.
From the face of an X, Buttercup.
Dox you and then potentially. So here's what they did. They made like 4 different buttercups, and one of them, they actually made an AI buttercup voice. They took my voice and ran it through AI. Oh, really?
I was reported to bank.
Yeah.
They claim they reported me to the Israeli.
I have 2 EDM songs with my recording on them, multiple clips, a good amount of memes, and the last time I counted, 34 pieces open with my name in the title, so and my wedding pictures were already posted on X before me.
You should have commented and be like, this is so romantic. I forgot all about this. Thank you for reminding me.
Aww.
No, but I just have to be, let the sun just stay over this full smart.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I said. Ambrose comes from these 3 X. So I think
debating is kind of also shitty science, but like then debating like someone damn it, because
I think also they take advantage of in America we don't have privacy laws, so when they dox us and they put all our information online.
I'm just gonna say this Benny guy here cornered John Spencer on his face for 20 minutes and grilled him to the point where he admitted that he has conflict of interest when it comes to being paid by party members.
Can we play that recording in one of these rooms someday? That would be so fun.
Yes,
so, like, do a listening party.
Somebody made a whole video.
I'd be interested too, Buttercup, to join your conversation if ever you guys are willing. Yeah. I've been in politics back in my day for a while, and it's very encouraging to hear you talk like this. I was disheartened for my time, and I had to resign from elected positions, and there was big things that happened in my particular case. But I mean, even with the foreign relations, I don't know how. I just feel that there's been so much that our both political parties have been captured so heavily, right? I mean, like if you were to look at the scorecards for foreign relation committee members, like what they've done taken into pro-Palestinian, you're going to come up with a handful, maybe 2 or 3 out of the 50 plus, right? 53 members. Republicans, forget it. Don't even bother. It's in their political party. They just don't. So, I mean, but anyway, it's good to hear the encouraging side and to hear. Am I Jewish? No.
Okay. I thought this is kind of science. No, sorry, anti-science Jew, but Jewish.
No, we have both kinds of people in here, but yeah, definitely the more the merrier,
What is it called on the set aside, the foreign relations? It's on the tip of my tongue. Do you remember?
The Committee of Foreign Relations or something, right?
Yeah, there's one for the Congress. There's the other one for the Senate, though.
Yeah.
Never mind, I'll look it up. It's driving me crazy.
Buttercup, I sent you a message. Can you check it, please?
Yes.
How come you never sent me not one single message, ma'am? Not one.
Because you're not following me back.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry. Really?
It's been months, yeah.
Oh, I'm very lazy. I'll be right back.
I'll send you a message. Don't worry.
Jesus Christ. Thank you.
I don't know what to say. Get back to that. Should I ignore him?
Sail unblock. Sail
All right, ma'am.
He said, fuck it, Auntie. Just ignore him.
Yeah, I got it. I'll do it.
Okay. Wait, tell Illumi to come up. Illumi, come up. Palestine, you too.
Illumi, come on up. Shoot, we want to hear from you. Almost wants to come up. Hey, Almost.
Oh, my God. Almost, it's not Friday.
Papa, what's up?
I miss Friday.
It's not.
Right.
right, so yeah, Naftali, this
No,
was.
he's not here.
Yeah, he left. Naftali, we were talking about this book. I started off reading from this book, The Necessity of Exile by Shal Mahdi. He sort of revisits, trying to decouple modern American Judaism from Zionism, and maybe talks about how it's, we need to just separate our identity from this ideology. And then we also read from Peter Lawrence, Being Jewish After the Destruction of Gaza. And so that's sort of the inspiration for the title.
Actually, I hope you're here and you're not just ignoring me.
Be my name.
Oh no. We started talking about something really interesting that I wanted to continue, and that is the concept of the demographic majority, which Umi very wisely pointed out as something that not enough people understand. And I think it's a good talking point if Buttercup's interested.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah,
Umi, do you want to do it?
No, I believe coming from you, it was better absorbed by the light.
Take it away, Ambrose.
Okay. There's a way people always argue about the definition of Zionism, and I found my own way of explaining it. So the way I say it, that Zionism is a state construct that is inherently designed for one purpose only, and that is to maintain the Jewish majority. Because if you don't have a Jewish majority, it will be very easy with the system that is designed to vote out to the concept of a Jewish state. So they must maintain a Jewish majority at all costs. And you do that in two ways. You increase the numbers of Jews in various ways, some more nefarious than others. And the other way, of course, which is exterminating and cleansing everybody that is not Jewish. And that is the essence of Zionism, maintaining a Jewish majority. And that branches out to many practices, many ideas, many policies, and Alumi was very wise to point that out.
I believe it's essential when it comes down to understanding this conflict is to understand the demographic dilemma. Zionism is not winning.
What is Daniel?
Zionism.
What is Daniel?
What is what?
Go into bed.
Does he sleep in the bed?
Generally, no, he sleeps in Amir's room.
Bathroom.
No, Amir's room. How do you call Amir's room the bathroom?
Amir's room blocked me so many months ago.
No, that was funny though. He just said the bathroom. That's funny.
He lives in the bathroom, sleeps in the bathroom. So, I'm gonna.
Alumi? You were talking. Or did you finish?
What was I saying?
The demographic problem. I do want to ask here.
What is the demographic problem, Edward?
Well, I wanted to ask here a question. So, when it comes to the demographic problem, and I heard this yesterday that the non-Jewish demographic is 51%, so over 50%. But I would contend that it doesn't have to be that. The demographic problem starts way before 50% because of how the Israeli government is structured. It's more of a parliamentary system, so forming coalitions. And you don't need 50%.
Buttercup, I want to ask you a question. Buttercup, I'm going to go quite fast, okay? I leave quite fast. Buttercup. Hey. Okay, you didn't give me a permission. Okay, I'm going to ask you. Why didn't you marry yet, Buttercup?
If you're interested, send her a DM. Send her a DM.
No, I don't want to propose, but I'm just.
Man, bro.
Why are you asking?
It's just
محمد انت منين؟
من مصر فايا.
واضح يعني.
Where's he from?
مصري شفت.
Yeah, the crazy one, like I just said.
طب محمد ليش هالسؤال يعني هذا السؤال غريب؟
No, I asked her so many times before why didn't you
Are you interested? Do you want to date her?
No, I don't want.
But I missed it. I went out. I didn't.
He was asking why aren't you married until now?
Who, me?
Yeah, Muhammad was asking.
Why are you single?
You know, it beats me. I asked the same question. Actually, guys, I gotta jump off. I'm gonna make Faya and Edward mod. Lumi could be mod too. I gotta go. Feel free to keep the party going. This was really cool and positive. Thank you, Emrose and Danielle, for joining. It's always just a gift to have you guys. And it was a really, really productive conversation. Love you all.
Before you go,
Take care, Buttercup. I mean, you're always. How do you say go chase after her?
Wait, why did she left? I left for 2 seconds. What happened?
Nothing. She had to go.
Oh, okay.
It was a graceful exit, not a abrupt rage creating exit. She had to go. I'm sure she'll be back on.
Fine, I might say. You all need our Lord Jesus. You all need to be cleansed. The baptism of fire. I guess Ace used to be like an admin in a newsroom. For Muhammad, perhaps
She still is.
baptism of fire. She's there.
It just
مالك مش عم بعضك يا ايش في؟ Why are you giving me that question?
You're too crazy because you're crazy.
مالك مش عم بعضك يا. Are you high?
انت شو بك يا محمد؟
انت مالك بيا بقى؟ ما يقول والله فايت. انت منين فايت؟ Where you from?
انت شنو؟ هايبر؟
ايش صنف الحشيش اللي ضاربه اليوم وجاي؟
وين الحشيش؟
شيل البذرة يا محمد.
محمد اكل اليوم مش مصري والمش ريحته واصلة لهون. ما هيك محمد؟
انت منين يا فايت؟
مش مهم.
Where you from?
Muhammad from Egypt. Can we ask you a question?
No, you can't.
I'm going to ask you. How come Egyptians can't cook?
I cook.
So, how come you change the now?
بلاش يجيب لك المدام بعدين.
The worst food in the whole Arab world is the Egyptian Muhammad. The best setup is Egyptian time. The best fan art is Egyptian.
No, Egyptian they have a very good cook.
يا محمد بس خلوا الأكل عنا احنا.
Yeah, exactly. Leave the cooking to those that can cook.
ما في زي المصريين.
We need to tell the Lebanese, leave the dancing to those that can dance.
That too.
You from Lebanon?
No.
Best dancers are Syrians, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
انت يا محمد مالك مش متجوز؟ ليش تحسين بالبيع؟ I'm divorced. Oh, I'm divorced.
Oh, no surprise.
كمان طلق. طلقك؟ ليه طلقك؟ طلق.
Why'd you kick your arm?
لا حول الله يا رب.
ايه محمد بعد شو بتقلنا؟
أنا محمد جزوي.
هتروح ايه؟
أبغض الحلال عند الله.
ايه فيني محمد ما احنا متسلين وياك.
رجعها يا محمد. عندي برد والله.
سلامتك.
اعملي لي نوري 5 على
اقدرش.
ليه؟
عندي ايد واحدة بس. اكسر.
في عمليات زرع ايد دلوقتي وزرع عضلات ممكن اساعدك فيها على فكره.
ولا عايزة زرع قلب ودماغ.
لا خلاص خلي القلب عليا. هشوف انا الموضوع ده. حد سرق قلبك يا فايا؟
هو مسروق بقاله سنين.
مين يا فايا؟ مين ولا يجيبولك وعلقوا في العمود؟ علقوا.
She's married, that's it.
قولي لي عليه يا فايا، عرفيني سكته بس.
ما تعرفش سكته، بعيد عنك قوي.
سابك يا فايا ومشي؟
لا ما سابنيش.
ليه ما لقاش فيكي اللي هو عمله ولا ايه؟
لا.
قضية مسطورة يا محمد.
He might hang you on some pole too, you know.
First thing you mention is poles, hanging and poles.
بكري يا فايا.
ما سابنيش.
You remember him, Zainab? The crazy guy from Egypt?
No, I have no idea. Usually people like that don't leave much of an impression on me, so I'm sure it's not gonna be memorable.
Yeah. Yeah.
ليه يا فايا سابك ليه؟ انت اللي سبتيه.
مش هتكلم.
Yeah, it's hard. The kid is sick in the head, huh?
راحت فين؟ طلقت يا محمد.
زوجتي مش عاوزاني، قلت لها خلاص نتطلق.
أنا مكتوب عندي للتقرير نطط من الدور الرابع.
بواجع ازاي؟ قلت لها خلاص يا حبيبتي نسيب بعض، مفيش مشكلة. وبقول لك
طب كان القرار متفق عليه ولا من طرف واحد؟
انت سألت سؤال وانا جاوبتك، ما تخشش في تفاصيل بقى. متبقاش
انت عمال بتسألها بالتفاصيل يا باشا واحنا حابين احنا مش شايفين بالتفاصيل يا ابني. قول لي ايه الموضوع؟
وبعدين ابنك في بطنك، انا مش بسألك انت ايه ده شوية.
ما انت شو قصتك اتزوجت على كلاب هاوس من قبل انت؟ ما عندك اهل زوجوك يا اخي. لك العلاقه القطعه اللي انت جايب بانجو وبانجو مضروب مخلوط من حشري وكمان نتحمل زناختك. وين بتجيبوا هالعاهات هاي؟
بس انا مش هرد عشان خاطرك.
لا خد راحتك ورد.
انا ما بشتمش.
هلا بتشتمش يعني، ولك بتشتم ليه اصلا؟ هو مش شتمش، هو شنو بيهزر وياك.
انا بهز الورد بس عشان اشم ريحته يا محمد.
يعني فايا عشان اللي ادبي عليه وتقولي ايه ده يا محمد؟
ايش يا محمد؟ ما ينفعش كده.
عاوزة تسمعيني ولا بشتم يا فايا؟
لا ما بدنا شتم ولا شيء. ناخدها بس مزح. هزار.
كم سنة يا فايا؟
يا اخي انا متزوجة. هسا تريد احكي لك بالعراقي؟ انا متزوجة وما اريد ولا شيء.
في شركة عراقية والله صاحبتي.
والله؟ منين بالعراق؟
اسمها شام. لا هي قاعدة في أمريكا.
ما شاء الله. أنت بأمريكا؟
Does she know that she's your girlfriend?
تقول يا برو.
I was just asked if the girl knows that she's your girlfriend. Doesn't know. Shabby doesn't know. Why don't you tell everybody your thoughts on Saudi Arabia? I thought they were very enlightening.
What thoughts you're talking about?
What did you say when I first met you? The Saudis or the Palestinians? Somebody was not. You were talking about how they're not educated.
I used to remember 6 months ago.
I still remember.
It's been a while. You have a good memory. I believe that's the only time I talk in a room.
That wasn't in Amir's room. That was in my room, actually.
You have a room?
No, I mean, the temporary room. Sometimes I haven't held one in months, but that's when I first met you. So, what did you say that day? I don't remember. What was it about? Saudis?
I don't remember the specific speech I told, basically. I'm not sure. But I said, there is a problem between Saudi Arabia and Palestine, That's all. But I'm not quite sure. I'm not confident what I said.
I remember yelling at you.
You yelled at me?
I guess I did.
Good for you. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I'm proud of me too. I didn't kick you out.
I didn't insult anyone.
You did.
What did I say?
I don't remember, but you insulted something about low education. Arabs are bullied.
Bro, you have a great memory. I don't remember. You, yes, I did say it. They undereducated, lowly educated, to be honest. But I used to live in Saudi Arabia, so yeah, I'm not gonna be harsh with them. I was in Saudi Arabia. Why don't you open rooms, Edward?
Why do I open rooms?
Why don't you open rooms?
Oh, because it's too much responsibility, work to keep Palestinians and Zionists and even anti-Zionists all.
You might afford someone who's an idiot like Mr. Someone that's gonna make it as Hassan.
Muhammad, sorry على المقاطعة, guys. Amir just opened the room, so.
Okay, invite me in.
Okay, I'm leaving. Bye.
Bye. Muhammad, if you're good, they might unblock you.
Sorry. What did you say, bro? He might unblock me.
Ruben check. Do you want to be?
I don't want to be by Amir.
Hello, Mr. Edwards and everybody else. How are you doing?
Doing well. And you?
Very well, thank you. Never better.
Yeah.
So, I have a question if I might have the opportunity to ask, please.
Want you to answer questions also, or just you ask some questions?
I'm just asking.
So you have the answer.
It depends what the question is. If somebody asks me a question that I might find challenging, I'll reply.
Just kidding.
I did. Buttercup, I thought you left.
I just jumped down. It's just what we were driving by. I was just
yeah, I know, because I was thinking. I'm here. Ruben, check. What's the question? I'm sure it's going to be highly enlightening. Go ahead.
Well, if people in protest of me having them on, I'll move to the audience.
No, just go. Answer the question. Ask the question.
He went down. He went away.
Such.
I was just kidding. You can be a mod. I don't care. I was just joking. You can be a mod. I was just fucking with you. I'll make you a mod again. See, that's how much I like you, Ruben Chick.
Well, where are you from, Ruben Chick? Islamic, right?
Buttercup, you went.
Yes.
Islamic ancestry.
Buttercup, I want to ask you, okay, for a favor.
A favor?
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, someone is interested in you.
No thanks.
Buttercup, hey, come on, don't be shy.
Just answer, dear dude. And she left.
Okay. My questions are, does a person being a Zionist, does it make them a bad person?
Of course.
What should happen to, should they face any punishment?
Can't read a word. Punishment?
Yes,
Just
should they
following this Zionist idea, and you will see your punishment in front of your eyes. The whole world is going to punish you.
So the hostages that were killed by Hamas, do they have some kind of did they deserve to be murdered?
What about the hostages in your prison who have died and severe bad treatment and died from what do you call it? Torturing them. What are you going to say about them? When someone do whatever you're doing, you just wander around and ask why they are doing. You are doing the same thing.
Okay, you've got a question for me. I asked you a question. You asked me a question instead, but I'll still answer your question.
I answered you a question.
For anybody,
same as your answer.
For anybody
justify. Okay.
Okay. So you're speaking about unfair treatment, yes?
Okay.
They deserve to die, Rupert Schick, because they are Zionists. And Zionists are advocates of death and out of civilization.
The hostages deserve to be killed, yes?
Which hostages? I didn't say they deserve this. Actually,
I've got my answer. Thank you very much. And I want to say, anybody who's detained in Israel unfairly, I'm completely against it. So thank you very much for having me up. Thank you very much.
Please come again.
The hostages deserve to be killed. Okay? See ya.
No one told you, bro. How does there is lines set out put in his head? Ah, yeah. But the main idea that they are already killing hostages. This is a total misplaced mind. Yes, I'm untouchable. Look at me. You shouldn't treat me like I treat you because you treat me like I treat you. I will play the game. Blame you for treating me like this. What kind of twisted, corrupted mental mind you are facing?
Because he is speaking English does not mean he's an Anglo.
Yeah, true.
He is simply gaslighting you. He is a Jew. He knows. We do not speak to Jews the same way we speak to Gentiles. Jews should be spoken to in the language they know. Torah. The Tanakh.
No.
That's fine. You can go to them. Can't get his answer. You should know. To me, you're a Zionist. You're gonna raise a child. You're gonna raise him to be a Zionist. You're creating a society that wants to wipe me out. You're Amalekites. What is the punishment for Amalekites? You wipe them out. The same way the Zionists came into this land is the treatment that they should receive, because that is the treatment that they have accepted. So they have legitimized this kind of tactic, this scurrying through the land and terrorizing, looting. So they want to do the old way. These are the old ways. That's fine. We can do the old ways. This is just the religious way of selling. So you want to play a religious game? Play a religious game. And not only that, we thank the Zionists for it. We go, thank you, Zionists, for reviving our religious sense. That's all Zionism is. Zionism is a scourge from God to remind us to bring about a specific demographic. This is the demographic that's mentioned in the Quran, because this has been prophesied in the Quran. Bring about those who are the servants of God, who are of mighty resilience. God's going to bring about Israel once again. That's what you're seeing, the rise of Israel. We Palestinians are Israel. Experiencing exile. And the Messiah who is about to bring us all back home to the promised land. happens when you go to the promised land? Well, the Amalekites are there, right? So you gotta fight the Amalekites. Just history repeating itself.
So Mikhail claims that the Palestinians are the real Jews and they're the real Israel and they're rising.
Now, no one knows the ending, what happened really between Moses or whatever group of coalition of Yahwists and Hebrews or the Pirus or whatever. We don't know exactly what happened. It's definitely not what the Jews are saying. There was like this mass genocide of
The future is built by
at the hands of the Israelites. And there are people who want to, whatever led to that, they want to bring it again. And there are people who want to elevate humanity beyond this cycle. Like, we want to move on. It's kingdom of God, right? The Jews are people who've gotten so accustomed to the reset, this continuous collapse of human civilization, that they just started writing humanity like it was some sort of wave, like it was some sort of stock market. Oh, society forming over there. Let's go park right here, everybody. Seems like you guys got civilization building up here. Well, we know a thing or two about that, after all, God made us a nation, so we're all about nations, nation building. Let us do the, let me take care of that for you.
John, just relax and follow the watch. Please tell me that's not another one of your experiments.
It's called self-improvement. So chapter 3, Mastering the Mind. Watch the watch, John. Being sleepy. 3, 2.
Inside the Laugh Loft Thursday night, the crowd watched as Kitover counted down. By the snap, volunteers were under his spell. Moments later, they're convinced they're barnyard birds, and the audience can't get enough. Inside the
All right, Dave, throw rolling. Just read the card, big guy. Try not to sound like you're giving weather updates.
What are you doing, Stone? He said softly. Even the stone softens.
Morality.
John, just relax and follow the watch. Back full.
Does my insurance cover this?
You're getting sleepy. Metallic clip. Audience having time.
Sure. Yeah.
John, just.
And in your ignorance, I know that you are wrong.
Take 7, folks. Remember, line first, donut second. Got it. And
but in that, I will give some life insurance on you.
Inside the Laugh Loft Thursday night,
and the stocks of your competition, and keep an eye out on the markers of your decline. Sure, just sociological markers. And God already gave these markers Sodom and Gomorrah.
inside.
People, Sodom and Gomorrah, and then they think that's just like God is telling you about a past event, like some city that got destroyed. You look at it that way, might not be wrong, but you gotta understand that these crimes that Sodom and Gomorrah are guilty of, if you check them out, you're gonna see homosexuality, you're gonna see human trafficking, because that's what they're doing. They want to kidnap the emissaries, the angels. So
Chicago dog.
They are rejecting marriage. So they are rejecting consent, legal consent. So this is through force, intimidation.
strong, fantastic.
Show you step by step how to turn a free AI app in your phone into real money.
Sexual immorality, homosexuality, rejection of marriage, rejection of heterosexuality, banditry as well. And just in general, national aggression. Because they must have known that Lot was connected to Abraham. Abraham must have had some sort of high position, like renownship, and obviously makes sense that they would ask who these people are. They would wonder who the hell Lot is that he's receiving such high esteemed guests. So they must know that Lot is of some status. So you could add one on one together. So you could see that a national level can develop. So betraying customs, norms, honor codes, stuff like that. Mongers. So all of these are signs of a society declining and Sodom and Gomorrah. So people always like, why isn't Sodom and Gomorrah like an example of extreme?
Right, movie night. I've got the remote. As long as it's not another human documentary.
Something with sparkles would be nice.
I just need a seat that doesn't hook my ears. Right, movie night. I've got the remote. I need a better opener than this. Shout numbers. Try work. The audience loves them. It's pricey. I'm saving them for the closer. Here's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like $34.75. Those are good. Another clear. Morning. Operation Sprinkles. Microphone safe in this powder donut. All I got. Good evening. I'm John Kitover. And I'm also Dr. New Washington. Richard. Money for potholes. I'm speaker colleagues and to the people watching at home. What exactly are you doing, man? I'm dialing the secret.
Show you step by step how to turn
Chicago dog, extra mustard, and one vote for Kitover. Coming right back.
I told you, buddy can't eat barbecue chips. Last time he tried, he burped.
It's showtime, Bobo. What are you, wow, this crowd or what?
Let's roll it downward dog.
When
StarNation just opened its latest funding round
it becomes accessible or available
to the public.
Operation Sprinkles, microphone safe in this powder donut. All I gotta do is not eat it. What is the document? Donut's document. General wants the microphone. You're so safe. Oh no. Hey, Operation Sprinkles.
Nations' eternal life, as in that they would survive beyond this kind of natural pattern. And proof that the covenant of Abraham is successful is the existence of nations that are his progeny, like mainly the Ishmaelites or the Arabs. Semites in general. So if you look at the Semitic entities or cultural identities or linguistic identities that survive.
Those aren't lottery numbers.
So there's really no faith. A lot of things are just simply people are ignorant or they refuse to acknowledge. But the covenant of Abraham has been not only fulfilled,
but active and has time under its belt, has like a over 2,000 years under its belt. Over 3,000 honestly, because we can trace Israel back that far. And genetically further. So there's no doubt about it that there is a lineage and there is an establishment via lineage of a nation that has persisted. Now, not in a constant positive trajectory, obviously, but an overall positive slope. So, survival. So, and this is actually one of the greatest threats to humanity is human civilization. And you saw this in World War II. So when you have a human civilization that reaches like this critical kind of line or food/human growth rate, a resource human population, then how do you bust? It's just that how do you deal with a reality where human population growth rate in this like ideal setting or in this like high paced industrial setting gives you it leads to a human growth rate that resources can't keep up with. And how do we solve this? And is this even something that can be solved? And honestly, it hasn't been solved. Like, this is not, as you see, the United States pretty much engages in solution capitalism, but I would say that failed. Like, people always look at America and then they go capitalism. I think that era, people, is over. That era was ended when, in the Nixon shock, America became something else after the Nixon shock, after the petrodollar. America was no longer a nation. It was a global enforcement. It had an army and it had no economy. And then you had Arabs who were like, we got money, but we got no technology and no army. And these Soviets look scary, bro. Maybe we should work together. Petrodollar, global war. So that's America is not. It's capitalist in the sense of like a domestic sense. In an international sense, it's a global order. No one can. It's not even up to Americans. Like your rights, your constitution, your everything is going to get sidelined when it comes down to this global order, because this is the world we're talking about. This is the wealth of the world. I don't know, Buttercup, because I feel like you're going to close the room. But here's for being an adult.
Can I come on, please? Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to close the room. It's not great for my brand.
Why? Oh no, let's keep the room going. People listening to me, Buttercup. You just don't like that. I'm just smarter than you. I just know more stuff than you, that's all. And you just don't like to hear what I have to say because it involves God and religion. And for some reason, you have something against the God of Abraham. Even though the very identity, that national identity you're aligned with only exists because of the God of Abraham or the covenant of Abraham. So it's weird. It's like being an ungrateful dog. So I was just surprised when some people call themselves Jews. Understand what you're calling yourself? Do you understand like what you're claiming? Covenant. Weird. Everybody sticks to the definition of Jew as defined by Zionism, modern day Zionism. But no one looks at like a Middle Age understanding of a Jew or the Islamic world's understanding of a Jew or the Quranic understanding of what a Jew is or the historical understanding of what it is. To me, it's like putting a target on your back. Like when you use names, when you say I am this, I am that, you know, that has meaning. Whether you believe or you don't believe, whether you believe or you don't believe, you're calling yourself a Muslim. You put yourself under the covenant of Islam. That's why we have like apostate statuses. Like there's a reason we don't go with this person when he apostates. He's just a disbeliever. And everybody can believe whatever they want to believe. Disbelief after faith is not the same as disbelief before faith. You getting jumped in the game ain't the same as after getting jumped in the game. I'm right or am I right? So, calling yourself a Jew puts you under the covenant, under the halakhic covenant. You don't want to be under this. I don't know why you would. It's pretty extreme. Especially in light of the covenant of Christ or the Messiah. And but Satan is good, and because there are multiple covenants now, managed to like jigsaw them in a way that gives a flow, a dynamic.
Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy.
Built a temple. But it's a good thing. I mean, it's not about logic and reason, right? Yeah. It's over when, Masada over. I respect that. I respect going down with the ship. I don't know when eternal life is involved in the matter, but if there's a logic that allows Satan to experience or accept experiencing eternal hellfire.
For Alvin to cross downstate, the Illinois police stopped and played.
There's something I'm missing there. What is pain? What is pain after a million years? 1,000 years? Or even a few hours? If you're not passing out from something. I'm seeing, we need to prepare. The Israeli military needs to begin revamp. We need to prepare to fight regular militaries, Turkey and Egypt and Iran. The days of fighting terrorist armies are over. I was like, I agree to that. The days of fighting terrorist armies are over. The notion that you think you are even geared up to fight, yet alone these two nations, which are 100 million plus, each 200 million population. Talking about Turkey and Egypt, you're talking about Rome and Egypt. You're gonna fight fucking Rome and Egypt.
Your time has come! Wait! Croak, does the sun orbit the Earth?
No, we can see that Venus shows crescent faces like the moon, so it orbits the sun, just like Earth.
These people are delusional. What is it? There has to be a God element in what you're doing because
Take some.
Otherwise, this is insanity. You must be counting on something.
But the purpose of Novart Variety is obviously to conduct fraud in elections.
Why, people be talking to me and going, you're bringing God into the matter too much. Bring religion into this. This isn't a religious struggle.
Obviously.
Framing it as a religious
There can be no other explanation.
A disservice. Man, humans don't die for nothing.
For some nice sounding thing.
People don't have IDs.
I can't put a uniform on that doesn't have meaning. You can't tell me to go kill people or to go fight people or
What sounds better than nothing?
even run without there being meaning. When you understand that is actually the worst thing that could be imposed on this earth. You understand the concept of hellfire. And you understand the scaling. Because the tribulation of someone setting up such a system and imposing it on earth righteous, people, or passive people, that deserves something like eternal hellfire. Like, it's only logical. Like, at that point, it's not as crazy as people make it seem like, And even hellfire is a bit more merciful.
Yo, what up?
What's up, man?
Are you guys Zionists or no?
No.
Okay, I'm a Zionist, so yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, no, I'm actually a Zionist.
Are you above 25?
Yeah.
College?
32.
Oh, okay, we're the same. What's up, man?
Where's you from?
West Coast.
West California.
I'm California, bro.
Westwood, man.
North or south?
South. I'm in Westwood, bro. Westwood.
Tough black.
I'm Persian, bro.
Oh, you're fucking Persian. You just said something. Oh, you're like a Kevin.
No, man. I'm Iranian Jew. My dad's Baha'i, but.
That's why.
Yep.
What do you identify with? Like faith.
Oh, I'm just Jewish, man.
Do you believe in God of Abraham?
Yep. And I also believe that the Palestinians should be tormented.
That's still forward. Shooting down thunderbolts from.
So why are you guys Zionists?
Well, I just wanted to, since you want to get to that, what is Zionism, just real quick?
Just the right for Jews to have their own state and the right for Jews to live.
Yeah, I'm not against that.
So you're a Zionist, man?
If that's what you mean, there's different kinds of Zionism. I mean, but political Zionism in that sense, sure.
I think the Palestinians should be tormented. I think they should be obliterated for what they've done to us on October 7th. Yeah.
I mean, the Arab Muslim world believes the MENA Muslim world.
It's because, look, the Muslims, look what you're doing in Iran, right?
Be obliterated for what they've done. Yeah.
No, well, look what the Muslims have done to Iran, right? Us Jews are being prosecuted in Iran right now, right? How many? Yeah.
Are you like do you have a passport? Are you an Iranian citizen?
No.
Do you speak Farsi?
Yes, I do.
They put me back in all of it, Mr. Armand. You think you can tell me what justice is?
Do you believe that? Do you believe that Afghanistan has Persian people as well?
You want to consider the Pashtun first?
Alright, Google time. Look at your cooking show when you've got me. Look at that crust. Go. I can look at this case all day. Maple glaze, raspberry swirl.
Morning mist drifts between the pine. I close my eyes and let the noise settle. Notice how still everything gets once you stop trying to make it quiet. All right, opening line. Good evening, distinguished delegates. All right, table set. Candles are standing straight. Dinner for two. Easy night.
Only trials at 9 sharp. Opening statements even tight as a drum.
Tight. Pieces of stay off the couch. And you, Whiskers, the fish isn't for you. Delivery from Mr. Kitover. All right, Congress, it's spell time.
The one with the mustache?
Technically a caduceus, but let's not split ancient Egypt.
Week 3 of my internship. Let's try the big one.
Hi there. I need to mail this appeal to the unemployment hearing and call the ex Director Kitover, Intelligence Services. Yeah, I got the numbers right here.
I'm a Jew. I abide by the law of Moses. I uphold halakha. So, when you tell me, I already know what you should be holding to. So that's it.
So do you think what Hamas did was
objective
admit to something that Hamas committed a terrorist attack, yes or no?
I'm only going to speak to you from the perspective of halakhic law.
So, I think all Muslims should be killed. That's just what I think.
Is that a halakhic position?
Yep.
Really?
Yep. Who are you to question me about my faith?
I personally believe it's my faith, but...
Ancient Egypt. Week 3 of my internship. Let's try the big one. One in the right hand, sword in the left.
All right, Congress, it's spell time.
Ancient Egypt. Proof of step. Only trials.
All right. Notice how my clothes.
If you support Palestine, then we control the media, we control the banks, right? We control.
All right, Congress, it's spell time.
The one with the mustache?
Technically a caduceus, but let's not split snakes. It's not too lumos.
Look, everybody in the audience, if you support Israel and you hate Palestine,
Do you believe in enforcing the law of God on land?
sure.
So you would be in opposition to secular Zionist state.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so you would take on the position of Haredi,
Yeah.
Sure, you'd be sympathetic with them.
Yo, man, I don't know what the fuck you're on. Bro, I'm trolling. I fucking hate Israel and I hate Jews. But you have made this call so boring that I can't even troll anymore, bro.
Yep. It's usually...
Well, you actually knew you were trolling me more on it.
Fuck you, man.
I think that's just being back like 5 minutes ago. Watch how much fun I'm having this meeting. You're a moron.
I didn't message you shit, you dumbass.
No, I hear you fucking. I hear you, Louie. Okay, we already called you over 5 minutes ago. As soon as you started talking, you messaged me.
Shut up.
You're a clown, bitch.
I just just gambled. I'll send you a lot of heart.
You're a moron.
Yeah, just because I'm Jewish, you're gonna call me a moron?
I'm a Jew. You're not a Jew.
You're not a fucking Jew, dumbass.
You're such a fucking bitch.
Oh shit! You're a fucking Zionist. I see a picture. That's crazy.
In his opinion, he said like all Muslims must be killed. Complete bro. No.
Bro.
Yo, is Moses Mordecai Levy? What's up, bro?
You're a cop.
You're a bitch, though.
You're an idiot. You make me look bad. Even if you were a Jew, I don't think you are.
I am Jew.
No, you're not.
I see.
I'm not gonna let you learn. You're a clown.
I hate Israel. Fuck Israel. I'm Jew, you bitch.
You are pathetic, man.
Fuck you, Abdullah.
Fuck me. That shows you're strong. I'm proud.
I'm Jewish and I'm pro-Palestine. How are you gonna hate me?
Oh my gosh. Look, you are pathetic, man, from A to Z. Number 1, number 2, you do not know nothing about Judaism. Okay, all you know.
Fuck you.
Fuck. I'm not gonna go to you get my anger.
You always said it.
Screw him. Screw him.
No, if you want, I can bring him back up. I'm just saying, but he's still trolling. I'm down like anybody to play Persona, but it's just like, the arguments.
Finish the game.
Did we before, bro? Sorry? Baby, oh, okay. Yeah, I identified your voice. Maybe like you got to know him because he said.
Wait, it's not Buttercup. I don't know. I don't trust Buttercup. She's a Jew. No. It's not personal. Nothing personal, Bina. It's killing you inside, isn't it? I know. The Jew, Ashkenazi.
No, it's okay. I'm not precious about the Church of Buttercup.
I know.
You can hijack.
Why is it you're Ashkenazi? Why is it blue? You gotta ask yourself, where are you?
Buttercup, I will marry you.
Let me do something.
You're so beautiful, Buttercup.
It's a troll. He's not a good person, is he?
This is, hey, Sabia, that.
I think he's trolling.
Okay, so like I can rape her without marriage. Sounds good.
Can you remove this guy?
Why?
Because, that's like, you just blasphemed in her religion.
Yeah, come on. You have to have some standards in Church of Buttercup. Come on. Don't let him get it away with it.
Yeah, but you want me to kill my only entertainment on stage, and then, like, oh, Seymour.
What do you mean? I'm your entertainment on stage.
You're still a Jew, Buttercup. You don't abandon your hidden agenda.
Wait,
hidden agenda is to crash this room.
You know, it's so
You can't do these Darvo tactics on me, Buttercup.
That's fucked up,
It was
Buttercup.
maybe, man. I don't know what I was thinking.
You know Darvo me?
I thought I was being a yell.
How dare you Darvo me?
That's really fucked up.
You already scared me? Or am I talking to myself?
Oh, we can hear you loud and clear. Darvo me.
Can I have my house back? What?
Jimmy,
Can you remove that guy?
stop Darvoing me, Buttercup.
Who's Mohammed? Is this Bibi? I think it's Bibi.
It's not Bibi.
It's someone. No, who is it?
He's Egyptian. He's interested in you.
No, he's not. He's a fake character. I can tell.
He's already been married and divorced, so he has relationship experience. And he's willing to serve you as a
Is he
good
rich?
Egyptian. He's Egyptian, so you could play that fantasy.
Oh, is it what's his name? Dr. Osama? Dr. Osama's future.
Why did you forget me?
This is Dr. Osama.
Maybe you'll activate some epigenetics, like, by being in a relationship where you're the dominant.
Louis, come on, listen, we're friends. I think you on because, I don't know why, but just shut down the fucking room. It's not like we were good.
Why? What happened to
She unfortunately thinks this app is still relevant, and her perception of her own ego is just so inflated, unfortunately.
All right, Seymour.
Well, I find
I just thought I'd basically, Seymour, you have to see what happens in this room. We're on the show my PTR. Basically, I left the room in the hands of like a bunch of people, and this is what it turned into. I'm putting my PTR.
I'm sorry, what is the problem? What do you mean? What is the room turned into? Buttercup is still a civil platform where opinions and different people from different
PTR.
religious and
It became
national backgrounds.
a Lumi just rambling with his conspiracy theories of the topic. Yeah, I know why Buttercup is not. Kitover now. We all the other ones.
So your church has its first priest or prophet. Max said, how are you, my bro? I'm fucking down, bro.
Buttercup, you're kind of like BB of the left.
No, I'm not.
That's funny.
That's rude. Seymour, hi.
Hey. Hi, sweetheart. Now Buttercup can empathize with Palestinian occupation.
Yeah, I've been occupied. Well done, Mixed.
Just trying to bring more empathy.
I was thinking the same, I just couldn't say it.
The Church of Buttercup has been occupied.
I want to marry you.
He's her, right? Just hate him.
Who is this fucking guy? Do you know him?
Yeah, I marry everyone that's like miserable in life.
Is this the Ahmed from Egypt meme? The Muhammad from Egypt meme that you're calling?
No, he's so freaking annoying.
It's funny. It's like a meme.
He doesn't follow any argument. He just freaking wants to be a contrarian.
I love you, and you.
I really
I love you. I swear that's like half of like all conversations on this app are just a bunch of thirsty like Middle Easterners or Indians that come on the app and just I love you, I want to date you, I want to see your boobs.
Yeah, there's this weird like trend of simping. Are you defending it, bro? Like, are you allowing for nuggets? Oh my gosh.
It's not even like intelligent something, right?
What's wrong with simping?
Yeah, it's not even intelligent or like a
I'll tell you what I think is wrong with simping. It's a game theory argument. I'm not a woman. I don't know what a woman necessarily wants. Maybe she wants a simp. It would seem to me I would not want to simp as a partner. I would think that simp has no self-respect, no autonomy, no independence, and is not really useful as a partner. Will likely be a leech. I've rarely seen simps that also seem confident, self-assured, and self-sufficient. Can I say my sense? You remind me of my friend, like he's so miserable, and each and every time we go out in a group, like he doesn't have anything to say, and he keeps talking. You have no idea, even when you had to speak in politics, like you kept talking some stuff, and you made yourself as a moderator to just remove people from the room. Okay, so you don't have to say your opinion about me. I don't make myself a moderator. No, that's all what you do. Like in life, you make yourself as a moderator to dismiss people from the rooms. Okay. You're saying like I judge you as being like irrelevant or tedious. That's how you are. That's how you. You're right. I can judge you. Moderator, because if you get into a discussion deeply, like you don't know.
No, this is
You shouldn't be so judgmental.
Yeah, but I'm also my favorite.
You judge people.
Because the everyone gets like the most attention. But Monica, look at the order, bro. Why for one?
Yeah, why does she have a whole?
There's something wrong with the success of Lydia thinking. Let's go.
That's something for you to think about.
It really believes in Lydia time.
Oh my god.
I think she wins. You're allowed to have 4. Who's the 4th?
Yeah, tell us the votes.
He's leaving his options open.
There was never just a one.
There will never be just a one.
There's always a dynamic.
We're all the same. We're just archetypes. I do love the other two sister wives.
Yeah, it's true. I think you might feel a little left out.
I think it's going to be the Trinity against your monotheistic one Louis.
Conspiracy theory, whatever. End times prophecies.
The Trinity. I have already found the locus. I have already found
It's Buttercup, Ambrose, and Nyquist as a
between
trinity against the one God in Louis.
Nergis, honestly, you need someone in your life.
I have someone in my life, so you should talk.
Oh, yeah. Your pet dog doesn't count. He accepts for you.
Sounds like a lot of bitches.
Okay, but then come.
So
it is Megatron.
Come on, Louis, defend your second wife's honor. He's coming on to your second wife.
he doesn't care.
Well, you realize he is Egyptian and he is your former owner.
Oh, he outranks you.
Oh yeah, we read about that today. We read about.
He is your master.
What about Aisha?
Wow. That was dangerous territory.
our mother.
When I'm taking a discussion by Aisha and Muhammad, she was 6, she was 9. Bro, I'm married to 4, okay? And I'm gonna marry Nergis because she has no one in life.
You're gonna marry a 6-year-old? Wait, is that what you're saying? A 4-year-old? That's like Muhammad. That's fucking.
He's married me out of pity, bro.
Please, our Lord Muhammad shall be revered on this stage. For Muhammad is going to the Trinitarian metaphysical framework of this. For he is a son of God, who is a son of man and is man.
What is it? I was married already.
I eat a lot, I go to the gym, and I need to marry.
Well, her husband is a disbeliever, so when she becomes
I'm married to a Lumi.
one of my captives,
Buttercup and I
we
are married.
war and booty. Ambrose's marriage will
Me, Marcus, and Ambrose are in a monogamous relationship with each other.
Yeah.
since Ambrose is a combatant.
Oh, she's married.
Marriage is
Not to be honest, Nergis, why do you refuse?
Because I'm married to Lumi. Good lord.
Zabu could be in our polycle too, right, Marcus? Zabu.
Sure, you can have her.
Yeah. Do you know Zabu Elumi?
I'm not sure if Lumi is the boost type, to be honest. She's my alien sister.
Ilumi accepted to move with you.
No, Lumi did not accept divorce with me, so shut your mouth. I'm married to Buttercup and Ambrose, and
He decides, okay, we can have a talk with each other. He accepts. Let's imagine, okay? Why do you refuse?
save me from this fog man Lumi.
You have a mouth, Nergis. Like, you can talk, you can defend yourself.
My husband is on stage, for God's sake, and my sister-in-law is on stage, so
Don't pretend to be polite.
I don't fucking want to be married to you, that's why.
Why? You mentioned
How much
this.
more is it? God, take it.
Yes, I love Illumi, and I love Buttercup, and I love Ambrose, that's what.
Yes.
He has so many wives apart from you, Nergis. He doesn't need you anymore.
He can have me and more than me, as much as he wants.
This is haram, what you're doing.
This is haram? No, it's not haram.
This is.
Why? Marriage
Don't
is
you believe in the 10 Commandments? Like, don't covet each other's wives?
He doesn't.
I'm strong enough. I'm financially independent.
He's a hoe. Obviously, he doesn't believe in any of them.
I'm strong enough. Physically, I'm financially independent. What happens? Yeah.
So we're all financially independent.
So, Butter, Illumi, can we add some men to the pantheon, if you don't mind?
Why, Nergis, if you are a moderator at the moment, you're gonna insult me. Like,
I'm not gonna insult you, bro. You're very annoying. That's all you do. You are freaking annoying. Muhammad, you annoy me. Yes, because you annoy me, bro. People don't annoy me like that. You have to be extremely dumb, or you have to be excessively silly.
There you go.
Or both. Stop it, bro.
nice, Nergis, I'm nice.
Once you play from both sides of your mouth, you can't be Zionist and you can't be pro-Palestinian.
Farouk, what the hell? She left. Nergis. Max, how are you, my idiot friend? Max, like, when was the last time you got related to a woman, honestly? When was the last time?
I said it's happy and married with kids, so should leave him alone.
Kids with... he doesn't know how to speak to a woman, okay? I swear. Max doesn't know how to speak to a woman. He never got related to a woman before. He's silent because he cannot defend himself. He can make himself as a moderator, he can make a room alongside Baby just to dismiss members from the room. That's all that he can do. And that is your fucking bitch. You're miserable. You have nothing to do in life. And you come here just to fulfill your empty or, vacant
Yes.
personality.
I vacant.
I would like to apply for this vacancy, Nergis. I'm gonna fill it, honestly. Okay, I believe you need someone. I'm doing you a favor. But Nergis, okay, like, how does it feel like to talk to guys over the day? How does it seem like? You get happy when talking to guys?
Bro, we know you belong to the LGBTQ. Come out of the closet, freak, yeah? Be proud of it. I live in California. People are proud of it. Why are you hiding in that closet? Why are you hiding in that closet? No one's judging you.
You're confused. Like, you accuse me of, getting married to two wives at the same time, and then you accuse me of something else. Get clear, be clear, Marius. You need someone in your life. Women cannot live without marriage, okay? Let's be honest. You need someone. Clubhouse is not gonna fulfill you. Get out in life, okay? Stop talking to guys. You will find someone quite easy. Nergis, I'm so rude to be honest. But I used to study philosophy,
You're just not at my station. I'm sorry, I can't talk to plenty of us.
Why? You're gonna go? Trust me, Nergis, if I am married to a woman like you, honestly, you know what I'm gonna do? Wallah al-Azim, Uqsam billah. You know what I'm gonna do? Each and every time, I'm gonna, drag you from your hair, and I'm gonna keep hitting you. And you seem so bad, you seem so ugly, Nergis. Honestly, like, you have to change your look. Remove the ring from your nose. It looks like so bad. Yes. I'm gonna put your photo. I'm gonna put your photo in my profile.
What do you think of my radical solution to the dilemma that Zionism is in?
I'm offering my solution. She has no life, and I would like to offer my.
So you know who brought this up a while ago? It was Caleb, believe it or not. He's like, the way you can actually achieve peace in the region is to get the two married. Big said, you remember that?
No, I would like for you to be like, okay, not to weep for someone, not to cry over a man. You need a man, okay?
Exactly. That's why it's not gonna be you.
That's totally fine, okay? Like, find someone. I mean,
I will
find someone.
I have.
It's a promise you're gonna find someone.
Promise.
When, Nergis, when?
He's there, already there, man.
Sorry?
I have a man, man.
You're married, Nergis? You're married?
Yes.
And how does it feel like for him to listen to you while talking to guys?
So good. So good. So good, like James Brown.
He's happy.
So happy.
Oh my gosh. But I pity him, I pity him, Nergis. You keep talking to guys, and at the end of the day, like, he gets you for him. He has you for him.
Black white men don't think like you.
Oh, you get distributed? Each and every one take a part?
Yes. I am for the world.
القراءة للجميع. Read Nergis. Each and every one. Everyone can enjoy Nergis.
Oh my God. Please, do indulge in me.
For no price. No one has to afford anything.
Isn't God free?
Beauty is created for all.
Beauty is for all. Well said.
Yes, I see.
spreads its branches. You need these things. You don't want these things. A river flows no matter what. A tree branches out no matter what. I am that tree. I am that river.
I put your photo on my profile. I wanted to honor myself with your beauty.
It's against the rules of freedom house. For doing what you're doing right now, I might have to collaborate words and find a piece of defamation against you.
Oh my gosh, I got afraid, honestly. But lawyer is so expensive in America, you would have to afford so much money that it's. But I'm nothing. Why would you afford to hurt me?
That's true.
So you forgive me. You wouldn't sue me.
No, you have nothing to offer. The plot is gone.
How would you benefit if I got in prison? That is, how would you benefit?
I wouldn't ask that of you.
Why would you punish me?
I would not.
Yes.
You have nothing to say. But what you do have to think is a lot of minorities. You know, a lot of people on this island. Maybe they can be free of it, right?
Sorry?
You know, a lot of people on this island. Like, I don't know what you do all day long.
Nergis, I have mental problems, and that's why I will recover. That's how I can.
What happened?
You are the reason why you refused me earlier today. I got one. And I broke it. But you can fix it, Nergis. You can fix it.
We fix another thing.
يا الله يجزيك يا سلام روح يلا خلاص نام. ايه يا عم. Anyways, as you can see, a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Yes.
A little girl in Syria, in front of the new holy Levantine Arab Sunni army, the ones who we passed the torch, the mantle of Sunni access. The Elijah, the Elisha, the Joshua, about
Hillary, can you just change your picture?
Lonnie.
It's not nice.
I'm sorry.
Change your picture, bro.
No, I think it's important.
Please take down your Nazi shit with me.
Yeah, take it out. Take it out. It's fine.
This is not Nazi.
And you
This is
see,
the actual
Take it out, bro.
Jews.
Take it out. Integrally annexed it. You know.
What a country stupid. This is your fault.
she occupied churches on the coast.
This is your fault to be completely honest.
Okay, I'm desperate to my political.
I'm sorry, if this is a church, this is not a God gave me this church before he gave it to Buttercup.
I deserve
I'm
that.
sorry. It's just it's God taking up with God. God gave me this church.
Baby, Buttercup now, occupation looks like Buttercup now
I
emphasizes
get to feel it firsthand. I love it. As a self-hating Jew, this is what I do.
Yeah.
God gave me this church.
You know,
Nazi salute. This is the salute.
Thank you for
Military salute.
putting this ridiculous.
This is the military salute. This is the military salute in Syria.
Oh, okay.
Oh God.
Wow. I'm gonna Google it.
And I might actually go join now.
Isn't that true?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not trying to say it.
Man, he's a white boy.
They got rid of forced conscription now.
He put the flag anywhere.
But that's like a Roman salute. Like that predates Syria. That's not something
That is true.
Because I heard that actually the Romans didn't salute this way.
They did, yeah.
No, they didn't.
Very much so. You'll see it like in most historical like episodes, series.
Alright. Yeah.
Called Caesar.
How accurate is the Roman salute? Fair question. Short answer, because it's basically historical cosplay. Long answer, Rome didn't do it the way movies, dictators, and overdramatic extras want you to believe. What people think the Roman salute was: arms straight out, palm down, rigid posture. You know, the thing every villain does before shouting about destiny. This image mostly comes from 19th century neo art, not ancient Rome. What the Romans actually did: no ancient Roman text describes the standardized straight arm salute. Not one. Roman art and reliefs is raising an arm while addressing crowds. This gesture is called I don't fucking know. It's loose, bent, contextual, not synchronized.
Advocature is like half bent arm.
You got me at Coochie.
Coochie. Advocature.
That's a lot more easier to say now.
It is. So half bent,
I'm not even gonna forget it now.
Good.
I might actually call myself that. Lecuccio. Dude, that's like a fucking badass name.
So it's like a half. Hey, Mohammed, change your picture, man. I'm feeling uncomfortable.
I presume intellectual rights over that name. And Lecuccio.
He's such a sad man. He's writing out of your messages.
Oh, sure.
Cutio. Advocature. I don't think it's Gucci, it's Advocature or something. It's half bent arm, finger pointing out, the index finger. It's not a high.
Really good. Well, that's a high IQ. Whatever. Let's see. Where were we? Soldiers saluted officers in practical, varied ways. No ritualized arm extension across the empire. Rome loved order, but not that kind. Where the modern Roman salute really comes from: Italy, 1900s, nationalist art, romanticized Rome. Mussolini, Nazi Germany copies it, adds racial mythology, and now the gesture is radioactive forever. Verdict: historically accurate? No. Artistically inspired? Sure. Ancient Roman standard practice? Absolutely not.
Interesting. Are you gonna get Buttercup or not?
This is an occupation. God gave me this.
Maybe can I get his account clipped, like by complaining to Clubhouse if he has?
Yeah, you just gotta I guess do it a lot or get a lot of people to do it.
Because he's just using my
It's
picture.
not a Nazi salute. Plus, this is a screenshot from a news source. This is the bottom. This is the
viewed from the context and the vernacular of Western Europe and Western civilization. That is Western supremacy, and we shall not accept it, even though I am part of one nation. Nevertheless, objective analysis of human dynamics should not be used from Western nets.
Mama, change your profile picture. I do not give consent for you using my profile picture. This is wrong. It's against the laws of Clubhouse.
Anyways, we were speaking just prior. But were we speaking prior?
Mohammed, change your picture of me before you get clipped. I just reported you.
I know I was talking about something interesting.
Yo, it's Jason's room still open?
Conspiracy theory.
Oh, Jason closed the room.
Jason is a coward.
Jason kicked out of the room right away. I don't know why.
Let me destroy Jason's whole.
Yesterday's room was good. I was only in there for a bit.
It was
But I was.
It was very good. So they were talking about this word called vanity, okay, which is used, I guess, in the Old Testament, where like it's what Albie was doing was using it as like equal measure. Yeah, Albie did.
Yeah, Albie was there yesterday.
Yeah, so he was using it like co-equal. He was using it as an equation. So he was trying to like demonstrate like one nature going. That's not how the Jews see it. They see it as like you're equal, or you're equal in something. Like a personal sense, like a human sense. But Albie was trying to prove that Amati is like a co-equal in nature, which I think he wasn't doing a good job. Because how do you set that metric? Why would you set that metric?
What happened? Fell asleep.
But also many
Oh,
completely denial of
Jason,
Jesus. Yeah, like a
that
complete.
is.
I was a Christian apologist. However, a complete like denial of Jesus would also seem like absurd with the Judaism.
Metaphysical might like fucking annihilated.
And you didn't agree with me?
Well, I mean, it depends.
Straight up annihilated.
The thing is, some of the prophecies are not fulfilled. They just aren't.
Yeah,
And that's why there's a second coming.
exactly. So they're pretty honest about that, right? Okay, I grant you that. But a complete rejection of Jesus holding any placement, like in.
And they didn't like his message.
They didn't like his message.
He preached equality.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just not gonna fly with them.
Yeah.
They want to see us false.
But also Jesus was saying that they're not chosen in one sense, right?
No, he wasn't. But he was also. No, he was saying that like. No, he kind of was. I mean, he's saying that like all are chosen.
Yeah.
There's all. Yeah.
Yeah. God, they didn't like that.
I don't like that.
Embarrassment.
Yeah.
I mean, this is literally worker of lawlessness. You're crucifying people over something you don't even understand. Crazy, man. onion beans cooked.
Also, it wasn't like Jesus was preaching a different God, which is like pretty absurd when they bring up the whole freaking Trinity that perhaps they're right about, which was formulated much later on. But to say that,
Not that much later on.
whatever it may be, we have no evidence of Jesus sort
No,
of
we do.
like bring forth like the whole model of the triune.
So we do have evidence. The model of the triune would be like less than 100 years later, but we have even earlier evidence than that. Like, we have people saying that Jesus is God, but like the exact model would come a little bit later, after like they hashed out like how could this be possible. But yeah, I mean, like, it was pretty early on that they kind of took Jesus is God. Not all, but at least some.
Okay, so would you say that there is no way to like provide evidence that he himself preached such a model, even though like he might call himself God? He's also saying that I saw all of you gods also, right?
Kind of.
A very Gnostic sort of approach that Jesus took, I guess. Even if you're looking at it and wanting most of everything biblical, one could like posit that he was introducing some system in which Gnosticism sort of prevailed. Would you agree?
I like to think that. But you would have to get the full message, you would have to go to other gospels, not the accepted canonized ones.
Because I'd like to think that the message, message has like primarily been
Oh my god, every time I come back, it's even worse. It gets worse.
Stop hating, Buttercup. Stop it. Such
There's
a
been all
hater.
kinds of weird shit in the shirt
Such
lately.
a hater. Stop hating on me.
Can't you, as the owner, close down the room?
No, I can't. I can't. I can't. I have fun. I don't have the room. Wait, I can't.
Come on, man. another exciting episode of I Find Retards.
Paraphernalia that they wear and everything else, and they're a huge part of our organization.
I'm glad y'all do that though, and I think the other sororities and fraternities should do that because y'all, it makes your chapter, you get a larger chapter. There's kids that just don't. School ain't for everybody.
No, I agree, and for whatever reason, so yeah, there's
I admire that.
Yeah, they are included. Who's the black dude? Oh, look, it's two black people. I don't know who these people are.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be the contrarian here. I need everybody and their mama in this bitch. It's exclusive for a reason.
Why are people in trees?
You got some girls that are like school ain't for me, but maybe like you got your Zeta, whatever her name is, chick that went and became a millionaire. Like she can provide, she can help.
Yeah, so then they become honorary members.
Yeah, for AKA.
You can do an honorary member.
Honorary, but then like you're just an honorary. Like what they're doing, what Zetas are doing, I think it's great. I think it's awesome.
I'm sure it's great for them.
No, it does, but I see what you're saying. But yeah, we do have our Zeta Amici, like they have their own symbol. So look, I'll put this in here. This is how cool ours are. The Zeta Amici is an auxiliary group of women for Zeta Phi Beta sorority and incorporated, established in 1948 for those who do not possess a 4-year degree, but want to support the sorority's ideals of scholarship, service, sisterhood, and finer womanhood. The name Amici means friends in Latin. We are the first sorority in the National Panhellenic Council to organize such an auxiliary group. So, yes.
And the only.
The auxiliary soldiers!
That's us. We are those girls. So, absolutely. If the ACAs don't want you, come on over and be a Zeta Amici, okay? Because we're not like them stuck-up heifers. I'm joking.
Don't let the auxiliary know the truth, man.
I call her Zeta Drop Pop, but her my sisters were quick to tell me it's sisterhood for life, so. What are all these trees? What the hell is the trees?
I thought there was going to be an ice commercial. Where it at?
Oh, that's sugar cane. Oh, we taking this shit literal, okay?
Hello?
What the fuck?
Hello?
All these beautiful Puerto Rican and black women, and he still dates Kendall Jenner.
I thought they broke up.
I thought they broke up too, but they break up and get back together, break up, get back together.
Because her ex-boyfriend said that.
Hey, I see Clark.
Hello? Hello?
Wow, that was cool.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Did he just bust in on the white people and out? Girl.
Hello? Hello, guy. He the hello guy. Hello?
Hello, sexy.
Hello?
See? Yeah. He definitely went. Is that Lady Gaga? She ain't wearing no meat dress, so we good. Was he just organized? When I just
Hello? Hello?
find for contracts. When I find
Hello?
somebody else's song. Is this someone else's song? Yeah. What is this song called? Fuck.
Fuck.
I think she's singing live though. No, it's what's his name from Hawaii? Bruno Mars. Isn't it a song? It was Bruno Mars' song with a different beat. She was on it though. Yeah, she was on it. Look at that white woman.
Look at that white woman. Look at that black woman. Hello?
That's an interesting lace front for sure. I hate you right now. I wonder if that was a real couple. I was wondering the same thing too. If he's dating Lady Gaga, she's like 20 years older than him, bro. Please no. She looks good though. Wasn't she engaged to somebody else?
Hello? Hello?
real wedding. They kissing like they.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Is that the bodega? That's New York bodegas. That is not a Puerto Rico one if y'all been to Puerto Rico.
Hello?
Y'all, my autistic son just said, is that Spanish? That's Bad Bunny, baby.
That's Bad Bunny, baby! LGBTQC, what does that do? Hello? 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 What? Hello? Hello?
I think so. Ricky Martin! They got banana trees and shit out there.
Banana tree.
They could work it out together.
I believe
God is his script.
Okay, let's leave it.
No, I'm not the crib, but let's do it.
The cripple.
Let's leave.
The cripple.
Let's do it. Yo,
That's a bitch.
it's just me and you, D.
You a bitch. Stop talking to me.
All right, let's just do it.
These niggas got no kids so they never age, man. I'm going gay, dog. If that shit could keep me young forever, just avoiding women.
Oh, he got a Puerto Rican flag. Call ICE. Oh, no, he's pulling up a
Hello?
flag. Call ICE.
Hello?
I'm not trying to hear that, bro.
Hello?
Bro, you only talking about
Let's talk about contributions from Puerto Rican society. Hoes. The tip. The inspiration.
He's in the Bronx. J-Lo.
No, I got you. No, you're close. They inspired the famous procedure, the BBL. They wanted those Puerto Rican J-Lo asses. I know, but J-Lo was the star. In the 90s, everybody wanted a J-Lo.
Yeah, I remember J-Lo was the shit. Big saying English. Go ahead.
Honestly, the cinematography is making me dizzy.
I mean, they need this. So they need to do this to compensate for the fact that nobody in the crowd is dancing or happy. And you hear the fucking, the sound, like the crowd,
I just realized. Hold on. I just realized. Everybody that's at the fucking Super Bowl is in some sort of executive role, right? Like the company got the tickets, or somebody that spent $5,000 or $10,000 for a ticket. So there quite possibly might be less than 50 people in the crowd that have ever heard of these fucking music.
Probably.
There's like literally, there's a bunch of white guys right now that are worth $50 million, $150 million, and they have no idea who the fuck this guy is, except for they heard of controversy.
Maybe they're Colombian escorts, you know what I mean?
Maybe.
Probably not. Now the United Nations. Now the United.
You can't get caught at the game with the There's too high profile, dog. It's too easy to get caught.
They're running around with a bunch of fucking flags, not fucking flag.
Those are all the
Read on. You see what happens when the Jews control the media?
Oh, yeah.
You see what happened when
Why is there an Israel flag? No, I'm just fucking.
Yeah, where is the fucking Israel flag? They did an NFL logo.
bet you can find a Palestine flag before you find an Israel flag at this fucking logo. This dude's about to yell free Palestine.
The fuck is Guyanese flag doing there? The fuck is the Guyanese flag? You better have the Haitian flag. No, they got Bahamas. They got everybody but Haiti. Fuck him. Ice for life. You didn't throw up to the Haitians.
Yeah, I know this song actually. Actually, Judy, this song is pretty famous, I think. I know this song. I hear this a lot.
Yo, bro, if I was Ice, I'd have a hell outside at this motherfucking Super Bowl.
Judy, listen, in San Francisco and in Santa Clara, there might be 19 Mexicans like that. And any of them are working the stands, and they're not going to kick it out right now. They're serving the lights right now. They would be, dog.
That's hilarious. You see the scores in the NFL logo? The NFL logo got 6 Farm Davids in that motherfucker. You see that?
Why does this feel like an invasion?
It is an invasion.
You guys are going too far.
It is an invasion.
They're taking their flags and they're storming across our most beloved game.
Now, what are you saying about football?
Yeah, well, Samoa. What are you talking about? One of those flag represents 42% of the NFL. But I bet you there's not more than 1 or 2 Puerto Ricans in the NFL. There's that Christian Gonzalez kid. I don't even know if he's Puerto Rican.
I don't think he's Puerto Rican at all, bro.
I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. But he's fucking made fun. He saved 2 touchdowns today.
I know he's fucking good, bro.
He's really good. The break that he has on the ball, like, that's real. Yeah, it's just like he breaks down. Like, Sam Darnold thought he was open, and he was. And then Christian, closed the gap. He's good, man. He's really good. I've only watched him play a few games, but you can tell he's on a different level. What are you thinking?
Pretty garbage halftime show. I used to look forward to halftime shows.
I stopped looking forward some years ago.
Damn. This used to be like really fucking good. And then Jay-Z took them over. Ever since BLM, they let the fucking niggers, they let Jay-Z take it. And now it's just retarded shit. Give it back to the whites, bro. You gotta give it back to the whites, bro. This is stupid.
Hello? 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 Hello?
The Turning Point USA show is still going on. A lot more American flags than this one.
Hello? Hello? Ooh, hello?
He would rather get rid of
Did it sound like a velociraptor to you?
There's no possible way to do
Or the other hooded?
Liberia, and then people that went to Liberia and started enslaving people in Liberia.
Liberia.
They sent to Liberia are the Boule who kept black American Indians enslaved in the first fucking place. We're
Let's go Liberia. They were the librarian, motherfucker.
1620, when the transatlantic slave trade started, the only free black people walking around the East Coast USA were the black Indians who headhunted
What?
for the white man.
Hello?
They were already on team white Europeans.
Hello?
They were black Indians, and some of them got real pissed off that they had to keep showing their papers to the white slavers and proving that they are not, in fact, escaped or runaway slaves. They called themselves freemen. That was the code word
Hello?
on the East Coast USA for a native black Indian person
Hello?
working with us white people.
Hello?
So we gotta keep up. You gotta double check every time you find a verified, certified Native American who is black.
Hello?
You better fucking do your heavy ass paperwork on what their folks' ancestors were up to.
Hello?
Because they were selling black Indians, the white Europeans. Those black Indians were being sold all the way over in Spain,
Hello?
Africa, and the Caribbean for
Hello?
slavery. They were not kept in the USA.
Hello?
And those
those Indians knew exactly what was happening.
Hello?
So don't worry. A lot of those people that were from the Gullah culture were sent down to Jamaica to I guess you might even say to break the medicine.
That's too much.
They just put the bunny hat on the local one. That shit had to realize that the bunny hat on the local one.
No, I can't even pull up X.
I would have
Okay, now here we go. Oh my God! So many of the comments are in Spanish.
Let me tell you something. Play along, whether he's saying in Spanish or whatever. Immigration affects everyone, whether you're Asian,
Hello?
fucking African. Make that play was
Hello?
like amazing, especially what's going on with Haitian, fucking Ukrainian, the people that they're trying to like stop TPS, where they're taking TPS away from these
Hello?
people, and they're trying to send them back to a country that's not even stabilized yet. This shit is like,
This shit ain't stabilized, so we ain't gonna send you.
Because my mom is not a citizen, she's a permanent resident, but even with her
Oh shit, mama here
I
illegally.
don't know what they're trying to do with these people. Just watching them like take asylum seekers and say they're not worth a shit, and even though they're here legally.
This is it's a money grab. So remember, Biden made it so that private prisons are no longer using federal contract. Like they're no longer eligible for federal contracts for like that type of prison. But ICE, there's a loophole there. So they're able to really, really, really profit off of this and extract labor and do indignities to people.
You know what's crazy? Probably I had my mom. One day I was on the phone with her, and then I like put her on speaker for her to listen. And I was telling her like, you need to get your citizenship. She was like, I know, I messed up. Cause we told her
mommy.
citizenship. She would not fucking go become an American citizen because she was fine with her permanent residency. And now, even now, we're like, she knows. She be like, I'm gonna be okay. I'm permanent. But even with like arrests, people showing up for fucking interviews, her mind is like, now she's like paranoid. And it's not like she's just
Man, people showing up for fucking interviews.
She provides jobs. She's considered a medium-sized job because or a medium-sized business because she provides jobs for over 50 people. So it's like, even my dad was like, we already told your ass, if you get deported, that's between you and God. We've been telling her after the first administration, even prior to the administration coming in the first time, get your citizenship. And she's like, I'll be okay. After the first administration, I'm going to be okay. And now, even when he won under Kamala, it's like, I got to do something now. And it's like this reactive shit. Like, I'll be like, yo, I don't know. Like, that should be like hurting me. Because something happened to my mom, I promise you, on God, y'all gonna see a nigga act crazy.
On God, then we're gonna act crazy.
Philippines is not a bad place. But she is an American.
And he said at the end of that, we're here and we're not going anywhere.
Yes, I thank you, Christina. That's seguimos, because let me learn that shit so I control people. Seguimos aquí. We're still here. Seguimos aquí, bitches. I love it. Oh, they are big crying on X. They are bigly crying on X. Fucking hilarious. I cannot wait. The mega tears, y'all. The fucking mega tears.
Mega tears. Oh, mega tears.
Okay, wait, they're showing who was in the little thing. So I see Cardi B.
Just like an album.
Is that Tiana Taylor? That's not Tiana Taylor. Yeah, there was a bunch of people. Somebody's gonna name them. I only recognize Cardi.
That was a slap in the face that was needed to happen. So
Ricky Martin's a vampire too. This dude don't age.
Ricky Martin looked good.
Isn't he in his mid-60s?
Girl, shut up.
No, I'm serious. Isn't Ricky Martin in his mid-60s?
I don't know, actually. Is he? No.
Ricky Martin is gonna be.
He's gonna be
Somebody
in his
said.
50s.
Wait, y'all.
Wait, he was a good Udo, though, so let me think about this. Late 50s, maybe?
This is one of the funniest
Oh,
comments.
he's only 54.
Oh, okay. All right, everybody's sober.
It really was an amazing halftime show. I don't like Bad Bunny music, but the show was really amazing. Don't worry for those who felt outsiders because he sang in Spanish. Even Spanish people don't understand what he sings. He has his own language.
Man, you can understand the bullshit. I don't understand the lyrics, but that beat, you can dance to that. Hey, as much as you want to understand the language because of it being at this time period, yeah, but that's the type of music, you chill, dance to. You don't have to know the words. It's just a lot.
Exactly. And these are the young kids, like, what is it, K-pop? When K-pop came out, my daughter knew all the fucking words.
Okay, I know all the words to K-pop. Demon Hunter. That was a great little show. I love that shit.
So we have to recognize that the one K-pop Demon Hunter for so long.
Not to
Wait, we have to recognize that the entire world for generation after generation has been listening to English, music, English language music forever. So for us, this is like flipped for us that don't speak Spanish. So it's like, it was actually really fucking cool, I thought. But the rest of the world does this all the time.
But, Spirit is, you're a New Yorker, so we got a little, what do you call it, English. Put some words together and make it.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's
Every time J-Lo and something in this, Shakira's halftime, what are we talking about? Like, no one else had a halftime set like this. Like, what the fuck is
This
going
was
on?
a great set. And Roger in the chat, people are calling out Twitter for the bullshit. So it's deliberately so. They're saying they're calling out Twitter for making now all of a sudden it has issues with the damn app because they're like, y'all don't want Bad Bunny to trend. Because it's not pulling up tweets and shit.
And what makes this show even better than any other one is because of what's going on politically in this country. So it affects a lot of people. Like people in the neighborhood that may not, like, if you got a neighbor that you're really close to and you know that they may be like facing certain shit, then it affects a lot of people in the U.S. So.
I think it was really powerful. It got me a little teary-eyed at the end.
Me too. When you said it, I was like, why would you do that? That's why I said, why would you say that? Like, really tear.
Fun fact, that's not Bad Bunny's first time performing at the Super Bowl. I just posted when Shakira brought him out as a guest. So, my question is this. Am I the only one who was kind of confused by the whole thing? There was just way too much going on. It was hard to follow.
Yeah, you're the only one.
That's part of the talk show. He showed like the humble, that's what I saw. It was like the humble beginnings. So he kind of showed like, I saw the bodega, right? Was that the bodega? And did you see him crashing in on the white people? That was funny as fuck.
Puerto Rico.
The white people?
That was in New York. That was Washington Heights. Ain't that right, Spirit? That's in Washington Heights, but that's not. If you've been to Puerto Rico, that's not what Puerto Rico looks like. That is Washington Heights.
Did he grow up in Puerto Rico? I felt like it was an homage to like that immigrant experience. He had
the grass, the bananas before.
Yeah, he had the fruit. He had the
plastic chairs.
People. Yeah, he had the people sitting outside. The dancing, and then it was like the progression, right? He gave the ring to the couple, and then he proposed, and then we saw the wedding. Did y'all see the progression there?
So that was cute. And
then he gave the Grammy to the little boy that was the representation of himself at the end. Did you not? Because
he died, I also.
See, I didn't realize it was representation of him. I thought he just knew a little Spanish. No, I know it's him.
I missed that. Like, come on. They linked her.
He just won Grammy. Right. He won Grammy of the. He won album
himself. Yes,
He
absolutely.
won album of the year. Did y'all not realize that? So that part had to have been added in just recently. So that was his fucking Grammy. Like, how fucking cool was that? So yes, he gave. watching a Super Bowl. That was one of the most powerful things because I'm like,
going crazy. It's a inflation and high population of fucking Puerto Ricans outside of. There's what, 2 million Puerto Ricans in fucking New York City outside of fucking Puerto Rico.
I was happy to see so many shades of Puerto Ricans, and including so many different Afro hairstyles, including the there was some braids.
He had melanated Hispanics all up and through. I loved it.
Melanated Hispanics.
Thank you. I love that part because even though it was a huge responsibility on his shoulders,
They just had two big completions.
For him to like start that out, and I mean that's got to be a flex.
I'm going for you to add Grammy. I love Dr. AG. I don't even know what's going on. I just hope they win.
Your own Grammy and your own fucking performance, and yes, that was him as a little boy. But my other favorite part outside of that was when he was naming off all the countries, because I heard him say Haiti. I heard him say all of the different Salvador. Yeah. What is Cici Pueda? What does that mean, AM? Y'all know translate. Yes, we can. Cici Pueda. Cici Pueda.
The biggest takeaway from this show, I love seeing the diversity of human beings. That part, I think the story could have been told better. I love the Grammy. I love the Grammy to himself. I mean, I just think the storytelling could have been a little bit more cohesive. Seeing the human beings out in the fields, calling up on the electric That's correct. That's what that represents, the infrastructure. That's correct.
But this could be right? It slows down powerful winds and traps shifting sand before it can spread. Once the wind fades, something incredible happens. The soil begins to settle, moisture stays longer, grass starts to grow, then shrubs.
They've gone through this country for generations.
Places that once moved dust storms and barren landscapes slowly turn green. Sometimes the smartest way to fight nature is to run. What you're seeing isn't sight.
I just think the storytelling could have been sharper. Like, I love the festiveness, and I love the food.
Super Bowl performers do not even tell a story. Right. So I'm like, what do you mean the story? Like, what I'm saying is, may I finish? So people didn't even realize that Kendrick's performance, and I love Kendrick to death. If you are not a fan of Kendrick, a lot of it would have made sense. If you were not watching it, you wouldn't have known the story about Serena doing the, doing what I'm saying, walk, dating, walk. And it's like, I love how Kendrick, like, it's not just, if people thought it was about shit on Drake, no. Remember when Serena won at Wimbledon and she did the first walk in Wimbledon? Like, that was a fucking it was like little tidbits for the culture, like the Samuel Jackson being on the you know what I'm saying? But if you were not a Kendrick fan, you would have thought, oh, it's just about Drake or whatever. So nobody realized that it was like a gaming controller at the end when you read about it. So we were like, oh, it didn't tell a story. I'm like, that's one of the first performances I've seen that actually told a fucking story. Everybody else performed.
All I said was because we continue to read our
But also, everyone else's performance staying live. Can we just pause on that? That is not common.
And that's what I wanted to highlight. Cardi B was there, but she was dancing on the back of dance. So what do we make of that? I thought that was amazing.
You can imagine. That's all detectable on the track. I'm sure you can see the back of the head.
She's a woman.
The blood pooling in the back of the head from the brand. So Jesus had 700 spiritual lives and they slammed this
And the song that she sang, I thought, because that's an older song, right? That song came out like 2019.
So now you're at 98% of the time. I don't
We gotta find out who's streaming it. You think it's a hey John, you're a bitch ass hoe for streaming our fucking room. Find something to do. He's streaming like we're so tired of your shit.
Hello?
Find something fucking to do.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I say nigga in Spanish. Somebody
Hello? Did somebody just call me a hard arm? Hello?
That's all I know.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
But the vibrant, the color, the different hair texture, that was the most exciting.
The different textures of the head. The different textures of the head delighted me. The diversity and the melanation of the Latinos and the brown and the Mexicans. Hello?
Watch it so I can catch all the hidden meanings. But I was overwhelmed the first time.
I was overwhelmed by the melanation. The melanation was overwhelming. I love the diversity of the melanation.
That's all we were saying.
Si puede.
Nobody else ever like I loved Rihanna's performance, but it didn't tell the fucking story.
Hello? Oh my God! Hello? Hello?
It didn't tell a story. Michael Jackson didn't tell a story. Prince didn't tell a story. This actually told a story. It was like a little movie. I loved it. I think it was when my son with us. Yes, when my son came out and said, "Mommy, it's Spanish," I was like, and he was doing the little dance. He said, "It's Bad Bunny," and this is my autistic baby, y'all. I think that was the point. Like that was still America, but it was so fucking cool.
I'm glad he didn't do the English shit. I'm glad he didn't do the English shit.
Well, his music is not English.
And I love that. That's what I'm saying. He stayed true to his music. That part was dope. All I was talking about was the story aspect. That's all. I didn't say it was bad or anything like that.
Your ass, you're gonna criticize the story when nobody else ever told a story. That's what we keep telling you.
I'm not comparing it to anybody else.
It's just low vibrational. Why you gotta say something negative? God damn.
Jesus Christ. We just talk. Yo.
I mean,
You need to relax, bro. You need to really relax.
You need to understand
so I'm gonna let you troll on. I ain't gonna go back and forth with you.
Troll on. If the game continues the way it's going, tomorrow's gonna be a rough day at work as a Bostonian because they're getting crushed.
Oh, they are. You know what? I'm
Absolutely. 12-0. That's not really crushed.
Okay, let's give it to Dylan and Alpha. Alpha, look at that PT. Go, girl.
Thank you, Pookie.
Alpha looking good, girl.
I was nominated for Best Makeup Artist of the Year this year in my city, so I did not win.
Congratulations on your nomination. Tell us. So we could have spammed
Period, Peter.
I would have said next year we gon'. I literally lost by 200 votes.
Oh shit, girl, that was like work. You should have told me.
Clubhouse room.
Yes. Make sure you tell us. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done. That's awesome.
I love my outfit. It's crazy. You've been in Atlanta. It's like everybody that's in Atlanta that I'm cool with. We've actually like met up, gone out to eat, done something. Yeah, I gotta come home because I live in North Carolina now, but I'm actually going home not in March, but maybe in April. I have to come out there because I gotta do some business out there too and go see some family. So yeah, if I'm out there, Patty, I need you, little girl.
I think that also we need the Patriots to lose just for like where America's at right now. Like if the Patriots win, I feel like that's like bad symbology.
You don't watch football, bro?
I gotta agree with that one.
Do I even watch football, bro? I mean, not really, because I think that it's a modern plantation, but yeah.
As a Niner fan, I want the
household could be calm. Is Seattle's coach black?
No. He's white.
They're getting crushed.
I mean, they're two scores out, but they're terrible.
You know what you should never do? Dye your eyebrows like blonde. Like, I don't know what the fuck she's doing, but she looks crazy as hell.
Oh, you looking at it right now? That shit.
Yes.
I just saw that shit look. Yeah.
Your mom still look like a weirdo.
It's crazy.
She does look better from when she first started her surgery is actually good.
Yo, did y'all see that drink? They got a drink called
Hello?
Liquid Death and shit.
Hello?
Is that a real thing?
Hello? Hello? Oh, yeah.
No, it started because the guy went sober and felt left out, like drinking fucking water in a bar, so he wanted to make something that looked like a beer, like that looked cool. So he created the whole liquid death thing.
Yeah, he was a rocker. Yeah. I looked him up, so I was like, I never heard of the product.
It's great Brandon.
They got $1 billion in financing. They raised $1 billion.
No, but people like it.
Yeah, I wouldn't
like the caffeine.
I wouldn't drink no shit like that.
I'm talking about the spark. They have like flavored sparkling, they have regular sparkling, flat water.
Oh yeah, I just wouldn't drink anything. I wouldn't bring anything like that in my home called Liquid Death. Period. Like, but I'm glad they're doing it.
Liquid Death.
It ain't my thing, but Liquid Death.
Yeah, but you kind of understand if you're sober, you're at a bar, and you're tempted to like be cool, have a beer, have something in your hand, instead of a fucking stupid, non-alcoholic beer that sucks anyway. Why not have something that looks cool and put in your hand that you're not thinking about? I mean, it is a thing for people.
No, I respect that. I just said it ain't my thing.
Respect it.
I wouldn't drink anything with the word death in it.
Death.
That's all. But it works for those that are sober now, like you said. So now.
Everybody's shot of brain. I got you, spirits.
Hello?
All the other waters are like,
they're boring.
One of the Pellegrini.
It is wild that we show in other countries as racist as we've been lately.
Oh, wait. Coco Jones sang the Black National Anthem? Oh, man.
The Black National Anthem?
Oh, look at her. I love Pepsi bottles.
Did we miss that?
Yes, we did. She sang the Black National Anthem. Go.
Yeah, they usually sing it. They sing it all the time. If you're having a conversation the other day, I'm gonna put it at the top.
Was it before it went live? Like, because
No, they usually sing it before the national anthem, the regular national anthem.
Okay, yes, it's been confirmed that Pedro Pascal was spotted in the crowd for the halftime show. That was Pedro. That was him.
Hello?
I love it.
I love it.
And Coco actually sang before Green Day performed and before the teams even hit the field.
Oh, so that's why we didn't see it.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know. 11 and a half time. This Super Bowl is boring as hell.
It's very fucking boring. And the commercials are not, I don't know. Y'all, what commercials y'all like?
Boo-boo!
They don't
Hey,
seem
boo-boo!
popping like they usually are.
Yeah, the commercials ain't giving. I'm sorry.
I'm not even watching them to be honest.
Here.
I've been yapping.
Shit, I'm here with y'all, man. I was gonna go to a Super Bowl get together, but I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, they get some fumbles and interceptions. It's not given.
Yeah, they didn't even have any freaking flags and shit. I think it's been like, what, 2 flags so far? This is like too boring.
So what are y'all's favorite, what are y'all top favorite Super Bowl performances of all time?
Prince is my number one.
Bruno Mars,
Yeah, I like how they brought out Beyonce, Bruno Mars, and Coldplay. Like it was like a.
Oh yeah, for the 50th anniversary of the Anthems
Bruno Mars killed it. He was just
yeah, that's
underrated.
what
He got the props and
Beyonce
shit.
fell, and it let me know that she was a fucking professional because she fell back and still danced her way back up. I don't know where she was.
But it's gonna be Prince for me as my all-time number one. Like he playing that guitar in the rain with his do-rag on. It was like that was so.
Yeah, that was
When was that? That was like recent.
No, it was a while ago.
You get the best shows. You get the best shows when it's not overhyped. You know.
Oh my God. Interception.
I think Michael Jackson to me is so iconic. The fact that he stood there and just paused for a whole 2 minutes and the crowd went crazy when he just took his sunglasses off. That to me will always be
The singing, Pearly. I might go a little bit behind, stop doing the play-by-play.
I'm sorry, we got some delayed ass TV. I don't know how the fuck that is.
Y'all watching this previous football?
I told you I'm on a high floor.
I'm not watching the
Did
game
y'all
at
just
all.
see the Pringles commercial with the skeleton and Pringles?
right now.
You know, I like this one. I like this one.
Prince performed in 2007, and it was a torrential downpour, and he infamously said, "Can it rain harder?" But he had this little do-rag thing on his head. Yeah, it was amazing.
And it was 2007.
It was 2007.
Let me interject from a Gen X perspective. The Super Bowl halftime show was fucking ass up until I think it was '93, which was Michael Jackson. That was the first big name, and from that moment on, absolutely true. But they had fucking the worst, and they had fucking marching bands as the headliners and Up With People. Nobody remembers how terrible that was. But Michael Jackson came in '93, and that was it. Then they had to keep trying to outdo that, with major A-list performers, which is what they done. So we're very lucky.
But do you know why? Do you know why?
With the horse and the little ducky.
When was Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson? Was that 2002?
Richard, they had to increase the shows. What didn't it have to do with the lands and people watching the show that they would flip the channel or something? So they had to So what was it? So basically, we can thank the Wayans brothers and In Living Color for why we have better halftime shows. Isn't that fucking cool?
Yeah, I remember that.
They were losing viewership, so they had to do something to get people's engagement to at least have them watch Shop and
Wait, Reform, I think we got the #1 commercial, the Budweiser joint with the horse and the little ducky. I don't know if y'all saw that. I think this is it.
I'm not watching them.
It turned out to be a bald eagle. No, I think that's going to be the top commercial.
I don't think nothing is going to beat the impact that was
Never that. I'm talking about tonight. I'm going to call it the Budweiser commercial with the little chick out, or rather the baby eagle. It's gonna make some noise.
Can you hear me now? And you know what is actually one of my favorite commercials behind the scenes with the Cheetos is Kevin Federline, when he was like, he's a rap star, and then they were like, hey, burgers up. I remember that. That was good. That was funny. Yeah, that one was good. He did a good job. He had the fur coat on, then he turned around, he's like, oh, yeah, let me get this burger. Yeah, it hasn't had the same impact for me. I'm sorry. And of course, the #1 song, I mean, we all agree, right? We don't want to have to boot y'all from the room. The #1 performer for
Whitney.
It better be Whitney. Okay.
Absolutely. Nobody's done it better since. Jasmine Sullivan comes short.
Yes, Jasmine was strong. Yes, but
what y'all think is the worst one?
Fergie was the one. That was Fergie was horrible.
No, you know what was the worst rendition when they allowed Roseanne Barr to sing that song? It wasn't. I was like, why the hell would y'all allow her to do?
That was so disrespectful.
The worst Super Bowl performance I ever remember is Bruce Springsteen.
No, the worst Super Bowl performance was that year they had Maroon 5 perform. That shit was ass. I'm sorry. And I like Maroon 5 as a band, but Super Bowl, that shit did not translate. It was boring as hell. I was asleep on that shit.
The funny shit is when 50 came out and he was out of shape. And he even talked about it. 50 said, I was out of shape. I was fat as fuck. I'm glad he kept the fuck. He said it. He was like, yo, what is going on? So he owned up to that, you know.
Who else performed with Maroon 5? It was a group of people that year, wasn't it? Because that's when they started doing that whole, like, this before Jay-Z and them took over. They started like, instead of having just one set artist.
Hello?
Like, remember it was Dre and Mary J. Blige and Snoop and like.
Hello?
But when Maroon 5 performed, they didn't perform by themselves. It was somebody else with them too. I forgot them.
I was mad at Justin for a long time because he threw Janet under the bus. I didn't like that shit as well.
I just love Justin forever.
I was like, yo, that was not a good look.
Like, that was the one that Kid Rock was on the same halftime show.
Was he?
Maroon 5?
Was he?
No, with
Janet.
That's 2004. My bad. So I was thinking Justin, Nelly, Kid Rock.
Yeah.
Hello?
Jessica Simpson.
Hello? Hello?
He performed at the Super Bowl, Puff?
This is 2004. I'm looking it up right now. What a lineup. P. Diddy, Kid
It's so
Rock.
funny. We call him Puff. Y'all call him P. Diddy. Like, this was so funny. Yeah, well, no, we from New York, so we just know him as Puff. Like, yeah.
Hello?
Brother Love or whatever.
Hello?
Oh, yeah, you know all of that. Yeah, Puff. Yeah, Puff. But shout out to my Latina community, my Latinos. Shout out to y'all.
Yeah, shout out to Bad Bunny. He did that shit.
He really did.
He really did.
And to me, A good performance is not just a performance; it's like a piece of art, and I do think that it was a masterpiece. It does make you think. But I really love him crashing in on the white people. That shit was funny as hell.
Oh, you know what? I missed that because I had looked away. I just saw him in the living room. Okay, I missed that part.
Yeah.
I definitely missed that.
Yeah, if you weren't paying attention, but
I looked away. Yeah, I looked away.
Hello?
And then the cow being out in the field, like with the sugar cane, and because there was people in the outfit. I thought the green people was gonna like start moving around more. They were in costumes. Did y'all know that?
Yeah, I know we're moving around.
Hello?
I thought they was gonna dance and break out and surprise everybody. They were like, in costumes.
No, I think they were part of the set, so it was like a moving set. So yeah, they were moving around.
Hello?
Did you get a chance to see them though?
Hello?
No.
Hello?
Why did they do those performances?
I hear you complaining about John Kitover. You've been recording your show and shit, and you've been mass reporting him, but you can't get him to get. You can't get him to knock it out.
They're recording those shows.
Hello?
They don't do them for the audience.
John Kitover recording this show right now, motherfucker.
When he was up on the
Hello?
and you had the camera coming.
Hello?
Like they don't give a shit about the optics.
Hello?
It was rocking with the drone.
Hello?
It's literally for the viewing audience. It is not for the.
You know which one I didn't care for was the Weeknd singing. That got me dizzy.
Oh, right. He was going through that maze, right?
Yeah, I was like, get me out of this shit.
That's not what happened. No, that's not just the first thing with imminent threat. That's this person. No, that's not. They're loud.
Yes, it is. No, you can't just, Pepe, you can't just shove people to the ground.
Yes, you can. They're giving a lawful order and you're not complying.
She wasn't, there's no reason to think she was given any lawful order.
No, it is a lawful order. When they say clear the fucking roadway so we can do our job, that is literally a lawful fucking order.
If she refuses, you detain her. You don't shove her to the ground.
The fucking ways you can go on with your day.
You can't do that. You can't do that. No, you can't. Show me the law where it says you can do that.
They're using the appropriate words to get her out the fucking way. They are like that's stupid.
You can't shove her to the ground. That's assault.
Assault? It'd be like a fucking. You could say it's assault is just a.
No, Pepe, you're a huge bootlicker, but you can't just shove it because you're like, well, I feel like you're in the way. And second of all, what was she in the way of?
She was in the fucking way. She got in front of that fucking vehicle.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she was.
She was standing on the road in front of a parked car.
Oh, no. When the police say back up, when it's local police, it doesn't matter. When they say back up, we have a scene here, back up, we need to do something here. That is the difference between, for example, law enforcement and just regular citizens. They can give lawful orders, and they can do it if the threat of arrest for not following those orders. Now, sometimes, I don't think they want to be arresting protesters. They're going after immigrants. They probably don't want to be rounding up every.
So they are just arresting right now. She was standing just beside the sidewalk. It's impossible for her at her position to have impeded any fucking traffic. And then she was like, "What?"
Yes, she was.
He's gone now. Where are you, man? Hey,
Hello?
Hey, man, how you doing, bro?
I'm good, but I don't generally share the stage with human pieces of excrement like Resistance. He's absolutely one of the worst human beings I've ever encountered in my unfortunate life. Excuse me? Hello? Oh, my teeth. Oh, man. Brother, it's pronounced teeth. There's no F. There's no F in the word teeth. Just like when you have your death, there will be no such thing as a death. Just a
I'm
dare.
not saying anything.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Did your rabbi buy your weed?
Hello?
Resistance.
Garbage. Did that rabbi buy your weed or what?
Are you thinking about a grown man sucking on a little child's cock?
Hello?
Hello?
It's a Jew. Say it the right word. I'm thinking about a Jewish grown man sucking on a baby cock.
You are literally worse than dog shit. You are human trash. Just filth. Absolute garbage of a human being.
I'm trash and I'm garbage. What is that rabbi when he's sucking on that baby dick?
You are worse than garbage in a gutter. I've seen garbage in a gutter that got more value than you piece of trash.
Can y'all listen to me for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Since you brought up baby penises, resistance, here's another hadith that I just posted on the side chat.
Ooh, a hadith.
So here it is. Narrated by Abu Huraira. I have not stopped. So basically, Hassan is his grandson. Okay. I have not stopped loving this man after I saw the messenger of Allah do what he did. I saw Hassan in the lap of the Prophet. He put his finger in the beard of the Prophet, and the Prophet put his tongue in his mouth. Then he said, "Oh Allah, I love him. So love him."
I think that was Paul and Mark. When you confuse it for the prophet.
Resistance, you don't care when your prophet actually, he French kissing his own grandson. Do you think that's okay? And making love to him?
Last time I checked in American culture, especially white people such as yourself and the Jews, they always kiss their children in the mouth. So why the Jew and the white Americans practicing Islamic culture? Why kissing them kids in the mouth?
It was saying that he was sucking on his tongue. This is French kissing, dude. That's French kiss, dude. That's you're in love with your grandson. That's pederasty.
Most grandparents are in love with their grandchildren, yes.
Oh my God. Oh. Resistance, sometimes you're funny, but man, this is getting some weird, man. What is Awake Muslims?
Can you tell me there's a passage in the Bible where it says, take the young ones for yourselves?
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about in your glorious, beautiful Bible, where it says,
The Israelites were.
Oh, what are you, an Israelite?
Yeah, you were talking about with the Israelites were told to take all the young children after they slay you take all the young virgins, right? What the text says, and you raise them in your household. You don't force no sex upon them.
So then why did they rape them?
They didn't get raped.
They did.
No, they didn't. Because
you want to bet? Let's see what Bert Irwin says and Rashi.
If they got raped, then they will be violating their own law.
And that's what Christians and Jews do all the time. Weren't the Jews burying their own children? Breaking their own laws?
Hey, this dude is ridiculous, man.
I'm telling the truth.
I mean, he's a good.
I'm good at telling the truth. You're right. You got me there.
You're trying to get position. I have to tell you, man. Keep being a Muslim and keep make fun of me.
No question. I'm gonna keep being Muslim.
It ain't even a question of whether he's a Muslim or not. The fact of the matter is, the man's a low-class piece of shit. He is literally a hate-spewed, traumatist, despicable, horrible human being. You are human shit. You are the worst of the worst, the lowest, most vulgar, most detestable scoundrel I've ever seen, sir.
And everything is a class act, like a typical Jew.
Keep smelling your hands, resistance.
Ooh, keep smelling your hands.
I usually do smell them after I take my
Oh!
I'll never shake your hands. Resistance. If I ever see you in real life, I'm never going to shake your hand because I don't know where your hand is.
You really don't have to clap.
We got a contender that's going to knock resistance off of his high chair of stupidity. I bring you El Normo the Great! No.
That's why the son's gay.
Hello? Is that projection? Is that projection resistance? Is that projection resistance?
He admitted it. He said he did the circumcision.
Well, the fact that you love talking about circumcisions all the time makes me wonder, what the fuck is wrong with you? And are you going to brush your teeth? And what do you want at the time of your death? And also, what is the truth of the earth? Go ahead, Resistance.
Resistance, be honest with me. Resistance, do you know the story about Zut? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Are you saying that actually happened where your prophet got zooted in the middle of the desert by a bunch of Pakistani tribesmen? Is that a thing? Like, do you believe that actually happened?
Yes, I believe he liberated those savages and taught them how to become real men.
The key word is wash or hands, if you can search it and find it.
The key word is Christians and Jews leave the babies alone.
Are you saying Resistance? That a man got drafted in the middle of the desert by a bunch of Pakistani tribesmen, and he did his best, his best buddy. Watch him do it, and he liked it. And you're saying that he civilized him somehow? Like, what does that even? How does even civilizing work? If you're actually, I'm sorry to say, but taking it up the bunghole from a bunch of Pakistani tribesmen, how does that civilize it?
Taking it in a bunghole, that's a white and African thing.
You're too much fun. You're too much fun. You are too much fun. Thanks, man. Thanks for the laugh. Thanks for not doing the cha-cha-cha dance. Is there someone here that speak Arabic? Do you speak Arabic, brother? We speak English.
Let's move on to the next hadith. What is the next hadith to be revealed to these Muslims of great faith?
Right now we're speaking to the Yahudi and told them to stop raping children.
Go ahead. There's a hadith for that one too, Muhammad. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Phoenix. Did I call you Muhammad? Sorry, I'm talking about the hadiths with regards to the title of the room. Mo.
Oh yeah, well the hadith that I have is the one on my picture profile. Can you read it?
Let's check it out. Oh, this is a good one. It says, Ibn Abbas says, the Prophet relieved himself, then some food was brought to him, and he ate and did not touch water.
And then keep reading. It's not over.
The narrator said, Amr bin Dinar added, narrating from Sa'id bin al-Huwarith, said to the Prophet, are you not going to perform wudu? He said, I am not going to prayer, that I should do wudu. Amr claims that he heard this from Sa'id bin al-Huwarith.
So basically, what happened was that Muhammad did number 2 and didn't wash his hand, and then he ate food, and then one of his best buddies was like, hey man, you're not going to go wash your hands? Like, why? Am I going to pray or what?
Yeah. He just didn't give a shit, basically, is what you're saying. And he didn't have baby wipes at the time, so he literally sat there and stuffed himself with shawarma with fucking shit stains all over his fucking hands. Shit stains. Did you speak English? Did you just learn English?
Relieve himself, yes, he was urinating.
No. He dropped the deuce. You don't know the truth of the earth. When you pass a bowel movement and your metabolism kicks in, eat the doo-doo. How do you know he urinated and did chapter number 2? What makes you think it's exclusive to a number 1? Shit.
It does.
Because if you're gonna be king or more, back then they didn't have a toilet bowl, so it'll be spilling all over the place.
Exactly.
No, because Muslims squat when they urinate. They don't stand up like you.
They squatters? They not standers? Ah, shit, I heard it all. Nah. Ah, gotta squat down and take a pee-pee.
Why do you think the Jewish clothes always stay and white shirts always stay in yellow? Why do you think the Jewish clothes always stay in? And why do you think you Christians always got prostate cancer? If you don't wipe your ass and you don't wipe your fucking bladder hole.
Hello?
Women are the ones that squat to pee, man. No. Once again, the uncivilized would think that, but no, actually both genders are
Hello?
allowed to urinate. No, both genders are not.
Back to the woman, clearly not a fucking threat in any way. That's as he's turning around, trying to face the woman. That's when he gets pepper sprayed in the face, shoved, and then the ice agent backs off, and then pepper sprays him again with his fucking back turned. Clearly not a fucking threat. Like you'd have to be an obsequious SS bootlicker to think that that was completely appropriate. That's the best way. He not only sprays him, he comes after him, puts his hand on him to where are you at? Let me spray some more. It's completely fucking insane that any of you are defending it.
It was interesting too, like from what I was talking about, the ICE lawyer in the hearing with the judge that she was having admitted that so many people are being detained. This is like in ICE. So many people are being detained without a semblance of lawful basis, right? So like that's another reason that it's become very difficult for them to respond to court orders, is because they have to keep inventing these like textual basis to explain the horribly egregious way in which they're like jackboot thugs have been going around and like arresting people and infringing on their rights.
This guy is like clearly just molding. But he's clearly just molding. Anyone who has a semblance or a reasonable mind and isn't completely cocked will never go look at this video and go like, yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, that's what the officer should have done, and he's in no way responsible for the ensuing commotion that happens.
Yeah, I think what Bob is talking about is the overzealous motherfuckers out there that are becoming
clearly fucking mad.
Yeah, I mean, look, we got
watching this video again, it's completely obvious to me that none of this needed to happen. The ICE agent moved off to the street, and then everything that happened after that was like completely unnecessary.
Hello?
But you can't make the jump to assume it must have happened before that. You just have to stop right on the video.
You can't. No, I'm saying I'm watching this before that.
You have to. I would say one of the weirdest wonders I saw, at least from what I could see, is that generally you say gun as soon as you see a firearm. Now the agent that takes away the firearm, I didn't see him, at least from what I could see, communicate with the other officers that, oh, I got his gun. Which I think if they would have known, if that communication would have occurred, and if there was an accidental discharge, and he would have said, oops, it's me, you could have stopped all of this. Now,
the problem with that is the cop that was behind him that likely fired the first shot that hit him.
Yes.
His line of sight was directly in the path of the agent who removed the gun. He would have had to be blind to not see that the gun was removed.
Can I say something? Team up your mind. I'm just giving you some advice. So if somebody has a badge and a gun, don't get in their face. Just gotta back off.
Words of wisdom.
And just back up like 2 feet. You can be 10 feet away from them. You can yell at them, touch them.
He would have been a great SS.
You can do all that stuff. You protest signs. You can yell out. But I just advise everybody in this room, don't go up into law enforcement officers' face and start yelling at them. That's just what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I agree. What that Britney guy did was especially fucking stupid. Like, I'm somebody who lives in a state where you can just conceal carry without a permit. I've had permits and all that. I don't really carry, but if I was to ever carry, the last fucking thing I would do is show up at a goddamn protest, especially if it was to protest the cops. And it's not just because if a scuffle happened, I might get shot. But if you commit a felony while armed, okay, what if they would have charged him with assault on a federal agent? It's a felony. Then they find out that you're armed. So you have a firearm in the commission of a crime. There's your aggravated sentencing right there.
Just
everything about it is fucking stupid.
When you're in a car, when you're a vehicle trying to block traffic, and there's two officers with a gun, you might just take a break.
Is there anyone else I can bring up from the audience who wants to make a completely irrelevant point?
Yeah, obviously. Why did Kristi Noem come out and say, like, the person was looking to do maximum damage?
She's a dumb bitch. It was propaganda.
I agree. I second that.
So you don't think that's a problem? That, like,
yeah, it's a problem.
No reason to not even be running made up a pretextual.
Yes, it was
stupid.
He had two fucking magazines for a loaded handgun, which is not, it's not abnormal to carry two handguns. Which obviously does not mean you're trying to do a mass shooting. Even the police officer carries more fucking magazines for his handgun. And so everything she said was absolute bullshit. She's a dumb fucking bitch. I mean, really, she should not be leading the Department of Homeland Security. I agree.
I second that.
Yeah, but so.
I mean, this is a little bar, but I'll take it.
Yeah, but so then why are you if it's so obvious to you that the government is lying to you about the horrible reason these tax-rooted thugs are killing people in the inner cities, right? If the government's lying to you about that, does that not trigger you a little bit to think maybe
why should we tell the parents these kids are dead?
Lying about we're trying to mass kill police officers is because there's no justification.
What should you tell these parents of these kids that died?
To generate one.
What do you tell these parents of these kids that died because of illegal? What do you tell those parents?
The same thing that we tell the kids of parents who died from American citizens. I'm sorry that there are horrible people in the world that sometimes commit crimes that have mental illness, and I apologize. I'm sorry for that. On behalf of the good of humanity, one of my most frustrating points is when people say, you don't go up and don't approach federal agents with guns. Like, yeah, okay, I get that, but hold on a second. It's almost like saying, don't go up and approach a bunch of criminals or a gang with guns, right? There's a big difference.
Don't do that.
No, you don't. If I land my point, I mean, I know I'm long-winded, but just bear with me. But the point is that one is supposed to be the federal agent of one of the best countries in the world. We're supposed to have something called mores, like morals, okay? We're supposed to have some we're not a bunch of criminals, some gangs. We're not some foreign agency. We're citizens. Those are our people. That's our people. If we are telling you as a citizen, unless you believe you're above the law, once you put a fucking shiny tin fucking piece of shit on, excuse me, hold on, let me calm down. Once you put a thing on your, like a little badge on and a special uniform, okay, right? If you believe that once you put that on, you have some special privileges above the rest of us, I think that that's a big problem. You have to remember that we're here together. These aren't our enemies. We shouldn't be treating human beings like this. If part of our citizenry is coming out to say, hey, look, this is frustrating. Hold on, listen to me. Well, then you don't get to say, I'm going to remove all accountability and I'm just going to be this pseudo-anonymous actor in this, and I'm just going to continue to act because I don't have any personal liability. You still have to understand that you're a citizen. This is us. We're your neighbors.
So what do you do with these people that are in this country illegally? Now here's the deal. Let me finish. Give me 20 seconds. I'm not long-winded. I'm not 100% for Trump's policy of immigration, deporting everybody that's here.
Why do you want to get rid of all the aliens?
God, okay, you're not going to let me finish, are you?
Why do you want to get rid of all the aliens? Hold on, I can fucking answer that. Let him finish.
Give me 20 seconds. I am not for the policy
If I was president for the day, I would say, if you're a minor, or been here since you're a minor, then here's your pathway to citizenship. I would say that generally, if you've ever committed a crime above a DWI or whatever, you got to go home. But everybody else, let's talk about a pathway to citizenship. That's what I would do. But here's the deal. I can't change when he's done his half of his policy. I've taken everybody. In my opinion, he's not there yet. Anyway, that said, I've never seen a dead idiot. So I'm trying to say. But here's the deal. They're enforcing the law. Okay? I respect law enforcement. If I call 911 right now, a cop would be at my front fucking door, loaded with a gun, ready to save me if I was saying there's an armed robbery in here.
Yeah.
And if illegal alien was in my backyard and committing a crime and whatever ICE would be, those fuckers are here to save our lives, to protect us. Now here's the deal, and I'll lay it here. If you don't like the law, if you don't like the way it's done, protest peacefully, and then go vote somebody else in 3 years. It's that simple.
Right.
It's not that big of a fucking deal.
Well, hold on, Matt. It is a big deal when you have people. You don't have. There's like this sphere of time that you're supposed to say, okay, we're going to allow. Just wait for the next election, and for the next 4 years, we're just going to allow people to be violated, killed, murdered, whatever. Treated horrible, detained, F due process, F habeas corpus, forget all that. We just wait till the election, and then hold on, wait, Matt, and then
bullshit, man.
Wait, and then the is there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee. If you still have a dominant force who's going to push whatever the dominant majority is going to be, then you're effed, man. Right? The best that we've been. This is what's crazy, and this is how I know that the right has been completely hijacked by I don't even know. Right? 10 years ago, Republicans and conservatives. I mean, like I was protesting back during Tea Party days. Conservatives would be armed to the teeth out. We would carry our AR-15s, be packed, running. Okay, listen. What happened to the civic duty? What happened to the civic duty? Well, this is what we're taught training in. When we do not allow the government to harm our people, this is us. This is what we're supposed to do, right? And so, as a federal agent, I would expect if you come into my city, right, which is happening right now. I just had my high school, 500 students. God bless them, walked out and protested in our streets, okay? The poor high school kids have to deal with this.
Fucking care about immigration. Do they really give a shit?
And absolutely, our city has about 40% Hispanics. Okay, we have 40%. Whites are the minority in our city. Okay, yes, it's a very large city. But this is the point. The point is that if you come as a human being, okay, also part of the American society, the greatest country, we have the effing bill, we have negatives, we have all these moral codes, and we're supposed to be doing all these great things. And you come as a federal agent to uphold the Constitution into my city, and we're as citizens saying, hey, look, just so you know, there's violations that are going on, and can you back down? Right? There's enough of us.
No,
One person comes up. Hold on, Pepe. Because the options are you push through like what's happening, and you create and you just start to be violent. What type of moral, sophisticated country is that going to? Listen, if you need to. What is so hard about fucking walking away or standing down until there's a negotiation with the mayor, with the governor, whoever, and the people can figure out what's going on? I mean, like, what's the biggest part? Your ego? That's not okay.
It's not that.
Stand the fuck down.
This is what you're not understanding. You're blaming the federal agents. Okay, the federal agents don't have anything to do with it. They have a fucking job. Look what they were doing only a year ago.
Problem.
But hold on. This is what you're missing.
Problem. You think that they don't? You think that they don't have agency? They do. This is what I.
Oh yeah, they're starving their children. Yes, they have
retired,
ruining their whole retirement and their whole fucking career to just negotiate.
I forgot you could sell out for a 50K sign-on bonus. You're right.
No, I'm talking about a lot of these people. I don't think you realize it. I don't think you realize this. I don't think think you realize this. First of all, just like the agents that shot Preddy, okay, they were Mexicans. Most of the, or I should say Mexican, Border Patrol has always been overwhelmingly Mexican American. Why? You have to serve your first 2 years on the southwestern border. Who lives along the southwestern border? Mexican Americans. What are they often bilingual? Yes. Do they want bilingual people? Yes. And so, like, these are people that people.
My brothers are retired law. My brothers are retired federal law.
Shit, but hold on one second. But I just want to say this. Like, these are people that a year ago, okay, all they were doing is sitting there and just processing all of these people that were fucking invading our border. Do you think they were very unhappy about it? They were saying how unhappy they were about it, but they had to do it.
Let me elaborate on that. My brother's a retired federal law enforcement officer. He gives polygraph exams for federal law enforcement applicants. Literally, the Border Patrol, or CBP, whatever you call it. And I would never forget, man. He's been retired for about 5 years now. I'll never forget. He called me one day. He had to go down to he travels. He was in South Texas, and he was just talking to the higher ups of the Border Patrol. This is back to the administration. He said, "Matt, it's such a joke down there that all they're doing is they're filling out some paperwork and they're just letting them in because there's so many people coming in."
That's what they did here. They stopped controlling the border.
It's a joke. These Border Patrol agents, the upper echelon, it's like, why are we even here? It's stupid. Now that is a should be that is a crime, and that's the reason why us Republicans are being libertarian is fucking angry right now.
That's
the reason why I give Trump the benefit of the doubt is because
the local voice shares a moment of stillness.
15 fucking million people across the border. This is what happens.
And that is the other piece that I think she's kind of missing. So when you come here as a legal immigrant, or you come here with your bogus fucking asylum claim, which they have acknowledged that over 95% of them are bogus. They would be considered largely economic migrants. But hey, if you're going to give them that option, they'll just go ahead and turn themselves into the border and file for asylum. Their immigration courts are backed up. Maybe they'll see a judge in 7 years, or they just won't show up. It doesn't fucking matter. But they end up swarming our country with between 10 to 15 million of these people. And now the majority of Americans literally wanted the deportations to happen. Okay, and that's still the consensus to this day.
It's your problem.
With the latest polling. And so they absolutely, we have to clean up this mess. And I love how people love to sit here and say, but the humanity. Look, they knew what the fuck they were doing when they were coming here. Most women, and that's the other thing. Almost all of the women that were coming across the border, yes, they did get raped. And so,
let other people talk. You guys talk a lot.
They would have to literally bring condoms because it's part of the fucking journey.
Okay, great. That's really cool. So I'm making an economic case for migrants, right? I'm not making a let's think about the morality of it, right? I don't think any of you understand why you're so against these immigrants that are not coming in legal, right? I don't think any of you.
I think I know more about it than you, bro. Honestly.
Okay.
You know what I really like to talk about?
Why are you against illegal immigrants?
Me personally, I'm against largely legal and illegal immigrants. That's a different story.
Why?
I have a different. I'm not a conservative. I think conservatives are cucks. But I think that I want to preserve the demographic makeup of America personally.
Do any of you have a reasonable reason?
I'm for legal immigration.
Immigrants.
I'm really for legal immigration. I'm big time for legal
why do you
immigration.
hate illegal immigration so much?
Gotta come here because you know what? The people have been here for 10 years trying to do this the right way. Guess who just got out? Guess who just got in front of the line? We're cutting the line. I mean, you're the right way. That's it. That's all I'm asking as a libertarian.
Yeah, but
I'm for a lot of immigration. Do it the right. Go home.
There's a lot of
Do it the right way.
the right way, and they still got detained and deported.
Right, but Matt too, this is the thing, we already know that our immigration policy is F. We have thousands of approved petitions that are just sitting backlogged, okay? There are people that wait decades, 10, 15, 20 years to come into this country the right way. But if their category is fulfilled and the ruling elite says, oh no, sorry, you're not valuable enough to come into the country this year or next year or the year after, then they're just sitting there. We have thousands of approved people that aren't coming in. So this is the thing. What now?
Do they have a right to come here? This is absolutely bizarre. Most countries do not. They make it very fucking hard to become a goddamn citizen, but for whatever reason, you think that the United States should be one of these countries that we just like, oh, we're different. We should just let anybody and everybody.
We're only one of these dumb people who's talking at a time.
Yeah, then why are you talking about?
We need people in this country. We're not producing enough people in this country. We need immigrants here. We need a lot.
You are not necessarily.
Can I just say one point?
Not with AI, we probably don't.
Hold on. I just want to say one point. So, like, when the fingers are pointed at, like, why don't Republicans want illegal immigrants here? That is, our focus is that our government did this on purpose, and they sold us out. And those people, Joe Biden, everyone that worked for Joe Biden's cabinet, that's the all.
Yeah, but the Republicans have been doing it too. The Republicans. This is where the conservatives are. You guys, this is like conservatives, like the Cato Institute Republicans. They love cheap labor. They love undermining your own changes.
I'm John Kitover with Newsline. This has been one of the single stone makes it better say the big guy on the table says you're supposed to be at the mall in 10 minutes. My watch says it's 9:05. Great. I left it right here in the call.
We have to be sent back. Like, why is there no fucking outrage for the Biden administration that put them in the fucking...
Because they're indoctrinated to believe that deporting is fascist and that enforcing the law is fascist. Oh, except for when it comes to January 6th. Kick in their door, send in a SWAT team, put them all in the Google. 100 years, make them face the wall. You know, it's a policy. It's fucking stupid.
Before I go, the most brilliant move of my lifetime, when I'm 50, was when the greatest governor in the world, Governor Greg Abbott, started shipping these immigrants into New York, up to Boston, to Chicago. That changed the game because we made it everybody else's problem and not ours. And that's when it got on there. But they'd be a hypocrite. Democrats would be a hypocrite. And they got pissed off at Joe Biden.
Well, it's literally the reason why Eric Adams is out of office. Because when he was talking about sexual receiving, he was on board. But then when they started getting by the busloads and he started saying that they were putting a strain on the system there, then all of a sudden, hey, this is unsustainable. This problem here is untenable.
They basically wanted them to live with the brown people along the border like they always have.
It was then and only then that the Democrat Party decided, that's the end of the line for him. We got to get his ass the fuck up out of here. Because he is saying the quiet part out loud, something that all of us have been knowing for years. This situation is untenable. You can't sustain an economy like this. You can't sustain a city like this. You cannot sustain the country like this. Eric Adams said the quiet part out loud. And this is what, hey, it's the truth. But
they took full advantage of the COVID-19 era. And I cannot.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Absolutely. You have a right. I didn't ask if you should or shouldn't. I asked if you're qualified to speak on it. Was this your right?
No, I would. I said you're qualified.
Hello? Hi, moderators. Put me in the queue.
You can be qualified all you want. Like, that's your opinion. Like, if you think that I'm.
I'm gonna mute you, Encore.
They say that's
Uncle, you really gotta come up here with your real picture.
They said bash the other woman and elevate yourself as a pygmy.
Y'all talking at one time.
I'm like, who's pertaining to the conversation?
So,
What's an example? Back to rubbing feet, that's catering to you. Yes, sir.
Wendy, I like your black nails. Too broke to break up.
Money, I would say.
Oh, that's deep. Wake it up, the home.
It says
Broke to break up.
It's saying more Americans than ever are staying in relationships because they can't afford to be single without their own. New research says that those Americans are staying in relationships not as long as they want to.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. They were there first.
Have you ever read the Torah before?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so then whose land is it?
I mean, that's your interpretation of a religious text. There's other religious texts out there, so other people are going to believe other things.
It's Jewish land. That's it. Okay. Thanks.
Olivia, you read the Torah?
Because the Torah says that doesn't mean that's like everyone believes that. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Olivia, you read the Torah?
Yes, I've read the Torah.
You've read the whole Torah?
Yeah, I've read how, like what you're supposed to do when you capture a girl. And how you mirror the steps to marrying her when you capture a girl. Like, yes.
Okay, now look at this IRA terrorist report. I mean,
Yeah, I have read about how when you have sex with your wife, that like one of your parents is supposed to come and collect your period blood in a napkin and show the entire like society. Look, she was a virgin.
Now I'm understanding. Olivia, can I ask you something? Do you have a problem with Jewish people?
I actually don't.
You don't like it.
I actually like Jewish people.
Probably annoys me. You don't like me. Like Ruben.
But when it comes to this specific topic, like you're being delusional. But I do like Jewish people in general, like in their personalities.
Because she likes Jewish people. She hates Palestinians.
She likes Jewish people. She doesn't like Palestinians.
But what the Israeli government is doing is wrong, period. That's it.
I think you should go to social media.
And I don't know how you guys don't see that. I really don't.
Olivia, we're not racist, okay? It's just that the Palestinians need to be moved out. Because they don't accept Israel.
I mean, you're a little racist against black people, even though you're black.
And what does that matter?
Well, then stop using like the fact that I'm quote unquote racist as like an argument when you're yourself a racist against black people. Like you've said it like a few times.
Yeah, I know, but fact. Like you establish that you don't like Palestinians. So
Olivia, Rowdy and I disagree.
Argument against me when you're fucking racist yourself.
Let's change the. Rowdy and I disagree on certain things, okay? He thinks that 99.9% of Palestinians are terrorists. I 100% disagree with that, but I will go as far as saying a very high percentage of Palestinians have been indoctrinated. And I feel bad for them. If you're a kid growing up in the school, even through window, and you're told that Jews are your enemy, and they should be killed, I feel kind of bad for them anyway. When you were saying we're going to come to that Olivia, I'm going to agree with the statement that they're being indoctrinated. Okay, so on the Israeli side or the Jewish side, they're not indoctrinated to hate their neighbors. Whenever you hear from Palestinian groups through the school system, it's the complete opposite. It's about, even through music, if you go look at Israeli music, it's all
That's why all okay with like, you know.
you might change that once a ton.
I swear, watching them was subjected to racism.
Looking for X-rated movies? I recently found a cool app that lets you.
They're like Jordanian, so Jordan is the
Well, they've been there for generations and generations, so why
They cannot understand that they are Arabs.
and why wouldn't they get the same rights?
I'll say it again, this is a result of resistance. They have a right not to accept the Jewish state in the West Bank and Gaza. They have that right. But this is a consequence of that choice. If you don't want to live side by side with your neighbors and you want to eradicate them from the land, then Israel, the Jewish nation, will do whatever it takes to defend itself. Whatever it takes, Olivia. I don't understand what you don't get. I mean, you do whatever it takes to defend your neighbors.
problem with that statement you don't get is that this is not defense, it's offense. That's what you don't get.
We're talking to Olivia at the moment. Sorry, Olivia, what did you say?
You're fighting people that don't even have shoes. That like don't have shoes.
But that's factually
Like that's who
incorrect.
you're defending
They
yourself against.
no, but Olivia, that's factually incorrect. They have shoes.
They don't have shoes. And they don't have food.
Right, so you're
So
talking about
you're defending yourself against the big, scary,
this is not an argument.
malnutrition, starving, Palestinians. Super scary. Defend yourself. This is why I think you're short. This is why I think you guys are short and small.
Olivia,
No.
are you referring now to are you referring now to Gaza? Because you brought up the West Bank. I responded to that, and now you're going back to Gaza. You keep jumping.
Being confused.
Well, I am confused by you.
I don't have time for that. You need to keep up with me.
I am confused by you.
You're fucking slow.
You brought up the West Bank. I responded to that, then you jump back to Gaza. Which one do you want to talk about first? Gaza or the West Bank?
Can we not jump back and forth between like these like very like related concepts? Or is that too hard for your little brain to digest?
Hey, listen. If you want to keep this group peaceful and have a conversation, which is what we're trying to do, I'm happy to do that. If you want to insult me, then
I don't know why you can't, when I speak about the West Bank, that you can't talk about that, and when I speak about Gaza, you can't talk about that. I don't know how you can't separate them and then also see the similarities with them.
Olivia,
Like,
I'm the one who's happy. I am educated on the subject. I'm happy to talk about it.
I don't know if you are, because I think you're being fed like propaganda in Israel since you're.
First, who's first? First name? Who is this?
You know.
Oh. Never mind. Continue.
Because my wife and I wanted an inexpensive, nostalgic date night. I noticed it had gone downhill, so I looked it up out of curiosity, and it turns out it had been acquired by private equity back in 2013 by a company known as Sublime. The prices seemed excessively high for a chain. It turns out in large cities, you can spend almost $10 for a single scoop of ice cream, and each mix-in can cost up to $2. This is even more absurd when you consider that the mix-in I got, Oreo cookies, only gave me a single Oreo spread across 2 scoops of ice cream. You add it up, a single scoop cone can cost nearly $20. At that rate, you're just better off going to a Leyland or something else like that. These excessively high prices for commoditized change.
You deal with you guys who are dumb.
No, I mean, isn't it does have a defense, a strong offense. So yeah, we have to strike that terrorist populations are necessary.
You should hold it again.
אני לא מדבר עברית.
את מדברת לי, סבבה?
כן.
יופי. יאללה.
אנגלית בבקשה.
So, Brett, you mentioned something about neighbors living side by side. I don't think that argument is necessarily conclusive of the current resistance, especially because even prior to the establishment of Israel, there were over 600,000 Jews that were living in Palestine. Okay, British Mandate Palestine. And even after the Nakba, you could say that in the Jewish quarter in Jerusalem, about 2,000 Jews were forcibly removed.
due to the extreme displacement that occurred from the Israeli occupation. So this isn't a matter of saying that the resistance is stopping Palestinians from living side by side with Israelis. It's the fact that Israelis never considered Palestinians their equals. That's the problem. Okay, when you have disproportionate rights, when you have a separate set of laws, when you treat a different group of people as second-class citizens, you can't live side by side them in equality, especially when you're discriminating against them. So, I'm not talking about what's happening in Gaza. I'm just talking about what's happening in the West Bank right now. Look, Gaza as a whole.
2 million Israeli Arabs don't live as equal citizens in Israel. What do you think?
I'm saying that Palestinians, it's not Israeli Arabs, Palestinians.
Okay, let's call them for your sake. We'll call them 2 million Palestinians living in Israel. So they live as equal citizens?
They do not.
That's a lie. They're not doctors, lawyers.
It's a full-blast lie. That's a lie.
Hold on.
You're part of the oppression Olympics. La, 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 la.
Social media.
Why do you continue?
Take 7, folks. Remember, line first, donut second. Got it. Action. Stan's Donuts. Every bite is. Take 7.
Everything's too big. The cars, the drinks, the scene.
I'm attorney John Kitover.
The hardware store for lots of screws.
The whole crate. That's delivery.
Lead feet of Mercury, the wings of words, and the timetable of the intercity bus.
From the Kitover Diamond Wholesale. Let's fuck them outside Kitover Diamonds. Hey, the life of the network. Greens, one soup, and a free ticket. Easy down there. That's real property. Soup on a Tuesday. That's not tough. He's not ready either. The mighty Anubis, guardian of the underworld. And apparently, the aquarium. The sun's got his game face on today. As an attorney, I fight for people who feel that you're the last vote. No. Here to the Nile. Accept this. Light source beyond the veil and call upon you to the left. It's called symmetry for a reason.
Yeah, let's ready. I'm here. These things weigh more than my car battery, so I'll get quick.
Today's the day we turn over the Pastor Brindle's hiding something outside Kitover Diamonds here. From the Kitover Diamond Wholesale. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with Kitover.
All right, class, tonight we're diving into Mama and Jesus. We got it, man.
Brothers and sisters, welcome to the Living Room Revival. Tonight we speak of Jesus who walked on the water, never once lost his footing. Good morning, church family. Today I get to tell you the truth. Folks, welcome to Kitover's Candy Fires. First up, Speed Tree Rains, and I say, ask why I'm running for Congress, Los Angeles. If you want someone who's flexible, look no further.
Gentlemen, give it up for John Kitover, the man who made over 10,000 online videos on count up 100 cell phones.
Thank you. Each of those homes has its own personality, mostly cranky, but they all help you get your John Kitover here, future mayor.
your sidewalk one scoop at a time. You're running for mayor, still doing your own shoveling? That's the outfit of the city. Nothing is up. I'm John Kitover, running for Congress. Can I take a minute to talk about the national debt? Good morning, everybody. I'm John Kitover. Classmate John Kitover here, Moonlight Anchor History teacher. Today's number 18, trade publishing. And remember, every great business needs. All right, Dana, ready to see the future of jelly bean? Some things are slippery at the last year's company pool party. It's bigger than baseball. How do you even say it? By the bean. Before I say it. All right, Dana, ready to see the future of jelly bean? Kitover's jelly bean for you. Go with brand only. Yellow only. People have been begging for it.
No, it's a massacre.
First of all, I'm from Iran. It's a fucking genocide, and IRGC been supporting Palestinians for a while, for years, to fucking resist in front of Israel, which is wrong, and they've been stupid by doing that, giving Iranian money to these fucking Palestinian people to support themselves for some bullshit conflict.
Okay, but what about Raza Pahlavi? What about Raza Pahlavi, buddy? What about him?
God, no fucking.
Shut up, fool.
Fucking following, no, none of them. We Iranian people, they are not about none of this bullshit.
So when I think about genocide, I think about ethnic cleansing, and so I don't relate that term to the Iran.
Yeah, because you be talking about fucking genocide and y'all don't care about it.
Ethnic cleansing and Bangladesh is different.
What's going on?
Free Iran from the Zionist shackles.
Just care about like people in Palestine. Don't give a fuck about no actual genocide that is going on in the world.
Nobody is negating how many people are in terminology. Nobody is negating that what's happening in Iran is wrong.
What's happening in Iran is wrong. Like, we stand with it.
Oh my god.
It's only on Google. She got 30 seconds, finish the sentence, and then next one.
I can't speak.
Okay. Okay, Olivia, what do you want to say then?
You're just getting like all hung up on terminology.
Okay, so you guys agreed that what's happened in Iran over 1 week, 30 to 50,000 people being killed is a genocide?
No, I
Is
disagree.
that correct, Olivia? No, I didn't ask you. I know you already said you don't agree. Olivia, do you think what's happened in Iran is a genocide? You said yes.
So I just wouldn't get hung up. I just won't get hung up on that terminology because usually with genocide, I think of it synonymously with cleansing. And so I just think they're killing people of different political and religious ideology. So I don't know if genocide is the right. It's genocide. It's some kind of homicide. When you look at different kinds of sides.
Okay, Olivia.
Some kind of murder, but like again, the terminology is just dumb to focus on.
But you claim that what's happening in Israel. You said the IDF were blindly shooting people. But yeah, when it comes to Iran, on the street of Iran, don't you think the IRGC was just blindly shooting people? They weren't targeting individuals. They were just shooting a massive group of people.
So the IDF they're targeting a specific ethnic group and religious group. That's what they're targeting. The Iranian government is targeting its own people. Well, I guess like you could say they have different religious views. So again, genocide just. I usually focus on ethnicity when it comes to that. But again, that's stupid. They are murdering. Both is murder. That's it. Period.
Well, I would argue one is manslaughter, one is murder.
Bro, why is the Mossad dressing up like protesters and killing the other protesters? What you guys ask Jay?
If you have nothing factual to bring to the table, you're welcome to leave.
No, I mean, there are people who have Congress that have confirmed that, yeah, there are CIA and Mossad operatives.
Exactly.
No, they need support. You're a terrorist, you support the Iranian government, you support a person that can be drawn.
So no one's supporting the IRGC, but my question is...
You're an idiot. Like, a pastor just schooled you and you agreed with it.
No one is supporting the IRGC. No one is supporting the IRGC.
To what he said.
Yo, listen. No one's supporting the IRGC.
The problem is you need to listen. Did you hear what he said?
Can you just listen to me? No one's supporting the fucking IRGC.
You're not listening. You're just talking. You're regurgitating, but you're not actually...
Bro, you sound like a fucking Zionist fake, bro.
You talk with a list, bro. You're calling me fucking... Like, that's a little weird.
Stop taking up audio and stop taking up time by trolling. It's annoying.
It's the ones trolling.
Who's trolling? You're trolling too, right? Oh shit.
I'm not trolling. I'm saying and Mossad.
How are you doing? Kitover?
Yes.
Fuck yeah, I knew you would be.
Are you against the women of Iran?
Man, no one's supporting the IRGC, but why are you guys dressing up as Mossad protesters and killing other protesters? Alright, trying to up the fucking massacre. Well, that's all I'm gonna say is that, like, yo, Israel's laughing in your guys' face. Alright, you guys think you guys are fucking stupid. Alright, no one, the government's not taking it seriously. That's what it's not being toppled. Alright, the government's not taking it seriously. Reza Pahlavi is getting cocked by his own wife with his yoga trainer. Focus on that, goof.
Okay, but that doesn't make any difference. Like, the people of Iran need protection from their government.
It's so wrong. They just want to be free. They don't give a fuck. God help us.
Yo, what up, Lonnie? How you doing?
You don't look at your back channels and send me like crazy info. Right.
I'm listening.
It's me, BP, bro. You haven't seen your back channels. I was sending you back channels when you were in Amir's room, like crazy, like shit that you could have destroyed everybody. Go look, don't say nothing. What do you got? Go look.
I'm in my back channel, man. I'm there.
Check message requests.
Israel.
Don't say nothing. What is that?
It's been a real round.
I see what you were doing, man. Sorry, sir. I thought you were going to. Yeah, sorry. I can you send me again next time because I didn't know it was you.
Wait,
VIP. I deleted it because I thought you were ghosted.
it's not deleted. It's still there.
It's not.
MJ, what you just said is incorrect. 90% of Reza Pahlavi supporters are not on the Epstein files. It's not true.
It's not there, sir. I deleted it.
Alright. I'm sorry.
It's you. Sorry, dude. Now I know it's you. Livia's gone? Okay. Oh my god.
Yo.
Hey, introduction.
Yo. You said what?
Oh, I love that halftime show. I loved it. I wish you knew Spanish. You would understand all of it. You know, I wish you would have liked it.
Yeah, thanks for that first meeting. Thanks, man. Keep that up, actually. Alright, who do we have here? Sata, Abu, MJ, who's not qualified. Sata. That's what it is.
She's Lebanese, man.
No, שקרנית.
But she's amazing.
שקרן. אני יהודים.
Like it, those are like that. What?
She said I'm a Yehudi.
Just do regular pop stars doing pop music, which is what people want.
Dude,
You know what would have worked? Bro, you know what would have worked instead of that vibe? K-pop. K-pop. Put the biggest K-pop band up there. People would actually like it.
It's pretty good.
Americans like K-pop.
Yeah, because half the words are English.
Actually, especially young kids, like the younger crowd loves K-pop.
K-pop would do numbers.
How old were you when you started to go back to watch?
Fucking 3.
Oh, yeah, so you would remember.
So, well, thank you for being here.
I remember
Have a wonderful night.
Whitney Houston.
Good afternoon. Hey, Ruben, we'll chat again.
Those later, like,
We'll chat again. See you later. And Israel is here to stay, and no amount of courts, boycotts, sanctions, dates, shows will change it. Israel Chai. Just so you know, everybody.
Tattoos, bad tattoos, tattoos in the wrong area, whatever.
yes, because obviously, I mean, I don't want my kids. I don't want my kids to have tattoos.
Dick here and an arrow, there's a problem.
I don't want my kids to have tattoos, so definitely don't want mom to have tattoos. Imagine trying to tell your daughter, hey, don't get tattoos, and mom's over there with a full sleeve. That's insane.
No, but I mean, does it limit the dating pools? What I'm trying to get at for
It's the seriousness.
Okay, that's
So if you're talking to someone you didn't know, and then you got serious, and then they revealed the tattoos, it's over, huh?
No, that's
What if they had a tattoo on their ass? What if they got a tattoo on their ass with an arrow that says dick here? Are you I've seen that tattoo before.
That's different. How did you see the tattoo?
I've seen that tattoo before. I know I have a homegirl. This is the shit. I have a homegirl in the army. She's enlisted. She's an officer. But she has a tattoo.
one person.
And it's like a motherfucker smoking and it's going towards her asshole. What? What nigga? I was like, girl, you gotta get that shit covered up. What motherfucking grown ass man wanna marry somebody like that? It looks like a cigar going towards her asshole. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, these tattoos, I think sometimes those tasteless tattoos with the arrow dick here, there's a problem. Or a fucking something looking like a cigar where it's going towards your asshole, like you're gonna pick out that bitch. That's a problem.
If she got good shit, that motherfucker is not thinking about no gun tattoo.
No, she has.
Y'all been lying. Y'all do not give a damn. Stop fucking lying. Y'all ain't married any goddamn way. Rambo, concrete. Don't make me start hollering. You niggas not fucking married any goddamn way.
You're right.
Y'all not fucking married. Oh, it's a tattoo is the reason y'all niggas not married.
Listen to your auntie. Don't listen to men. Listen to women when you're making
Y'all sound it real nice.
They know what men like.
Straight right there,
Hello?
right now.
No. Listen to your auntie.
Everybody's aim is
Has never failed before.
For y'all. We can't think for y'all. I don't have to
Yes, you
think
can.
for all of that. No, I can't.
They'll smash.
It needs to reform.
But seriously, judge on everything. Earlier we had somebody saying they don't like men like men. You can date men and they don't like women with long hair. They don't like women with short hair. They don't like you to get nails. They do like you to get nails. They don't like tattoo. I am so sorry. That is the least that a young lady should be worried about that has her shit. A person who loves her and cares about her is going to love her and care about her. And I will say this to any young lady, if a motherfucker even dared to tell you that because of fucking tattoo, a choice that you made with your motherfucking body, that he does not want to like you, fuck him and run because you avoided so judgmental ass crazy.
That's his choice.
God damn. That's his choice. Because I guarantee you that he is not in the best anything. That motherfucker could go and have a fucking colostomy bag in 2 fucking weeks and you'll be like, oh bitch, well that's like a fucking tattoo because now you got this goddamn scar, so I'm gonna leave you. Do y'all even listen to how y'all sound? Like, come on, bro.
Right. This is your auntie. Men obviously don't have standard. Men don't make decisions based on that, so she knows better. She knows better than us.
Don't even get me started. I swear. Don't get me started.
First time watching the destructive nature of a matriarch.
You're making a decision based off of you being a woman and looking at other women. I feel the same way too.
Yo, go for everybody can't do everything. Yeah, like trust me.
Y'all are not fucking married.
It's not the point.
Yes, it is the point. At least you can take somebody seriously.
It's not the point of somebody being mad.
Is doing something for the male view at any age. That is terrible advice. It don't matter. Do something for the male gaze. Are you serious?
She does not care about you.
Women are from Mars.
I would never teach a young lady to do shit for the male gaze. What the hell?
Wow, that's crazy.
What do you think you're supposed to do to appeal to a fucking man? Just
She don't care, bro.
any kind of qualification a man just a fucking dislike.
I'll say this.
Like, this girl is a
think most men, hold on, Devon. I think most
educated. She's third generation fucking attorney. Like, she has her own firm.
So what?
That right now. You just brought up what men like and you're not a fucking man.
Yeah, like I think most men. I can't even finish.
They want to sex.
Most men.
I have no dick, I have no balls, and I'm not fucking proposing to a fucking man or another woman. So maybe you need to sit on mute and fucking argue with men about what they like. You're just a fucking.
We don't want to hear none of that, Patty.
Concrete and Rambo are the men.
No, you the man. Reform. So I'll say this. Hold on, ladies. Earlier when y'all was.
She's on the phone.
Earlier when y'all was. Matrix.
Yes. These conversations tend to be if you're heterosexual, I'm not like if you're heterosexual and you like the opposite sex, why would you discount what the opposite sex has to say in terms of what they're attracted to? Now, I do realize that we're looking at these fools on Clubhouse, which drops us a few notches, right?
Right, movie night. I've got the remote. As long as it's not another human documentary. I need a better opener than just shouting. There's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like 3470.
To one, gauge what kind of men you like, and this is for any woman, right? Hey, look, I like men that make me laugh. I like men that provide security. I like men that can level. And then what you do is you go around those kinds of men, and then you survey. Right? Maybe those are men that are your cousins. Maybe those are men in your community, at your law firm. I don't know. And then you ask them what would their purview or perspective be on the situation. You come asking your homegirls are going to give you good advice, and that would be advice that you could utilize if you wanted to scissor. Right? And if that's what you're wanting to do, cool. But
it said, have that conversation with a man. If he has similar life, then you know that's what he's choosing. But you can't sit up here and tell all these men in this room that they don't like. Just like I said, oh, you want to wife somebody with dick here? There's some men that will fucking wife that motherfucker. There's a lot of motherfucking men that will wife these women. So it's okay if they say that they're okay with a woman having a sleeve up and down her body, fucking hold back all the way down her ass into her fucking legs. That's okay. That's what they choose. You're not a man.
Yeah, damn, I forgot my whole point what I was gonna say, but
why is that even a consideration for her not to do something to her body? Is because of what
I said she can do it. She can get a
you said she want to get married, Mickey. Hey, they don't take that into consideration.
And the doyle experiences. Even something simple as just because I have them on my sleeve, which is still on my not my sleeve, but on my shoulder, I still like get. For me, I feel I'm embarrassed, so I'll cover it up when I'm talking to certain people.
That's real
But
shit.
I have to work with other type of people. I don't have to work with the local community. So if I'm when I'm in the Middle East, if I'm wearing a tank top, that's not gonna happen. I will never wear a fucking tank top around certain people. If I'm in Europe and I have to have a conversation with Eurocom to leaders with the parliament or whatever, I'm not going to fucking show my fucking
You gotta show up to have a one-on-one with Parliament or Eurocon. Patty's a world leader, but she don't want to let him see the hole inside of her. And you can't let him see no tattoos in her gangbanging ways. Hello? That's it. Hello?
Hearing insecurities from an attractive woman is your dope. I just want to say that for the record. But I mean, men, I don't know, but you know what I'm saying. But the men, look, men, we all like different things. Every man, we all like different types, right? Within the types that we like, we all have a common thing. We like the most natural version of what we like, right? You can go if you want to see like every day how you gonna look, right? So there's that. But every man wants to feel the same way, whether or not it's true or not. You don't want to be with a woman that hasn't been moving throughout her life with just like awareness of her body. Nobody wants to like associate that with everybody. That you feel she's been all over the place. That's universal, and it's no judgment. It's none of that, because some men they'll marry you regardless. But most men want to have an idea of feeling that the woman that they're with has moved in her life a certain way. Not perfect, none of that shit, but at least she's moving some fucking respect to herself. No man wants to be married with a woman that's just been all over the place. He doesn't want to feel that way. It's just that simple. Judgment.
What does tattoos have to do with that?
Well, with the tattoo, with somebody leading
Hello?
a tattoo with an arrow point, with an arrow pointing somewhere. Like, yeah, you're gonna think about that shit. You might hit it, but marry it, you're gonna think it's subconscious. Somebody said that. Somebody mentioned a raunchy tattoo. That's how we got here. Somebody mentioned a raunchy tattoo.
Y'all ask the men for their advice. Now listen to what he is saying. Okay?
Well, it's that simple. Yeah, it's nothing weird about that. It's just like if I'm gonna have sex with a woman that has enter here on her ass, I'm gonna be like, oh shit, like that's a red flag. Hopefully it's a fucking red flag for you. Like,
Put your dick in her ass with a tattoo. Put your dick in her ass. Hello?
Like, come on, man.
Arrow in your pussy.
Aren't you the same man that told us that you have an intense sexual relationship with a woman who is problematic, but you're still fucking her because the sex is good?
This has nothing to do with that, and she does have an awesome
tattoo.
Oh my
is
God.
the last straw.
Yeah, no, I'm just afraid of that shit. First of all, I love women, so
not a problem. But if she's good in bed,
That is a bad motherfucking brother.
See, we are unqualified. Yeah, concrete. Let her advise her on what men want. Because we're obviously.
No. Y'all forget that you tell us what y'all want a lot of times.
You're right.
And don't get mad at me because I'll listen to y'all.
Wait, let's look at the marriage rate. Shall we look at the marriage rate?
Hello?
Matrix. Is it just
It's really weird because you just said you listen to them, right? But then you want them to listen to you. This is like really weird. You're trying to tell me what his preference is. If Randall's preference is a motherfucker wearing a flower on the top of her fucking forehead and fucking and a long dress to her fucking ankles, that's his preference. But you're trying to battle him on what his preference is. This is kind of weird.
I'm not trying to battle him, Patty.
I just like pretty girls.
How am I trying to battle him?
Hello?
He says his preference is. That's his preference.
I'm not battling with him. I'm literally recounting. Patty, look at the chat. I'm recounting to him his preference that he has detailed several times in several months.
The same way females
I don't fuck no hoes.
niggas for some change because
He never called her a hoe, Patty.
It happened. It happened.
He did not call her a hoe. I didn't call the young lady a hoe. Yeah, he didn't call her a hoe.
So here's the thing, right? As a community, we gotta like be able to like help each other out. And if you think that you have better advice for this young lady or what men want, then go for it. If you think that it's inconsequential if she has this sleeve tattoo and men have no care about it, okay, cool. That's obviously your perspective as a woman. The simple thing is to just, we all have our point of view, but to try to discount a man's